Chapter 29. Amid Snow and Sun. Their laughter flew into the night, blending with gnarled roots, Sichi's pink lights, and the rollicking cartwheels rumbling on the hard dirt path. 4 people on a quest to save their home and winning, damn it, winning despite so many obstacles thrown into their way. Eujo listed them off one by one, calling the Golden Gash's avalanche, her traitorous Queen's guards, and the ever-present Fiends into the air for Wax and Tourney to denounce in turn. Bliss, hands tight on the reins, steering the confused, exhausted ponies, added her own fierce grin.
"And we're still here,"
Eujo concluded.
"Take that, Noctia! Take that, Fiends!"
Across from her, nestled into their satchels, Ael's warm glow present in his moonlit face, Wax echoed her boast, before falling into a classic Vis whoop. No pursuit rattled behind them. No danger loomed in front. For the moment, for this moment, they could bask in success. Moments, though, pass, and so too did this one, rolling to an end as the roots thinned out, faltering to a snow-dusted plain. Hills, jutting hard up and down with no friendly rolls to them, warped the road ahead, suggesting a curving line through clean country. In the far distance, to a horizon with no straight line, a gentle yellow suggested a town within reach. Yet Bliss wheeled the cart off the path, let the sweat-sheened ponies, their every breath sending steam into the air, rest. The halt nudged Eujo from her slumber, something she didn't recall happening, but that had clearly given her enough awkward sleep to restore her vigor and render her back sore. Wax still snored.
"Awake?"
Tourney asked, her head appearing over the cart's bed.
"Good, 'cause we'll be walking the rest of the way."
"Walking?" Eujo said, the word scratchy and prompting a lunge for her water skin. Worn at her waist, body heat enough to keep the contents from freezing, the water nonetheless verged on numbing the Queen's throat when she drank it. Tourney expounded, saying the Animus would be sending pursuit, and they'd be hunting for a cart like this one. The ponies wouldn't travel much farther that night anyway. Better to send them on a meander, throw off pursuit as long as they could.
"Won't anyone after us just head on to the closest town?"
Eujo said, nevertheless easing herself from the cart. Bliss whacked her brother on the shoulder, startling him awake with a curse.
"If they care that much, they'll find us. That's why we're walking. Any fast pursuit will beat us to that town, won't find us there, and then we'll be clear."
The pack didn't seem so heavy when Eujo scooped it onto her shoulders, a reminder they lacked provisions, gear for any overland travel. This wouldn't be like the hike on Went. They'd find themselves frozen, starved, or both. Eujo reminded Tourney as much, only to watch Bliss give the ponies a good slap on the rump, the empty cart vanishing with them into the dark.
"We'll take our chances,"
Tourney said, though at least she didn't look thrilled with it.
"I'd rather go a little hungry, shiver a little more, than wind up back on that stage with a collar around my neck."
A compelling argument, that. Eujo, though, didn't make any boasts as the group took their first steps westward, frigid grasses crunching underfoot. That their overland route would leave a clear trail didn't escape any of them, a reality Tourney addressed by having them cut back north in the pre-dawn light. The root forest remnants kept the ground clean enough to disguise, so the bandit figured a bunch of Tamas actors wouldn't be able to follow it.
"A bit dismissive, aren't you?"
Eujo asked, walking with the bandit at the foursome's head. Tourney had her daggers out, used them to hack away any nasty thorns, a dangerous business in the dark. They'd all earned a few scratches already.
"Tamas isn't an isle filled with morons." "Didn't say it was, but if I'm reading them right, Dacklin and those fools aren't big on wilderness survival.
And you are, bandit of the city?
As of this quest, you better believe I am.
Torny waggled a dagger in Eujo's direction.
I've crossed 4 isles now with Wax and Bliss, more than most manage in a lifetime. Nature's my playground, Eujo.
As she finished the words, Torny, her look more focused on her dagger, smacked right into a leaning root. Eujo laughed.
I see that.
Dawn found them back amongst the hills, heavy-lidded eyes on both Torny and Bliss, while Wax and Eujo welcomed daylight with brighter looks. The heavy-coated hiking kept the group warm, so the first rays struck not with heat, but grandeur, splashing across a glittering rainbow land. Eujo shaded her eyes. Wax uttered a delighted whistle. Sparkles flashed in every direction, climbing up and falling away, as the hills, each a challenge to climb, proved exquisite sunlit canvases. Tamas's native creatures emerged too, clear skies filling with hunting hawks, while curious critters emerged beneath the roots to seek fortune among the frozen prairie. And carriage wheels carried their clatter along the wind.
Can you walk all day?
Eujo asked Torny and Bliss when they hunkered down on a hill's far side, the lump blocking view from the path and showing, far to the west, another root forest rising.
Or will you need to rest? What I need and what we'll do are 2 different things, I figure,
Torny replied, throwing a frowning look at Bliss.
She's worse off than me. I dozed. She had to drive.
Bliss heard them, or felt Torny's look, and gave them a weak smile.
I'm fine.
She's lying, Torny said to Eujo, dropping her voice.
Where we're going, that town, we won't stay hidden long. If we can manage a few hours sleep here, I say we do it. The grass is comfortable enough once you mash it down.
Eujo took up Torny's request, pitched it to Wax and Bliss, and the Vis Guardian had her eyes closed, lying on her pack within minutes, sunlight be damned. Torny joined her, the 2 nestling into a makeshift collected gear bed.
I'll take first watch,
Wax said, biting off a frosted carrot left over, all the way from Harrow's Edge.
Sleep if you want it. I don't, actually.
Eujo let her hand slide to her bracelet, the whispering skars.
Think I'll take a look around, see if that town's our only option.
The hilltop offered a grander view than below, though Eujo nearly shut her eyes to keep the glare low. She saw glimmering beauty, felt cold wind sneak beneath her coats, and watched Tamas play its morning away. Just watched. Pushed away the skars and their whispers, destiny and its demands, to soak in the moment, the now, the peace. No fiends, no knives, no traitors, no tormentors. If Eujo made it, collected the Tamas scar, then the Noctia one. Whether Wax would insist on going to Kant's was a problem they'd address later. Would it feel like this? Not so beautiful, stuck amid the wound's crater, but with guards, with all her needs addressed at Eujo's whims. No responsibility except to sit there and decay. That is, if the Najan would even let her. The thought struck a different note. She and Wax hadn't talked much about the Circle's declaration, an unspoken assumption that the Najan would simply allow a completed renewal to take the throne, ending that conversation before it could really begin. And yet, would they? Even if Eujo collected all the other skars and presented herself at the ringed city, would the Najan just take the stones away? If so, what then? Eujo, saving her eyes, looked back down the hill at the 3 forms lying against its silver. Wax waved, a lazy arc. Between them, they had 9 skars, 9 little stones with a god's power instilled within. They could move mountains, burn whole cities, or froth up a flood from the calmest river. The Najan wanted to use those powers against the Fiends directly. An idea that could work, but Eujo snuffed a snort. The Isles wouldn't give themselves up to the Najan so completely. The skars, used for anything other than the Aegis, would tear the Isles apart. So what then? Her friends didn't offer up any answers. Neither did the hawks in the sky or the snow at her feet. Perhaps, though, the solution lay in what she couldn't do, rather than what Eujo could. Returning to Kant's would mean death or exile. Wax seemed willing to go back to Vis, and with Torny and Bliss growing closer every day, the bandit, after repaying her debt to Noctia's Thief King, would likely follow the Vis girl to the Jungle Isle. Could Eujo go there too? Give up the sky diamonds, the mountains, her home, for a new one? Maybe. "Find anything up there?" Wax asked when Eujo returned to their makeshift camp. "Answers, of a sort, and more questions." "Like what the animals are eating out here?" Wax nodded across the small valley between hills at a scampering rabbit, tall ears and white fur doing well to blend it against the snow. "It keeps digging here and there, but I don't know what for." Eujo chuckled once and shook her head. "Wax, I wish I could be as unperturbed as you about how things are going." A small smile. "Eujo, I didn't come for much. I didn't plan for greatness. So I'm going to find what happiness I can until I get home or wind up dead." Eujo flinched. "Dead? That's—" Wax shrugged, the grin falling away. "Realistic. My friend died after we found a single scar. We've seen so many more die, too. Now we're being hunted by Kant's assassins and the Isles' strongest soldiers. Eujo, if we don't wind up skewered, hung, or eaten by some hungry fiend, it'll be a Vis miracle." "Yet you're still wondering about some rabbit's food?" "A lot nicer than the other things I could be thinking about." "Suppose so." Eujo stared at the furry creature as it flung up some more snow. "I bet it's the roots." "What?" "The rabbit. It's trying to get at the roots." "Oh." Eujo felt Wax's gloved hand land on her shoulder. Squeeze. "Don't worry, Sky Queen. Our quest might be dangerous, our chances of success slim, but I won't let a single day go by without making you laugh." Which he did, right then and there. And for all the worries wandering about Eujo's world, she let them fall away. Just for a moment. Chapter 30. Dinner Dangers. Tashiva's hand pulled Annalise back from the pedal's edge. The great sauna's brilliant purple and white sprawled, yet Annalise kept finding herself tottering near a long, fatal fall. "Again, Went?" Tashiva asked. "How many times do you owe me your life?" "I don't get it." Annalise shook her head like a rat scattering water. "It's as though I'm drawn to the edge, even though—" "A sickness common to those not used to heights. You've been too sheltered in the wrong places. A few days swinging from the canopies will cure you." Tashiva patted Annalise on the shoulder, turned back to the operation around the sauna center. Annalise tore her eyes away from the sprawling view, caught Tashiva whispering to another hunter and nodding the scientist's way. Passing off responsibilities. Annalise felt a blush rising and killed it. She couldn't do anything about the urges, so why be embarrassed by them? Najan and Vis hunters scoured the great sauna's pistol, pulling Vis scars one by one and tossing them into satchels. The Vis seemed surprised as each new stone came free, muttering about the death of another lie, one Annalise herself had believed, until Gladdring showed her the gathered stores in the ringed city. For so long, the Isles had been told skars regrew in time with the renewals, and only as many as were needed to secure the next Aegis. For so long, that lie had been accepted without question, letting the Najan mine and mine and mine the gods' fragments without the slightest suspicion. So much trust misplaced. Now these stones would be sent down, slotted into armor, woven into bracers, or placed in necklaces. The Vis and those Najan who'd turned traitor, Veritress sent those who refused on a swift journey north, where Kidai would toss them back home by sea, would hear the Vis whispers, would find their wounds healing faster than ever before. A force able to keep on fighting well after their enemy succumbed to disease, gashes, infection. To hear both Deshiva and Veritress tell it, that force would never leave Vis, would serve only to keep the jungle defended. Annalise had heard such noble announcements before, had seen what happened when those making them were threatened. This time, she'd be staying out of it. The trip to the Great Sana's apex was a parting gift, a chance to see the best view on Vis before Annalise could return to her satchels, her research, and her retreat to Svard's cabin on the western coast. At least the trip up had been worth it. The Great Sana, a fascinating ecosystem from bottom to top. Those flashing butterflies and the wriggling caterpillars alone confirmed Annalise's choice as the right one, even if, again, the scientist found herself edging closer to the far fall. A little attention, a couple focused footsteps, and Annalise put herself back near the center. The view was plenty beautiful from right here, and she could ignore the plucking around her, its implications, if she tried. The return brought Annalise to an expected feast, with unexpected guests. Veritress laid out a good winter spread, supplied with Vis's verdant fruits, fish, and what vegetables were salvaged from the torched outpost stores. The mess hall's burnt bones loomed around them, makeshift thatching and initial repairs already underway. Tables were mashed together into a long line, enough to seat 20, including Annalise, Deshiva, and various hand-picked hunters and Najan. Joining them were the newcomers, the ones who'd arrived at a swift run from the east, from Modelan. Chorus claimed leadership over the half-dozen-strong entourage, a bulky man with a hard edge, a familiar frustration emanating from his oft-clenched fists and narrowed eyes. Annalise had looked the same after many a failed experiment, but for Chorus, the glower seemed his default mode. Nevertheless, the man parlayed his people's places at the table with a promise, so Deshiva muttered to Annalise, of peace. Ale flowed. The first bites proved as delicious as they looked, and Annalise let the peach wine soothe away the day. At least until Chorus started talking. Veritress wasn't a fool, and he'd positioned himself, Deshiva, Chorus, and Annalise at one end of the table. Gladdring would have approved, keeping the power players close together. Better to keep sensitive discussions secret, though Annalise found herself, as Chorus began his opening salvo, eyeing the blissful drinking at the table's far end. There, the conversation seemed focused on entertaining hunts and how accurate one could shoot with a bow after drinking several bottles of Kidai's finest fruit wine. Modelan deserves its share, Chorus started. We're the closer city. And the smaller, Deshiva said. The hunter popped fish bites into her mouth with her fingers as she spoke, seeming to swallow them whole between words. You're welcome, as are all Vis, to share in what's ours. Equally. Equally? Since when has Kidai talked of equality? Chorus leaned forward, elbows on the table. Every renewal, you take the mantle and share none of it with us. When Najan or Khans plan for trade, your attempts to take every ship are ruthless.
Friendly competition, no more.
Veritress, like Annalise, held his focus on the food. Some fights were best avoided. Your friendly competition costs Modeland trade, costs us a chance at a better life. Kid-Eye shares no spoils with us, ever. And now you seek to claim equality, when Modeland is clearly the better choice.
The better choice? Deshiva asked, cutting the words. The better choice for what, Chorus?
The man swept his hands wide, almost knocking Annalise's wine over. All of this, the outpost, the skars, we should control the great sauna. He narrowed his focus to Deshiva. Of course, we would give Kid-Eye its share. This time, Deshiva leaned forward, though she put her palms flat on the table.
I won't negotiate this here. Not now. Our elders should be the ones to decide, not us.
That will take time. Time we don't have, unless you think Noctia will sit by and allow us to decide for ourselves. Chorus pointed at Deshiva. Besides, I see what's going on here. Your hunters are already making their beds, building new tree houses on the outskirts. Time means Kid-Eye control.
Time means just that. Time.
Fine. Then take your time elsewhere. Chorus glanced at Veritress. Your Najan Tenet, Gladdring, promised Modeland a greater part to play on this isle. It's time you fulfilled that oath. Veritress glanced up from his fish, carved up to eat in slow, measured strokes with metal utensils, unlike Chorus and Deshiva. Gladdring, a traitor. His word is less than nothing now. Chorus sat back, eyes going unfocused. A new plan finding itself. A traitor like you? The man said. I'm not dead, nor powerless, Veritress replied. Gladdring was hung on Noctia some days ago. That said, your quarrel's with Deshiva, not me. Then you won't take a side? Veritress shook his head, and Annalise almost choked when Chorus turned her way. And how about you, Noctia scientist?
How about me what?
Annalise looked at Deshiva, a glance yanked back when Chorus slammed his left hand on the table. Conversations dipped, eyes turned. Annalise tried to find logic and failed.
I don't...
You do. You all do. I'm not a suspicious man. Deshiva coughed. Chorus reddened, but bowled on. As I said, you all have your agendas, just as I do, and mine is to see Modeland respected. So I ask you, scientist, do you not care who controls the great sauna? Will you sit out this struggle? That, at least, Annalise could answer.
I just want to be left alone.
There. Chorus nodded, rose the same hand that had slapped the table, and placed it, heavy, on Annalise's shoulder. That wasn't so hard. Now, you, Deshiva, be honest. If I send my runner and call in my Modeland hunters just up the road, will you give up this place?
Conquerors are not welcome on Vis,
Deshiva said, her hands dropping beneath the table.
Power here is shared.
But not with Modeland. Chorus swiped a palm-sized fish fillet off the wood plate, jammed it into his mouth as he stood. You've made your choice, Kid-Eye. You will reckon with it shortly. The man raised a single finger, and the Modeland hunters, seated at the table, all bounced up from their chairs, followed Chorus out the door and away into the night. Deshiva wasted no time, bounding after them, whistling orders, and in seconds, the outpost's revelry shattered into new sounds, the clash, bang, and songs of war. Veritress, throughout the whole exchange, kept eating his fish and seemed not in the least perturbed. Annalise, now the only other one still seated at the table, downed her wine. Without saying a word, Veritress reached, lofted the wineskin, and refilled the empty cup.
"What just happened?"
Annalise said, after finishing that one too. "The reason the Najan held these outposts for so long," Veritress said, sparing a mournful look at his now empty plate, "is because we kept the peace. Freedom is no easy thing."
"What are you going to do?"
"Tell my soldiers to stay out of it. I recommend you do the same." Annalise nodded, gauged the empty plate before her. The food asked a different question. If she took her satchels tonight and set off, she'd have to scrounge on her own, learn to catch fish, set snares, and harvest fruit on an unfamiliar isle. A dilemma she'd ignored in her first journey, had been about to ignore here. Astounding how settling on one's path made it easy to miss the dangers.
"Unless Chorus has 1,000 hunters," Annalise said, "he'll never be able to overcome the skars. He'll be massacred."
"Or he'll do exactly what he means to," Veritress replied. "Don't discount model and scrappiness. The underdog knows what it takes to win." Annalise watched Veritress help himself to more wine. So cool, so unperturbed. Why? What would Gladdring assume?
"You're playing them both."
Annalise spoke flat, certain.
"You want them to fight."
Veritress stopped his sip before the cup reached his lips. Dark eyes glittered. Annalise became very aware, in that moment, how empty the mess hall had become. War demanded everyone's attention, it seemed, save the two of them. "The assassin had it right. You are trouble." Veritress set the cup down, pushed back his chair, and stood. "I think you and I should take a long walk, Annalise, and talk about what this conflict means for Noctia, for the Najan, and you." Chapter 31. A Suit Fit for Fiends. Disaster proved a great hangover cure. Despite one ale after another the night before, perhaps aided by the skars, Ami perked up quick, rolling off the straw slab that made for her bed at the first horn's blow. She replaced the ratty shift — Ami really ought to ask Hochi's traders for new clothes — with battle leathers, scuffed boots, and a strong two-handed sword delivered to her as a gift from Hochi last evening. A reward, and thanks, so the warlord said, for sparing his forces from one endless battle after another with the fiery fiends. A strange admission, given Hochi's position, warlord, and the Went fascination with gladiatorial combat. But there it was. Perhaps being so far removed from their normal lives made the Went rethink their opinions. Whatever the reason, Ami slotted the sword into the sheath behind her back and spared a silent look at the empty slab nearby. The straw had already been cleared, repurposed somewhere else. Sawi was gone, then. The little Vis who'd braved the trek with Ami made good on her claim and disappeared. She might be dead already. Ami grinned. Not likely. The Guardian had taught Sawi more than a little during their days in Gladdring's tower and the dark below. The Vis had the skills to make it home. Whether she had the luck was a question Ami couldn't answer. The Hornblow's question, though, came with a clear explanation once Ami left Dreamhold, joined curious and coerced soldiers, and Svar-directed corpses, wandering to the front. No attack on the Went soldiers, not yet, or the city. But fiends aplenty, arising from the chamber pool and assaulting the firewalkers. Sawi's name stuck, prompted Ami to ask a soldier going the other way, their overnight duty ended, how they felt. The gruff reply came back that Hochi had deemed the burning fiends worthy of their own name, now that they had more than hostility to offer. The Went warlord waited near the tunnel barricades, surrounded by his stoic bodyguards, and enduring one report after another from scouts scurrying to the battlefield and back. Ami caught the latest, a wild description of looming, watery bugs flying up from the pool and swarming the firewalkers. Both sides seemed to be dying in high numbers, the bodies piling up amid the gray stone slopes. Hochi, hearing this, issued new orders to the assembled troops, living and not, pulling on their gear around him. The barricades behind, sealing the tunnel entry, remained shut, save for the small door used by the scampering scouts. From what Ami could see, no Went rescue would be charging forth. And that was a damn waste. "What are you doing?" Ami said, by way of greeting, shoving her way past an older man tugging on metal boot covers.
"Letting our enemies take care of each other,"
Hochi said, holding up a hand to forestall those hulking bodyguards from making any move. Before him sat a simple table, various colored rocks seeming to show the battlefield makeup.
"Any leader knows to stay out of the way when two problems collide."
"Except we just made friends with one of those problems."
"Did we?"
Hochi tapped a reddish stone.
"As I understand it, we barely have a dialogue. They could change their minds at any moment. If the firewalkers survive, they'll be weak, more likely to bend to our demands."
Ami caught herself, let the indignation die away, as Katya taught her so long ago. A lesson she remembered at her own convenience, but that kept Ami's curses silent. Hochi had a point, but not the whole picture. "What if the firewalkers lose?" Ami asked. "What happens if the bulwark we have now turns into endless, unpredictable fiends again?"
"Yes, I've considered that. We'll wait till the right moment, Ami, then step in. A few crossbow bolts, so my scouts tell me, will ensure the firewalkers survive. Then we'll have their loyalty.
They're not stupid, Hochi. They'll know we see what's happening, that we could be acting right now, and we're not. Ami reached down, shoved several gray stones near the red. "It's past time." Hochi gave Ami the guarded glare she deserved.
"Careful, Guardian. You aren't the commander here."
He moved his eyes past her, to the assembling soldiers.
"But I'll grant you what you want. Take those who are ready, move to the tunnel's edge, and assist."
Those eyes found hers, none of Hochi's cocky mirth in them.
"If you get a single one of my people killed helping those monsters, Ami, I'll never let you near a command again."
The plateau loomed over disaster. Ami and the 20-odd Went soldiers and scouts traveling with her, with Svar busy elsewhere, Ami left the stone-tossing corpses behind, ventured beyond the tunnel's opening onto the jutting point without resistance. No firewalkers stood watch, because battle engulfed their encampment. Those great constructs had their nozzles and ballista launchers pointed back towards the vast pool, unleashing torrents and dark iron bolts in a steady stream. Smoke rose when lava struck water, the billowing gray turning the cave ceiling into storm clouds. Darting up and down within the boiling miasma were the firewalkers' apparent foes, wild creatures half an ox's size and made up of wings, legs, and sucking, shimmering mouths.
"Down, Commander!"
called a scout at Ami's back, and she dove, one of the creatures making a long glide their way. Ami kept an eye on the thing, watched its whole body convulse as it flew, bunching up behind the snout, before bursting out in a bile shower. The splatter struck the stones at the plateau's front, splashing and sizzling around everything it touched. Acid, then. The gliding creature leveled out its approach as Ami stood, grabbing a rock. But before the Guardian could make an ill-advised throw, a dozen crossbows clicked behind her. Quarrels struck the fiend like bee stings, rippling, tearing wherever they hit, like ripples through a crashing wave. The monster spiraled, those ripples cascading, and when it struck the rocks, the whole fiend popped like a bad bubble, scattering its few real bits across the slope. "Ugly and awful," Ami muttered, resuming her approach to the plateau's edge. Below, the firewalkers seemed at a loss. The water bugs rebounded to and from the pool, sucking up more water with every trip, and using it to douse the burning monsters in fatal showers. The firewalkers tried to use their constructs for shelter, ducking behind the larger frames, until acid melted the metal to slag. A lucky flail strike, a well-timed fiery gout, scored hits, but the battle's outcome was obvious. "Pick your targets, aim, and fire at will," Ami said to the Wents, and appreciated Hochi's discipline when the rockbiters did just as she asked. Crossbow quarrels filled the chamber sky, most missing the fast water bugs, but enough catching to throw the liquid fiends off their quick flits. The firewalkers capitalized on every falter with a launched stone, a massive ballista bolt, to bring the water bug swarm down. Ami resorted to playing field general, calling out shots to her soldiers. A new experience for one better used to getting her hands bloody, but not a bad one. Katya must have felt a similar satisfaction every time Ami and Svar downed a fiend, solved a puzzle at her direction. When the last bug splattered amid the firewalkers, its watery demise breaking white ash patches on the nearby burning fiends, Ami gave the Went archers much-deserved congratulations. Then sent the force back to Hochi, save a single runner, waiting near the tunnel's edge. A gambit, and one that paid off when a firewalker approached. A different one than before. Ami couldn't tell a lick about what lay beneath the flame-wreathed body, but the obsidian head held unique ridges, and those glittering sparks seemed a bit sharper with this one. Brighter, too, as the firewalkers showered Ami with blues, silvers, and browns. The Guardian took a step back, breathing some air without searing her lungs. Another reminder that Hochi, with all his concerns about how these blazing things would integrate into the Isles, wasn't wrong. Yet 4 hands clasped with one another, a flail dropped to the dust, and a gathering of sparks combining into a single golden shine were gestures Ami understood, were ones she returned with a bowed head, a word of thanks, and a slow retreat. "They owe us now," Hochi said, with Svar joining them near the barricade after Ami made her report. "Nice work, Ami. For the first time in the Isles' history, you've brought fiends into our debt." "Debt?" Ami asked, aware their trio stood amid watching eyes and listening ears as her Went force tossed off their arms and armor. "And how do you think they'll repay us?" "By not attacking, for starters," Hochi said, a grin climbing up his cheeks. "And by wearing these." The warlord raised a single hand. Several soldiers parted, either by moving back or getting shoved aside, as at least 10 engineers hiked in with a laden cart. Several black lumps lay in the center, each as large as Ami or bigger. They reeked of ash and soot, held no reflection, and looked to Ami like something dead had been roasted and laid out to dry. One of the engineers, a squat woman with more muscles than Ami had ever earned showing through her tool-speckled vests, stepped forward, greeted them all with a solid spit off to the side. "Dampers, ready as requested," the engineer said, clipping the words in the way more rural Went tended to.
Stayed fine in the hottest forges we've got down here. If the damned fiends are hotter than that, then I'd say send 'em back, because the Isles is no place for 'em."
"Dampers," Hochi repeated, then nodded. "Good work, and right on time."
"As always," the engineer replied, not letting a smile or frown touch her set face. "They're not light either, understand, so don't be dumb and try to carry one of these yourselves. Firewalkers look big enough to take the weight, though."
"What are these, then?" Svard asked,
leaning on that great blade like it was some sort of cane. Leave it to an axeman to mistreat a sword. At Hochi's second nod, the engineer answered. "Heat blockers. Firewalker slips their arms through the holes, wears it like a vest. It'll block the worst of it from singeing ya." She eyed Hochi. "Material to make these isn't cheap or easy to find, so don't go losing them." "Have any with sleeves?" Ami asked. The engineer spat again. "You want sleeves? You prove these work. Not wasting any more time in leathers till we know this is worth doing."
"Well," Hochi said, "I think if there's anyone here who can convince our fiery friends to try one of these on, it's you, Ami."
The Guardian folded her arms, thought about echoing the engineer's spitting ways, but shook her head instead. "What for? We don't need—"
"Up, Ami," Svard interrupted. "It's time we show the Isles what's really going on down here. Stop the renewal. Get the Najan to support us."
"And you want me to do that?" Ami laughed. "A traitor?" Now it was Hochi's turn to chuckle.
"No, Ami. You get a firewalker or two to side with us, and even Noctia might change their minds."
Chapter 32. Dockside Rumble. Fassel couldn't have picked a nicer day to start a war. The Najan leader, captain of the circle, and overall moron, stood atop the makeshift platform built overnight on the dock, beckoning several borrowed Went galleons stuffed with armored Najan soldiers. On most of those uniforms, slotted in during the weeks between Gladdring's ouster and his presence now as a cowled observer amid the morning masses viewing the send-off, were skars, pilfered over years, stored, and now set to use against their home isle. Next to the circle's leader stood a gritty woman decked out in Najan metals. Noctia's renewal, returned from Went, where she'd been when Fassel's declaration ending the whole charade had gone out. She'd been hailed as a hero nonetheless, surviving fiends, bandits, and dangerous seas on her trek around all but 2 isles. Her efforts showed evidence around her neck, the classic jewelry laying over the woman's cuirass and on display. Not a renewal anymore, but a general, a leader for the Najan. By her stern smile, she wasn't disappointed in her change in fortune. Then again, who wouldn't be? A change in destiny from rotting on a stone chair to leading the Isles' most powerful force? At least, while Fassel still held power. Gladdring wanted to take some pride in the plan he'd developed being put into motion. It had been his idea to bring in Annalise, to finally put the skars to the test after so long wasting their power out of fear, confusion, routine. He wanted to join Fassel on that platform and wave, confident they were turning the Isles to a better future. But to stand on that platform would be to die. Yarvik would be ensuring that. The former Tenet, his Tamas skar pestering with intuitions from the crowd around him, didn't try to pick out the bandit lord's insurgents. Fassel hadn't made the send-off a secret, giving notice aplenty for Yarvik to set his assassins. Gladdring, too, had his role rendered. Take the stage after Fassel fell,
proclaim himself the new Najan leader, and send the troops on their way. The war on Vis wouldn't be stopped here. Shouldn't be stopped, because if Gladdring, Yarvik, and Fassel agreed on anything, it was the skars' necessity as a military matter. The question wasn't whether the Najan needed to rule the Isles, but who ought to rule the Najan. As Fassel launched into his conclusion, Gladdring pushed his way through the crowd. The seaside street, sporting wharfs and a rope fence barring the buzzing people from a swift drowning, had snow shoved up against its sides. Coffee and food vendors took bartered buys of all kinds, from pawned jewelry, homespun clothes, to chits for returned favors in the future. Those smells, warm and spiced, competed with frosted fresh catch and seaman stink. A nervous energy pulsed, one Gladdring didn't need his Tamas to catch. It had been before all their lifetimes, the last time the Najan marched to war. Then it had been against Kantz, subduing the very isle whose queen now lurked behind Fassel. Her face rested, impassive, beneath her silver-blue coat, far larger than the one she'd worn on arrival, as if puffed up on the inside. Near her stood the Vis hunter, Quick, playing into his position as escort and muscle. The Kant's queen had her own guards, of course. All wore voluminous coats, as if the whole cohort planned to travel in the coldest wet tundra for a week. Gladdring shivered. That, at least, would not happen. Fassel reached up towards the blue, sunny, cold sky with a single clenched hand. As his words wound down, wishing good luck and the Noctia's own strength to his troops, the air around his hand shimmered before a blue-white flame shot upward, blossoming into a burning ball, then fading away. A scar. Fassel had a 40 scar and knew how to use it. This wasn't... Bolts flew. Small black darts lanced from nearby inns, warehouses, and probably from the street. At least 3, maybe more, perforated Fassel's cloak. The man, his arm not yet down, jerked as they struck, moved back a step. The crowd picked up the strike. The screams began. Najan soldiers not on the ships, the ones already casting off and moving south, drew weapons or dithered, confused. The 2 adepts, standing in their glorious robes behind Fassel's platform, disappeared behind the grips of their own guards. If Yarvik's bribes worked, those same guards would be cutting the adepts' throats in seconds. Fassel's own protections swarmed the stage, 4 armored Najan with their useless Volges swirling around in the air, looking for someone to stab. They formed up around Fassel, with a 5th eschewing arms to bend down, pick up the body. Gladdring edged nearer, easier now with the crowd flowing away. Too many people and too few exits for a swift getaway, though. Once Fassel left the stage, Gladdring would still have an audience. Would still... The black and purple robes fluttered. Fassel pushed away the helping guard and rose to a shaky stand, a furious, defiant glare on the man's face. Holes torn by the fired bolts only made Fassel look stronger, only made Gladdring smile wider. Yarvik would have to commit now, and Gladdring had his opening. More clicks. More bolts streamed in, this time bouncing off the armored guards surrounding Fassel. One took a hit in narrow band between helm and breastplate, collapsing. Another found Fassel again, lodging in the man's shoulder, only for Fassel to yank it out and throw it aside. He howled out a command, and at last the soldiers amid the crowd found their directions, running towards the buildings where Yarvik's assassins hid, and clearing the way for Gladdring. The former Tenet shifted away from the platform. Any chance of supplanting Fassel then and there was over. Even if Yarvik had more death to deal, the crowd would be too thin for any victorious overthrow. Instead, another plan whirled into motion, one Gladdring caught up with behind Vassal's platform, along the seaside street heading north.
"That went poorly," hissed the Khan's queen as Gladdring joined her, several Khan's queen's guards, and Quick. "I thought Yarvik was supposed to be good at this."
"He is," Gladdring replied, letting Quick and a queen's guard, glimmering in their outlandish silver armor, take the lead. The Vis hunter spoke fast to the man, no doubt explaining the route. "Whether he's good enough to destroy Vassal, we'll see, but we can't depend on either."
"I'm depending on you, which I do not like."
"I never asked you to like it, only to believe it." Around them, onlookers broke in different ways. Some found perches to stare back at the departing ships, the continued attacks on Vassal. New sounds rang, metal clashes mingling with shouted orders, Vassal's own voice haranguing his would-be killers. Others dashed through doors locked and not, battering through to disappear into shadows and wait out the chaos. Someone called for ale and a blade, in no particular order. Gladdring's party turned inward and upward, scaling steps as horn blasts made their first calls through the city. An alarm heard more often of late, whenever a fiend made a near incursion, but still a startling sound. Najan guards passed by, flowing out from the barracks, some adjusting their arms and armor on the fly. One slipped, fell down the cobbled steps near them. A queen's guard stopped to help them up, only to be ordered onward by the queen. The several days burned in Noctia taverns, turning loyalties and taking knowledge, re-ran through as Gladdring hustled. Their entire plan relied on a single fact, and if Vassal decided to change it, if that fact proved false, then Gladdring would have to hope Yarvik succeeded and still saw a place for him, an eventuality to consider when, if that dark time came around. The gates to the Najan quarter arrived faster than Gladdring expected, though the sweat flowing through his heavy coat and cowl suggested he'd earned the passage. More guards than usual stood outside, vulges drawn, and 2 crossbowmen loomed with bolts ready across the gate's battlements. More black and purple soldiers continued rushing out. Hard stares greeted them, hard stares turned by the Khan's queen's icy demand that Najan keep its royal guests safe. No second looks came their way, no inspections. Quick, the hunter wearing Najan robes, claimed himself as their escort, that they were en route to protected quarters. Chaos proved a valuable ally, as the gate's commander gave no thought to why the queen, part of Vassal's celebratory entourage, would be returning alone. Instead, they were hustled through, told to seek shelter. They would and did, just not where any Najan soldier would expect. Gladdring's familiar tower looked the same as it had when he ruled it. Vassal may have already appointed another trade tenant, but the new master had yet to stamp their mark. The same token banners, one for each aisle, hung outside the door, now without a single guard standing watch. Another thought borne out. With the circle under attack, who cared about a tower filled with scholars and trade agreements? Quick and the Queen's Guard commander breached the door, a task made easy when panicked scholars lurched it open at the first knock. The Vis hunter bowled the robed pair aside, telling them to get back to their chambers, to not open their own doors until Najan Horn said otherwise. The hallway to the central stair lay empty and ripe for running. The Queen gave Gladdring a nod, when he didn't return. No chancing success until it was guaranteed, until what they sought was waiting. 2 levels down, and an obstacle. 3 guards, armed and armored, standing before a door Gladdring knew too well. They stared at the entourage, confused, until Gladdring himself stepped forward and threw back his hood. With his hand, Gladdring pushed Quick back a step. He knew these guards, their presence here a surprise, and a suspicious one. "Traitor," said the center one, their leader. "You're supposed to be dead." "But I'm not." Gladdring threw a nod behind him to the waiting Queen's Guard, all with hands on their rapiers. "Lucky for you, a chance to balance your souls has arrived. Acquit your betrayal and let us by." The guard laughed. "Betrayal? Acquit? We serve the Circle, have always—" "I serve the Isles," Gladdring announced. "I serve the people who live here. Your families, friends, sons and daughters. Vassal's wild whims will get them killed. I'll see them saved. You know this." "Do I?" Volges weren't much use inside a tower's tight confines, so these three carried 40 blades, their bluish metals shimmering, as the leader and his two friends drew them. The leader leveled his point at Gladdring, and the Tamas skar shouted a warning. There would be no negotiating. The Vis hunter saw reality just as fast, breaking hands now cloaked in gauntlets from beneath his robe. Shoving Gladdring aside with his shoulder, the hunter gashed the lead guard's blade, swatting it to the ground with his first swipe, putting the clawed points to the guard's neck in the second. Two Queen's Guard stepped up alongside Quick, their rapiers matching the enemy's blades, point to point. "Your lives, then," Gladdring said, cutting in before Quick could utter some useless Vis nonsense. "If the Isles themselves count for nothing, then maybe your own survival does." Mortality, as ever, broke old molds. The lead guard snarled a curse, let his hands go limp. The other two followed suit, dropped their blades. The Khan's queen said something, then, that sounded like gibberish, but both Queen's Guards surged forward, delivered temple-knocking strikes with their swords, and dropped the two Najan to the ground. The leader protested for one short second before the same happened to him, leaving 3 bodies motionless on the stone. "We're wasting time," the Queen said. "Go." Through the corridor, past another door, and down one more spiral stair to the moment of reckoning, a hope that Vassal hadn't yet found a way to mobilize his new weapons. A hope delivered in the piles waiting. More skars than Gladdring had ever managed to collect sat in Annalise's old chests. Yarvik's informants, the tavern insinuations from pliable Najan, bore out their accuracy. Vassal had claimed the old skar testing grounds for himself, for new initiatives not yet ready. Many Najan skars had been moved here, few deployed. Gladdring could well understand why. A Vis stone, with its innate healing, was simple to slot into a soldier's bracer, sword, or armor. A Fodi or Kant skar, capable of leveling the soldier's own force with poor use, demanded training. More research. More time than Vassal had, since his purge had thrown out the only experts in Najan employ. And now Vassal's own mistakes would be Gladdring's salvation. "Gather them, as many as we can store. Hurry," Gladdring snapped, making his own way to the Tamas collection. His hands reached beneath his heavy coats, began stuffing the stones into pockets. "These moments buy our future." The Queen's Guard and the Queen herself shuffled satchels from beneath their huge coats, sweeping skars with one swipe after another into the bags. Untold power packed into every one of those stones, and here dozens upon dozens were theirs. "It's time," the Vis said, standing near the stairs descending further. "Let's go." Gladdring swept another look around as the Queen's Guard tied off their satchels, began the retreat with their queen in tow. Most of the skars were gone. The laboratory made a mess in the haste. What miracles might they have found here if Vassal had been smarter, or too stupid to notice? Regret, though, had little hold on Gladdring. It vanished, in fact, when his feet found the frozen sand, and his eyes, looking to the narrow sea cave and its small pier, beheld the Kant's clipper waiting at the dock. Above, the Najan horn sounded again. The battle still raged. Chapter 33. New Town, Old Enemies. Eujo embraced those frosted, rolling hills for 2 days. The wildlife tantalized, with Wax and Bliss falling on old hunter habits. They marched westward first, finding more gnarled roots at the foothill's edge, and, with them, possibilities. Using Torny's knives, Bliss and Wax whittled out darts and the hollow tubes to launch them. While the bandit and the queen kept the fire lit, the Vis pair stalked the evenings and early mornings, pinning scurrying vermin and the occasional bird flying too close. They taught Torny and Eujo to dig through frozen grasses and discover thicker roots suitable for boiling, burrows where buried nuts offered snacks. Skinning came next, a nighttime job to shed furs off the bodies and hang them off the stacked satchels to dry. When Torny remarked that the pelts were too small to wear, Wax pointed out they were big enough for mittens, hats, and boots. "Unless you're thinking we'll get charity when we come into town, we'll need something to trade," Wax said, sliding the bandit's dagger beneath a light gray coat whose former owner sat on a spit over crackling flames. "Unless I'm missing my guess, without the renewal's protection, we're just travelers like anyone else." "He's right," Eujo added, though she kept her eyes off the grisly business. Not that carving meat and fur made her uncomfortable. Eujo had seen enough humans put to gruesome ends to forbid that affliction. But the Tamas night was otherwise too beautiful to waste looking at blood and guts. They'd been blessed with a clear streak, starry skies, and mild winds. As they tracked southward, though Eujo couldn't imagine they'd gone all that far, things seemed warmer, too. Sure, the small animals and scattered vegetables weren't enough to fill her stomach, but starvation wasn't imminent. Violent death seemed distant. Hard to be too disappointed. "Okay, but where are we traveling to?" Torny asked. "Sleeping on icy ground's just great, but I'd love a bed, some straw, a mug of something other than melted snow." She held up a gnarled, boiled root and frowned. "I'd even take a carrot over this." "There'll be other towns with less likely pursuit," Eujo said. "Every day we stay away from the main roads, the chances we'll be caught go down." "Says you. If they want us, betting they'll find us." "Haven't yet," Wax muttered, between knife strokes. "Ever think there might be a reason?" Torny gestured with the route off to the north, where they'd come from. "Not easy to hide tracks in the snow. We'd have been caught by now. I'm thinking they've given up, gone back to their show." "You're betting a lot on that," Eujo said. "Yeah, my own sanity. 'Cause if I have to spend another few days watching this Vis butcher meat, I'm going to lose it." The Kant's queen cast around for Bliss, but the hunter was off doing just that. Bliss could usually talk Torny down from the bandit's caustic rants, fingers flashing something funny or suggesting a walk. Like a young child, Torny would get distracted, drop her crusade, and wander off with Bliss, muttered curses following their footsteps. "Then let's compromise," Wax suggested. "I'm with you, Torny. I don't like the cold. The meat here is gamey, and there's no fruit in the trees. I'd trade 1,000 pots of snow melt for a single ale." "At last, someone speaks sense." Wax took the dead rabbit's paw, angled it south, and wiggled it. Eujo crinkled her nose. Torny just laughed. "The next town's not too far that way.
Bet we could get there tomorrow, if you're willing to walk. Willing? Torny scoffed. I'd run there right now if it wouldn't mean dooming you all to dying out here. You're the one keeping us alive? Eujo asked. You? Of course. It's my knives you've been using to clean all these kills. Without 'em, you'd be the food for these things. Wax glanced up from his dirty business. Rabbits don't eat meat. Tamas rabbits do. I've seen them devour a whole ox. Swarmed it, gone in seconds. Torny flicked snow off her gloves as she spoke. Terror's everywhere out here. Kept away by yours truly. Eujo sighed. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to get somewhere warm, with other people to talk to. A bad idea. The town was a damn bad idea. Sure, it had started fine, when the bedraggled quartet made the tavern in a place about the size of the Najan outpost back on Went. The sun slid towards the horizon after a hard day. A storm finally seemed to be moving in, picking up snow with it, and the thought of a fireplace held enough allure for Eujo, Wax, Bliss, and Torny to make great time over the hills. They even passed by a slow-moving cart making its way from the eastern mountains on one of the several roads leading into the village. Tamas-style huts abounded, mushroom buildings with centered chimneys and thatched roofs, mud and stone walls, few flags, less bluster than the Animus and its carnival vibe. Torny said something about meeting the real Tamas, and Eujo couldn't disagree, could almost find common ground with the people shuffling around, tending to daily tasks in a manner she hadn't in so long. But the tavern, that had been the mistake, though Eujo wasn't sure how they could have dodged it. Marking both the town's inn and watering hole, the tavern stood off a sedate square, a sprawling single story whose roof rose up and down like all those hills they'd been walking over. Smoke and the roasting, spiced meat rolled out to greet their pelt-covered satchels as the foursome closed, as they stomped into the place and laid their first glimpse on civilized society in several days. That look gave Eujo everything she needed to know, to see, to run from. Livier, the Kant's assassin, Vientis member, and man loyal to the wrong queen, raised a mug as they walked through the door. Two more, marking the same threesome that had attempted a brunch battering of Wax and Eujo way too long ago on Noctia, sat with him, grins glittering. Bliss and Torny, who dodged that bloody breakfast, didn't notice, kept right on walking in until Wax snatched at his sister. "What's up?" Torny asked, as Wax and Eujo stood in the doorway. Someone shouted to shut the sturdy barrier, stop letting the cold in, and Eujo performed a quick and dirty calculation. The day was late. They'd marched long with tired, half-starved legs. Their coats and satchels weighed heavy with pelts and bones for bartering. Even with the skars whispering their readiness, there'd be no outrunning rested killers. No escaping across a snow-bound land with tracks as easy to follow as walking them. "I'm done, Wax," Eujo said, finding a familiar bearing in the words, setting a course and following it. "Get a room. Stay. Rest. They won't care about you." Livier and the other two stood now, started their way. "I can let the Fody scar go," Wax muttered as Bliss and Torny picked up the mood, saw the approaching trio. Hands dropped to weapons. "Burn them and this whole place to the ground." The rest of the inn hadn't yet noticed how near disaster lay. "They'll probably kill you first, or the next ones will," Eujo said, pushing past Wax to plant herself before the oncoming killers. "The Vientis don't stop because one falls. They'll chase us till the very end." "Eujo," Wax started.
That build-up Eujo herself had heard so many times from fellow thieves, from Queen's guards, from the other Kant's queen. About to tell her what was right, what she should do, how she should act.
I'm not. That's right, you're not,
Eujo said, giving an icy glare as good as any at her friends.
Go. This isn't your fight. As your guardian?
Torny said.
I believe it is. You're not my guardian. There's no renewal.
Before Torny could make up some other excuse, and the bandit's loyalty would have been touching if it weren't so stupid, Liviere and his cohorts arrived. They pulled up before Eujo, looking healthy, save a mark on Liviere's hand where Wax's fork had found justice, and ready to deliver their queen's verdict. Clean robes, clear eyes, and Liviere's steady voice as he spoke.
Good to see you again, my queen, after our unfortunate encounter on Noctia,
Liviere began, offering Eujo the slightest of bows. The killer's look moved beyond her to Wax, the man's smile twitching.
And the Vis renewal, still alive. How lucky you all must be to have made it so far.
Not luck,
Torny said, sidling up next to Eujo.
Skill. Lots of skill. The kind you wouldn't want to test.
Oh, believe me, testing your skill isn't why we're here.
Liviere stepped back, gestured towards their former table, big enough for another 2 or 3 to join.
Please, we have room, and the ale is quite good.
For a brief, terrifying moment, Eujo wanted to give in to Wax's suggestion. Her own skars, too, were ready, the whispers picking up her discomfort. Unleash the stones, run back into the snow, try their luck at the next town. Hope, then, that word of their destruction hadn't spread. They'd be flying, then, wanted and without any renewal protection. Just common villains with uncommon power. Liviere couldn't do that to her.
My friends are tired,
Eujo said, reaching out with her right to press on Torny's coat, keep the bandit from doing something dumb.
But I'll join you. It's been a long walk.
I can only imagine, Liviere replied. We were so disappointed to arrive at the Animus, only to learn you'd taken flight.
Stage fright,
Eujo said, following the Vientis trio back to their table. Wax, Bliss, and Torny must have picked up her vibe, because they didn't follow, instead heading towards the bar and the innkeeper.
Acting on a stage is different than sitting on a throne.
I imagine neither is your favorite thing.
Liviere pulled out the chair for Eujo. Let her sit in it.
Ale? The stew is quite delectable as well. Our kitchens could learn a thing or two from this isle.
Eujo nodded to both. If they were going to kill her, might as well enjoy a meal first. Liviere dispatched one of his comrades to fulfill the order, turned the same placid smile he'd worn this whole time back to Eujo.
I'll admit, it's been difficult to find you, Liviere said, flowing into a slow journey recounting the Vientis trio and their travels across Went, to Tamas, and this little town.
He told it slow, giving himself time to drink his own ale, and for the promised food and drink to be delivered.
We picked up your trail off the road south of the routes, and paced you for a day. After that, a look at the Tamas map said your options were limited. So why suffer amid the cold wilds when cozy inns like this abound?
Because you never know who you might run into.
A little laugh, one Eujo hated.
But run into us you did, and good thing, too, Liviere said, the smile falling away. Because the world has changed, my queen, and I'm afraid it's left you behind.
Chapter 34. Death's Desires. Veritress rose, hands planted flat on the table, with determined grace. A man of certain action, and Annalise figured she knew what that action would be. So she mimicked him, save one part, grabbing the crude knife. The Najan outpost lacked Noctia's luxuries, and waving it towards the Najan commander. Intimidating it wasn't, and Veritress's mild eyebrow let her know. Come now, Annalise. This hardly need be a fight. You don't even need to die. A warm smile. Not here, anyway. Vassal, I'm sure, would prefer you tied and presented before him.
You do know how to strike a deal.
Veritress moved around the table's end towards her. Annalise slipped behind her chair. The simple building housing their dinner remained empty, the other partakers scattering to witness or partake in what seemed certain conflict between Modelan and Kidai. The Najan wouldn't, Annalise figured, take a side, see who won out, whether they were worth fearing. Until then, enjoy the chaos and secure the skars. A better one than you would have received at the assassin's hands, Veritress continued. The man wore Najan robes, not the black armor. Had no volge, no chakram. Maybe a knife somewhere in those folds, but Annalise hadn't sighted it yet. The third hand would have poisoned you, and if that didn't work, slice your throat clean. Vassal might offer you a chance.
I've already been a working slave to your ringed city. Not again.
Annalise meant it too, and not just to Noctia. Deshiva also demanded obedience at spear point, and even the Went University pushed her onward with vague, dire threats about outside interference if Annalise couldn't move fast enough. Always pressure, always demands, always accompanied by danger. Maybe it was time she tried something different. Veritress hesitated, right hand trailing along the table's edge. I thought Deshiva forced you to use the skars to burn our gate. Was I wrong?
She's not much different than you.
No, I suppose not, except in one crucial way. She is trying to do what she thinks is best for her city, her isle. I am trying to save them all. Annalise retreated another step. Figured she had another 10 or 15 backward strides to bring her to the exit. Outside, shouts rose, a mixture of questions and alarm, dulled enough by distance and focus on the Najan leader to blur their specifics.
Gladdring kept saying the same, but Vassal killed him anyway,
Annalise said.
Noble goals aren't worth anything.
Not without the means to succeed. Veritress tilted his head outside. Deshiva and those Modelan fools will get nowhere. Already, a Noctia force is heading towards Vis. They will crush these hunters, and with the skars in our hands, no fiend will...
Great. Keep your dreams and leave me out of them.
Veritress opened his mouth for some threatening, insipid reply, and Annalise let the 40 skar talk over him. The Firestone's mauling rush flowed through the dinner knife, breaking free in a blossoming rose. The air snapped, light crackled, and Annalise felt the heat through her own blinking lids. Veritress cursed, stumbled back, and tripped over a chair. Annalise took the opening. A simple pivot had her running from the ramshackle dining hall, in, or whatever the building's purpose was, and into a scarlet night. Without the buffer, frenzied fighting's noise dominated. Hunters and Najan mingled in a melee, and Annalise would have lost her head to a rogue spear if she hadn't slipped on blood-soaked grass. The weapon thunked into the wood behind her, quivering as Annalise crawled, ignoring the warm wet on her hands. The blood's owner lay to her left, glassy-eyed and unmoving. Around her, an outpost undergoing meager repairs was again destroyed. Fire didn't play a part so much as wild blows against light walls. A makeshift shed before her crumpled as Najan swung his Volge wide of its mark, a dancing hunter who closed, tripped, and took care of her assailant with a well-placed knife. Sichi illuminated it all, bolstered by torches, their merry glows at hard odds with the skirmish. Still, escape wasn't hard to find. The jungle waited, dark and inviting near the horizon. Annalise started that way before a thought pushed her to the side, crouching behind stacked rubble, meant, perhaps, for some future rebuild. By her count, and the whispers in her head, Annalise had a scar from every aisle save Kant's, slotted into the necklace at her neck. Not one of those scars would feed her. Rana might be able to conjure water with some effort, but Annalise had no skin to store it in. Her shoes were a frayed mess, damaged by fire and fighting. Her vis weaves weren't much better. A flight into the jungle now guaranteed starvation, dehydration, and likely death from some predator she neither knew nor understood. Panic threatened. Logic, as it always did, proved her bulwark. Annalise had wanted to get to Svard's isolated cabin and disappear. A rosy view mismatched with her reality, her experience. Veritris suggested Kidai was about to be invaded, along with Vis as a whole, which meant leaving the Isle, which meant going to a place more hospitable to someone like her, that might protect her, value what she offered. Went would be ideal, but lacking a way to get northward, the next best option lay to the east. As Annalise scrunched up into a ball, wounded cries now outpacing calls of challenge in the air, geography danced in the blushed dark. What she knew of Modelan and how to get there lay in the dinner conversation just curdled. A pass, some mountains, and a coast. Eastward. Orders, crisp, clear, and mottled with curses, slashed the general melee around her. Veritris, giving commands to some obedient Najan. Find the scientist. Let the Vis hunters kill each other. Simple enough, though everyone seemed to look the same in these shadows. Which? She leaned out, just a head's breadth, from the stacked satchels. To her right, the outpost sloped towards the jungle, burned-out wreckage from this battle or the last rising, crumbling here and there like flimsy toys. To her left and east, the slope continued up, tight jungle closing in around the path to the Great Sauna. A one-way trip and a trap there. South? South would mean more jungle. Then, if Annalise remembered her maps, the ocean. Not an option. Parading through potential plans kept the fighting, the horror, the blood staining her hands, knees, and robes at a remove. If she could keep in her head, let the scars whisper while strategies played out, panic, too, would remain distant. North, then. Annalise fell back into the satchels as Najan armor, clicks and clanks as metal hit metal, gave its approach away. The soldier, Volge and eyes out and about, stalked near her, before her even, but not once did the shadow's gaze find her. Too preoccupied with some bashing fight back west, staff on spear or blade. The soldier stopped, not a stride away from Annalise. Turned to watch, the Volge laying across his hands, knees at a slight bend, ready to run, charge, depending on whether the soldier was a coward. The Foti scar whispered a solution. Roast the Najan in his armor like dinner in a Noctia stone oven. Annalise pushed the thought away, tried holding her breath, scrunching up. Her hands pressed worn leather, her shoes scooted on grass up beneath her, and slipped. The damn blood kicked her left leg out, landing Annalise on her butt. One satchel tipped, fell with a soft splat on the ground. soft, but not silent. The Najan whirled, already jutting with the Volge, and a new whisper surged. A different skar, the quietest one taking charge with a curved point diving towards her face. Annalise didn't fight it, didn't stop as a hungry cold ran through her and crossed in lines invisible and all too real from Annalise to the Najan. The man's skewer stopped, shivered, and a face hidden beneath a helmet twitched only once. The Volge dropped first. The Najan came second, not to his knees, not to a collapse, but a crumble, a nothing, just a pile of metal. She would have passed out right then, the whisper's satisfaction stealing Annalise's breath, her fortitude, her muscles and bone all at once demanding rest. The only thing keeping her awake, forcing her to a crouch, was the confused shock at what had just happened, and the likely cause. A question to be studied later. Annalise stumbled away from the satchels, the pile that had been a living, breathing person moments ago, and found the carnage continuing without her input. The fight's range narrowed as outer conflicts resolved themselves and drew inward, though Annalise saw Najan armor glinting at the boundaries. A net waiting to snare what Vis made it out alive. Teshiva would be in there somewhere, if she wasn't already dead. Some loyal tinge threatened, one Annalise thwarted with a stumbling, sneaking run to the east, around the mess hall. No battles here, and despite Veritress's orders, the Najan seemed more preoccupied with the hunter quarrels. A matter of luck, and one Annalise couldn't waste. She ducked away from torches, kept low to the ground, and darted from shed to tent to storehouse. No alarms cried out, and Annalise might have found success, save for one dire reality. Her stumbles grew more frequent, her eyes heavy-lidded, and her arms moaned every time Annalise asked them to keep her up against another wood beam. "What did you take from me?" Annalise muttered, her voice not even a whisper. The skar answered. They always did. But the scientist didn't understand. She could, though, crawl, through grass and fern and beneath the jungle trees, far enough that when the sounds of fighting faded, when her feet wouldn't move any further, she believed she might stay hidden. From some hunters, anyway. Chapter 35. To See Fire. Ami pulled the cart by herself, well-made went wheels crunching over stone without pause. 3 flame-proof tunics, Hochi promised a better name for the gear eventually, sat atop one another in the simple space. As heavy as an iron breastplate, Ami would have been buried trying to carry them through the tunnel. But the cart performed its task ably enough. Good thing, too, because this time Ami was alone. And having a hand free to reach for the blade at her waist brought comfort, though the firewalkers waiting at the tunnel's end probably wouldn't find the sword frightening. A diplomat. Ami didn't think back to her childhood all that often, but the circumstances, their utter clashing with her headbutting, biting, wrestling youth, prompted a soft laugh, one that nudged the gold faceplate against her scarred skin. She hadn't had that as a kid either. Time and violence tended to change things. Svard and Hochi would be watching the exchange from the leftward nook, a notch Ami couldn't even see as she tugged the cart from the tunnel and into the vast chamber. As ever, the firewalkers continued their steady march towards colonization, repairing damage from the latest fiend attack while bulking up dwellings along the pebbled gray slopes. The homes looked as sloppy as makeshift human huts, rock and sand melted together into sloping cups, tops wide open. an oddity until Ami remembered who used them and what might happen if all that heat stayed compressed in a small space. Could a firewalker burn? Immolate itself? Theories could wait. Ahead stood someone more immediate, silent, and large. Its skin billowing in silent, flowing oranges and blues. The firewalker Ami had talked, if you wanted to call it that, with before strode up the slope. Tall enough for its obsidian skull, a triangle shape with edges that seemed to be unique to each firewalker, and the only way Ami knew to identify the fiends from one another, to rise over the plateau's jutting end. Sparks juddered along the black, dancing in patterns Ami couldn't decipher. Instead, she stepped aside, pointed at the wide cart. "They're for you," Ami said. "Don't know if you can understand me, but they'll keep your fire back, so you don't torch us." The firewalker flashed motes back at her, gold and icy blue, whatever that meant. "You wear it," Ami forged ahead. "Like this." She bent over the cart, pulled the first tunic out, lifted it, only for its bottom to drag along the rock, its top to press against her head. Awkward and ugly, and absolutely not how the damn thing was supposed to be worn. Ami worked her head into the tunic's armpit to see the firewalker's reaction. A single, quiet gold mote. None of those 4 arms moving. Sweat broke out, for once not caused by the fiend's heat. Ami considered shoving an arm through one of the tunic's slots, but the idea, how dumb she'd look attempting that, had her abandon it. Had Ami, instead, tossed the outfit on the plateau before her. "Put it on," Ami pointed. The firewalker stared. "Damn it, this isn't that hard." Ami nodded at the tunic, pantomimed scooping the thing up with her arms and sliding it over her head. "See?" If the firewalker saw, it didn't say. Instead, the single mote fizzled, cracked in 2, a redder glow marching to the skull's top, while a quiet white bobbed to the bottom. The firewalker turned aside, putting its left arms towards Ami, while its right pair waved towards the pool. "Don't know what you're trying to tell me," Ami said, only to get her words answered by the firewalker's fellows. The burning group, young ones playing, old ones working, others in spark-flashing conversation, stopped and shuffled aside. They all cleared away, leaving a path marred by melted rock and simmering coals right to the water's edge. As the separation concluded, with the firewalkers turning as one like some ceremonial guard to watch their new row, Ami's leading fiend took off at a slow lope down the lane. That she should follow was both obvious and insane. Ami judged the tunic, its failed mission lying in the dust. She could shout, try to get the firewalker to turn around, and, again, attempt some dance to persuade the monster to don the crafted raiment. Or the went boots she wore went with her thick clothes, fashioned by those same engineers to keep her skin as heat-proof as possible. An idea that held more promise in a forge than traipsing down a rocky slope, as the weight had Ami lurching from foothold to foothold, making her feel like she'd had too much wet wine. That she'd definitely indulged last night wasn't important, though skars made sure no hangover stung. Nevertheless, her lumbering impression prompted no reaction from the watching firewalker ranks. Their constructs sat behind them, nozzles all now pointed back towards the water rather than the tunnel. Either they trusted Ami's friends wouldn't attack again, or the threat from new fiends was simply too great. What that said about Hochi's arms, Svard's undead cadres, and their abilities, well, Ami didn't care to speculate. The Isles had been losing, slowly, the fight against the Fiends. The whole reason she found herself at the water's edge was to end the war before it consumed everything. Her guide, her counterpart, stood well away from Ami and not quite as close to the water's edge. The reason why wasn't hard to parse. Water and fire tended not to mix. The firewalker wasn't standing still, though. Instead, it crouched, those 4 arms wrapping around itself, as if in some sort of hug. The flames on its skin coalesced into a single candle, rising, only to get snuffed out as several other firewalkers broke their line to place a curling, black iron shell around it. One plate ran over the firewalker's top, while 4 others came sliding in piece by piece, slotting against one another with deep, chunky clicks. As they placed each section, the firewalkers ran their hands along the joints, the metal growing hot and fusing together. Mobile forges, these things. In too short a time, Ami's firewalker disappeared inside the metal ball. With a final, hissing run along the last front piece, the firewalkers who'd trapped their friend stepped to one side and, together, gave the ball a shove. With no preamble, no ceremony, no shouting, the big orb rolled into the water and disappeared. "What?" Ami asked, turning to the watching firewalkers. "What was that?" The Fiends seemed to understand, almost as one, raising their arms and pointing to the dark waters. Another swim in all this? After the first one had gone so well? Ami started to shake her head, then laughed instead. Why not? She'd already gone beyond the goals of the mission. Get the firewalkers to wear the special clothes, and bashing aside boundaries had brought her this far. A different reality struck as she turned back to the deeps. Her outfit, heavy and fireproof, would just drown the Guardian if she waded in with it. Yet, if she shrugged it off to the light cloth beneath, any close firewalker encounters would be the skars. The Vis skars would keep her alive, and she'd left beauty behind long ago. A few more burns to understand what these fiends wanted seemed worth the sacrifice. Svard had doomed himself to an undeath with that blade always by his side. Ami could risk a little more. For Katya, for Fodi, for herself. The cool waters didn't steal Ami's breath this time. Their silky feel whispered of unknown things, dead and decomposing at the chamber's bottom. Mysterious fluids joining in the cavern sea after leaking from creatures not of this world. Disgusting to some, ignored by Ami, who focused instead on the metal ball. Against the water's dark cold, the water glowed a soft gray. Bubbles rose around it, the pool reacting to the heat Ami felt now as she swam. The ball rotated, moved, and Ami wasn't quite sure how until she noticed small nozzles dotting the shape. Boiling water dashed from those nozzles only to get cut off, a fresh gout appearing elsewhere to shoot the ball beneath the sea towards its goal, the red-orange swirl. Ami swam along at the surface, taking breaths as she watched the orb's progress towards that swirl. They passed by an emerald maelstrom, then an icy silver storm, both of which the firewalker dodged around with steam bursts. Such fine-tuned control moving underwater. What the Rana wouldn't give for something like this. If Ami hadn't taken her own trip into the blue swirl earlier, she might have been surprised when the ball disappeared among the red motes, vanished without sound, without bubbles. Instead, Ami gulped down as much air as her lungs could hold and dove. Kicks, strokes, brought the Guardian closer, until those crimson lights danced about her head and body. They felt like nothing, yet they avoided her touch, even as Ami closed to the shapeless center. Until, like exiting a bath, Ami wasn't in the pool anymore. Until air, sulfuric and acid, struck her gasping lungs like scalding smoke. Her eyes moved from murky dark to blasted reds and oranges, a dry landscape stretching before her, dotted with burning geysers. Clouds, scarred with purples and reds, coated the sky. Glassed obsidian ran underfoot, as far as Ami could see, rising here and there in jagged spikes, like spears thrusting up from deep beneath the surface. That, though, was only the backdrop. She stood on a cliff, near its very edge, the burning world sweeping away from her in all directions save at her back. At her heels waited the pool Ami had emerged from, and as she turned around, Ami saw an obsidian hood wrapped over its small form. The black and clear shards glittered, as if grown off of one another, and blocked her view behind it, a cowl over anything emerging or entering the pool. To Ami's right, the black iron ball hissed as the welded joints split apart, the shell collapsing to reveal the firewalker within. "This is your home?" Ami said, coughing as the air swiped at her throat. The firewalker flashed dancing gold in return, before pointing with its two left arms back behind Ami, behind the obsidian cowl. What fear might have risen at being so far beyond anything known was calmed by the familiar Vis whispers, those scars mending her shocked lungs, her bare feet, as they gathered cuts on the obsidian shards with every step. That fear came back as Ami, walking opposite the firewalker, turned away from the cliff and went around the obsidian shell's side, giving her a view of what lay behind, beneath more blackened clouds and spitting flame. Arrayed to the horizon stood a shifting swarm, metal and firewalker mingling. Massive constructs, far too large to fit in the pool, lumbered in the distance. The firewalkers themselves, each one a candle, merged in their brilliance with one another, so that it seemed like Ami looked across a single, pure flame. The thousands, the tens of thousands, and all their terrible creations spoiled the singular, strange beauty in the sight. There was no other option against such a force, such a gathering. Ami would strike a peace with these creatures, or the Isles would burn. Chapter 36. Cast Aside. The salty sea spray and bitter ocean wind bore kisses Gladdring would endure for as long as he could, so long as the Khan's queen brought him to freedom. They were a day out from Noctia now, in the open ocean with the ringed city and its isle beyond the horizon to the north. The loop, so the ship's captain declared, would take the queen's ship almost to Vis, before swooping further east and north to come into Khan's from the south. Too many ice floes to do it another way was the excuse. Whether the delay would be fatal depended on Fassel, on Yarvik, and how soon their chaos quelled. But for the first day, at least, no purple and black ships chased after them. For the first day, Gladdring dined on fresh-caught fish and good Vis fruits bought from the Noctia ports before they became enmeshed in the... Gladdring grinned as he held the railing, looked over the waves. The revolution. Wasn't that what Yarvik wanted to call it? Gladdring hoped the bandit lord succeeded. Yarvik, at least, could be bargained with, would be too busy getting control without Gladdring's token alliances and figurehead potential. And if Fassel won out, the old circle's vengeance would consume too much time to attack their ship. He'd reach Kant's, and then Gladdring turned, a not inconsiderable maneuver on the boat's rolling deck, with heavy coats on, to look across the sailor-covered and otherwise barren top deck. Gladdring would need to begin building loyalties anew. The Kant's queen made no secret that her tolerance for Gladdring's presence began and ended with his usefulness to her, a trait dwindling as their distance from Noctia grew. Still, the queen didn't know the skars like Gladdring did, and that alone would give the former Tenet some staying power, a chance, maybe, to carve out hope for himself.
"You spend a lot of time out here alone,"
came the queen's muffled voice, protected by a thick indigo scarf. She'd appeared, as she often did, as if by magic. An open deck door with stairs leading down gave the sudden rise away, but Gladdring found himself frowning nonetheless. Surprises were for fools who didn't pay enough attention.
"What do you think about, Gladdring, while you stare at the waves? Are you happy we survived, plundered the Najan of their skars?"
"Why wouldn't I be?"
"Because a man like you is never content where he is."
"Wise words, my queen." Gladdring, keeping one hand on the railing, gave the queen a short bow. Like him, Her Royal Highness wore bulky coats, though hers carried a finery, puffed furs and fitted sleeves that put her station clear of his own. A Queen's Guard, in their glass-like plate, stood behind her. "I've found contentment is often one day short of disaster."
"So then, where are you running to this time?"
"Sailing to Kant's, I hope, and a reprieve from imminent doom."
"A reprieve?"
The Queen joined him at the railing. The Tamas scar, slotted into a bracelet in Kant's fashion around Gladdring's wrist, picked over her mood, declared the Queen wary, exhausted, and yet curious.
"We've started the greatest war the Isles will have seen in generations, all while fiends rampage. What sort of reprieve is that?"
"For a man about to see the gallows or the cold ocean, a good one." The Queen laughed, then set about to stricter questions, beginning what Gladdring assumed would be a pattern. Breakfast, coffee, then a dialogue on the deck about the skars, what Gladdring and his associates had learned, and their possibilities for turning the war quick. At the moment, the Queen held her objective as the defense of Kant's, holding its cities and pushing the Najan to stop the fighting. From there, they could look to more worldly matters, like Gladdring's own professed desire to see the Fiends wiped away with the scar's power. "You'll give me that?" Gladdring asked. "A chance to find the Fiend's source and use the skars against them?"
"If we survive that long."
Gladdring scoffed. "The Najan, even if Vassal survives, won't press us hard. Once we train your soldiers, they'll be able to burn a frigate from afar, blow an adversary to the ground, or—" Gladdring found another path, veered away from where he'd been heading. "Change their minds and turn them to your side."
"The Najan are only one enemy, Gladdring,"
the Queen said.
"There will be others."
"None so powerful." The Queen didn't reply, a long enough silence to make Gladdring doubt his own words. What adversary did she mean? Yet, before he could ask for more, she nodded and left, heading across the deck towards the raised bridge. An audience with the captain, more details and plans Gladdring wouldn't be privy to. The Queen was writing him out, and Gladdring had no other allies on the ship, save that Vis hunter, though Quick had kept to himself since the getaway. Gladdring was alone, a situation he would have to rectify. The winds rose, a name as ridiculous as any other given a ship, but one Gladdring committed to uttering with the same reverence as all the other Khants on board. The vessel had a polished exterior that gave way to a mishmash inside, with different woods, patched over doors, and new ones opened as the ship engaged in a continual resurrection. To hear the sailors tell it, and Gladdring talked more with them than anyone as the journey's second day wore on, Khants depended on the ship's legend, enough to keep retrofitting it. Every queen had to make their stamp on the wind's rose, and the one currently having an early dinner had done so with the ship's defenses. Notched along the railing at several stride intervals sat narrow ballista cannons and the taut strings to fire them. Tied ammo clusters lay next to every one, an impressive stock, and one Gladdring learned had been ordered on before the journey to Noctia. Another mark in the Queen's favor. Gladdring's random interrogations led him to the Wind's Rose's forward cabins, stocked with critical cargo, and to the Queen's Guard pair standing outside the sealed room where the skars had been stashed. Glittering, as ever, they eyed Gladdring as he approached, the man donning as friendly a smile as he could. "Good afternoon," Gladdring opened, giving each a nod in their turn. Both stared at him, offered nothing. Typical. Even the Tamas scar gave no hints, just a muted caution. "Do you know what's inside?" Again, no reaction. Gladdring tilted his head at the door. "Can I go inside?" That, at least, earned a response. One put their arm, Gladdring found it hard to declare man or woman beneath their helms, across the door, while the other put their hand on the rapier bound to the waist. "So you are alive," Gladdring said, stepping back. "I had to make sure the Queen hadn't shielded her door with statues." "What do you want, Najan?" asked the one with her hand on her sword arm. "Only to ask if you know what you're guarding, that's all. To ensure you're taking proper care." Eyes narrowed. "Skars can be very dangerous," Gladdring continued. "They hold the god's own power. One misstep, and this whole ship might be destroyed." "Then you should tell the Queen." "I have. She knows. In fact, that's why I'm here." The Tamas scar kept him talking. A door edged open by possibility, and forced the rest of the way by Gladdring's silver tongue. The Queen's Guard pair thawed as Gladdring described the skars, what they could do, how they could be wielded. Annalise's notes, their progress sessions, gave Gladdring the words to throw, the lures to cast out, and by the time he ran to the end, he knew their names, their shifts, and had the promises his guidance would be passed along. Now he had one more alliance to form, and Gladdring found his target near the prow. Quick, with little sailing knowledge, but as much restlessness as the sailors, had his gauntlets at hand as he ran through one exercise after another. Jumps, curls, flexes. It all seemed like so much work, but Gladdring let the hunter wind his way through. Quick must have noticed Gladdring standing there, buffeted by the endless breeze beneath the platinum sky, but the Vis took his time. Gladdring waited without a word, spoke only when the Vis hunter began putting on his own coats. "I haven't thanked you properly," Gladdring said, drawing little more than a curious eye from Quick. It was, to be fair, a difficult place to hold a good conversation, what with the lapping waves, the sailors calling, and the wind's endless whistles. Gladdring, though, would make the effort. "Your actions back on Noctia saved all our lives." "Thank me by saving my brother." "To hear the Queen tell it, that is already being done. What you should be worrying about now is your own skin." Those mighty brows furrowed. The Tamas scar spoke up. "Good." "The Queen is like any other ruler," Gladdring said, nodding past Quick to the ship's brow and walking that way. The hunter joined him, so they stood backs to the bridge, easily visible to anyone looking their way. She seeks to preserve her country, and will use anyone to achieve that purpose, while ridding herself of the same when their usefulness is over. As I understand it, a war is coming to Kant's. The Vis tapped the gauntlets, now hanging off his thighs. I'm useful in a fight. But after? Quick laughed. I barely know you, Gladdring, but you always seem to be scheming. Why so restless? We won. We made a good move, but the game continues. Preserving our place in it means working together, quick. Does it? Another chuffed laugh. What now, Gladdring? Who am I supposed to gut for you? Or is the Queen again planning on murdering someone who doesn't deserve it? Kill not a soul for me, quick. Not right now, and maybe not ever. As for the Queen, that I cannot say. Gladdring let the Tamas scar free as he put a hand on Quick's shoulder. What I'm asking is to watch my back, and I will watch yours. We're not cons. We are expendable. The scar found its footing, and Quick's mocking look faded to straight concern. He didn't shrug off Gladdring's hand, returned the nod. When they went to dinner at the Queen's invitation an hour later, Quick sat by Gladdring's side, a shift noticed by the ruler. And when the alarm came just past dawn that a Noctia ship approached, Quick was the first to Gladdring's cabin, waiting for a plan. Chapter 37. Bar Brawl. As stabs in the back went, Livier's came smooth and with little warning. Eujo, sitting in the one spare chair at their table, the inn's boarding room bubbling around her, reached for the offered flagon, felt a searing pain spread in her gut. Her eyes blurred, all coherent thoughts jumbling, and the Vis scar shouted nonsense in her mind. Burbling something from a dry mouth, Eujo fell off the chair and to the hard floor. Sticking from her side, like some bloody victory flag, was a Kant's dagger, silver and glittering. Eujo saw her 3 friends, all standing near the inn's prodigious dark wood bar, shout and curse as one. Bliss drew the thick root stick she'd been using as a makeshift staff and charged, dragging the weapon over her shoulder, only to have it strike a lantern in the move, shattering glass and spraying burning oil across the floor. From her angle, Eujo found the blazing splashes mesmerizing, their sparks threatening to take her back. The skars wouldn't have it. Not just the Vis, but all of them. The Fodi, Rana, Went, and Kant stone slotted around her wrist, snatched at Eujo's attention, her energy, both giving and taking what they could in desperate attempts to do something. Eujo wanted to let go, sink into the dull death veil the dagger, probably poisoned, was drawing over her. But her friends engaged the assassins. They fought for her. Letting the skars cut loose might well kill them all, and Wax, Torny, Bliss didn't deserve to die for Eujo. The bandit and her Vis friend, her more than friend, found fighting first against Livier and the woman who hadn't stabbed Eujo. Bliss's staff gave her reach, the initial downward slam breaking into a straight-on push at Livier, who used his Kant's robes to misdirect, let the push sweep right on by to let him get within a rapier's strike. Only for the man to fly aside, as if shoved by some invisible god's hand. Which was, Eujo realized, exactly what happened. The Kant scar's residue crackled in Eujo's arm, her long day's muscles already exhausted and aching. Livier would be aching too, as his flight sent him crashing into another table, empty aside from chairs, as the inn's more civilized occupants fled. Torny danced with her opponent, daggers out and flashing as their boots stamped on, slipped over the burning oil. Behind them, Wax had his sword drawn, but seemed lost as to where to turn, who to fight. The man wasn't a warrior, was barely a vis hunter. This wasn't his place. Eujo tried to speak up, tell her friends to run, an attempt cut off by new, biting agony. The dagger in her side lifted free, pulled out by the third assassin. Eujo curled her head, saw her own blood dripping off the knife's edge, saw the cold eyes behind the one who wielded it as she studied Eujo, looking for those signs life would soon be gone. The skars surged again, went winning out this time, demanding a chance, and Eujo let it go. Wood cracked, the floor beneath her, beneath Eujo's killer, roiling, as though the ground had become a wave. Splinters flew, the assassin fell, and Eujo herself slid away, tumbling to a rest halfway across the inn. Flat on her back, the fighting in easy view, Eujo instead focused on the purple-red line following her trip across the inn. Too much blood. Too much for any vis scar. Bliss, to the blood streak's right, swung her staff at the assassin pressing tourney. The spunky bandit's knife work wasn't up to Kant's killer's standards, and her arms bore a desperate defense's telltale scratches. The root slammed the assassin's left shoulder, sent the killer into a sprawl through the burning oil, which finally found its purchase, illuminating the silver and blue Kant's robes in a blaze. The third assassin took no notice of her colleague's disaster, instead throwing the drawn dagger she'd pulled free from Eujo. The knife, in the unerring awfulness earned by long practice, jammed into Bliss's side, spinning the vis into a half-crouch. As Tourney cursed, dashed at the third killer, Bliss dropped the staff and pulled the knife free, now wet with new blood. Sorry, Bliss. Eujo wanted to speak the words. Would have, if her throat wasn't so damn dry, if her body wasn't so tired. Still, the vis scar worked, attacked her wounds with as much skill as the assassins brought against her friends. Eujo found the next breath easier than the last, and if death might be inevitable, it wasn't right then, right now. Livier must have thought the same, as the man rose up behind Bliss, rapier drawn and hunting for a fatal stab. Wax flew in, the brother at last rising to his sister's aid, like some diving bird, an almost shadow in the smoke. Wax's sword flashed, forced Livier into a counter, the vis doing something smart and letting his momentum overpower the lithe Kant's, pushing Livier into the same table he'd struck a second ago. Wait, the smoke? The burning oil had found more than the assassin's robe. The billowing black flew up into the inn ceiling, roiling back down among them as wood beams became the second course to the floor's appetizer. If the assassins didn't kill them all soon, the inn itself might do the job. Eujo pressed her right hand down, tried to rise, and settled for a crawl. One along her own blood, towards the enraged Tourney, dueling with the rapier-wielding, dagger-throwing assassin. Tourney, at least, had the right idea of it, using her daggers to bat aside the rapier's stabs and step in close. The bandit scored a hit as Eujo made her second lunge, a quick jab along the assassin's leg, sudden red marring the dirty white robes. A hit that cost her. The assassin clamped her right rapier-wielding arm against the leg, trapping Tourney's wrist and its dagger against the torn robes. With her left hand, the assassin grabbed Tourney's other wrist, one left too close with the leaning stab, and snapped it. A howled curse, the clatter of a dropped knife, and the assassin moved her hand in a fingertip stab at Tourney's throat. The skars spoke again, and Eujo let them. Rana swept up the burning oil, the few droplets left, and flung them at the assassin, the tiny molten missiles lancing into the killer's face, burning through her robes and breaking off the attack. The assassin stumbled away, batting at the oil, her back turning long enough for Torny to use the opening, the bandit's remaining dagger at last finding a home. "Stop!" Livier, his voice no longer so pointed, so polite, shouted above the chaos. "The madness ends here, while your lives are still yours." Eujo followed the looks, saw Wax, disarmed and bleeding, standing with a small knife to his throat. Livier, equally bloodied, held the vis hostage, not a smidge of craze, of desperation in the man's stance. His two friends, associates, lay dead or dying on the inn's floor. The one who'd caught fire lay motionless as those flames feasted. But Livier gave them not one glance. Instead, he caught Torny, Eujo, and the stumbling Bliss in his look. "We leave now, and you have a chance at life," Livier continued. "Leave your weapons and go." Torny aimed a wavering dagger at the man, the bandit's body disappearing amid the smoke. "Too late for that. Going to kill you instead." "No," Eujo said, her voice a meek thing, but loud enough over the crackle. "He's right. Run." The Kant Skar whispered possibilities. Eujo listened. A breeze rose, whipping the flames to new heights, but sweeping the smoke out through the inn's open doors, left ajar by frantic flight. Torny didn't seem moved by Eujo's command, but Bliss, easy to see in her halting, bleeding steps, drew a stronger response. The bandit ran for the vis, caught Bliss as she fell, and pulled her towards the inn's exit. "Sorry, Eujo," Torny said as she moved Bliss, Livier and Wax walking after. "Wasn't how this was supposed to go." Eujo tried to smile, failed. The vis scar's early advances against her wound faltered, as Eujo's own strength went to the other stones. The pain spread, a poison's classic burn sending aches along her nerves. The spreading fire's heat, too, added its own sear. As a way to die, this had to be among the worst, but at least her friends, at least... Livier coughed, the knife faltering. Wax drove an elbow into the assassin's gut and dove, landed at Eujo's side, sliding a battered shoulder beneath the Kant's queen's left arm. Before she could ask Wax why he was doing something so stupid, the vis renewal planted his left hand on the inn's floor, and the whole building lurched. Wood cracked, and the ground itself surged beneath them, tossing Eujo and Wax towards and through the inn's front door. They smacked into Torny and Bliss, scattering the foursome onto the frozen street beyond. Eujo flopped onto her back, looked up at the inn's pyre rising high into the dark, clouded sky. For the moment, the cold salved her burned and bloody body, the vis scar muttering its approval at the change in scenery, in the removal of so many death-dealing elements. To her right, Wax, coughing up more smoke, struggled to stand. On Eujo's left, Bliss lay still, with Torny cursing, trying to turn the vis upright. And around them, a whole town chattering, calling for water, wondering what was going on. "No way," Wax muttered, kneeling over Eujo. She followed his look to the inn's door, wreathed in flame, and the silhouette lurching out between its beams. "He can't." Livier, his robes cast off, and standing in little more than a torched shift, stumbled free, 2 long steps before he landed, face first, on the hard ground. "Look at that, Wax," Eujo whispered, townspeople clustering, the first offers of help, of wrapped bandages and warm resting places, pouring in. "We won." Wax's ash-smeared face, bleeding gashes, and tired eyes seemed only to wonder at the cost. Chapter 38. What Chance Remains. The cold wet woke her, the way it pressed against Annalise's cheek and left a slime trail at its touch. The scientist's eyes saw only dirt when they opened, mottled soil with scattered leaves mixed in. A worm wending its way in the early morning. No bird song, but a sniff. Deeper, louder than a human's, than a wet dog's. Annalise turned her head towards the sound. Her body ached, demanded water. Her nose, crusted over, blocked any smells. Her ears and eyes, though, told her what she needed to know. A giant, gray-purple cat with 6 legs eyed her. The cat's mouth lingered open, revealing fangs that'd do exactly what they promised to Annalise, given the chance. A pink tongue drooped. The cat leaned closer. Terror found its hold, kicking away sleep's stranglehold, and Annalise sat up in a sudden jerk. The cat, the Hanako, Annalise found the word, edged back. Cautious, a trait that might have saved Annalise's own life. For now. She had no weapons, no knowledge about how the Hanako fought, hunted, feared. Annalise did, though, have the skars, and she felt them waking up with her. Whispers, curious, and, in Fodi's case, demanding. The Hanako approached again, lead paw rising for what looked like a severe swat. "Stay back," Annalise said, a rasp the Hanako ignored. The cat couldn't brush off the Fodi scar and its fire so easily. Annalise didn't let the scar go wild, tamping down the rush as the scar flooded heat through her fingers, fire sprouting up from the earth in small geysers. The heat, light, gave the Hanako enough evidence that this wasn't a meal worth fighting for, and the cat, hissing, turned tail and ran. "Told you," Annalise muttered, pulling herself up to a stand and brushing the dirt off her, well, dirty dinner clothes. The sunny morning broke through with more warmth than the scientist had felt in weeks. Perhaps a sign winter might be tilting towards its inevitable, wonderful end. The silent birds returned to chirping as the Hanako fled, their little forms dashing between the trees above. Those tweets added to the gurgling from her own stomach, a reality Annalise couldn't dismiss, despite the beauty around her. The Najan were her confirmed enemies now, planning to either kill her or send her back to Gladdring's. No, Gladdring had to be dead. Vassal, then. Towers, to labor with the stones. Teshiva, an ally of chance, was probably dead too, given the Modelan attack, Veritress's planned ambush. If the hunters from both cities had been wiped out or sent fleeing, and if Veritress was right about a Najan force heading this way, then Vis wasn't a safe isle anymore. Annalise almost laughed right there at the thought of crossing the jungle on foot, making for Svard's old cabin. What a dumb idea that had been. So where? And with what? Annalise still had her necklace, the scars within it. Nothing more than that anymore. Her remaining stones had been back at the Najan outpost, set in a small lockbox near her cot. That had been smashed open by now, most likely, meaning any return would be both suicidal and pointless. Which left the way she'd been going, a stumbling trek north and east, to the coast, to Modelan, and there to a ship, one that would either bring Annalise home to Went, or, if ice still blocked the sea lanes, to Kant's. There, at least, was an isle that wouldn't accept Najan control lightly. Annalise could barter her knowledge for protection, for food and water. With a direction decided, the scientist started off, picking through ferns and around mushrooms as she walked. Every plant offered a potential meal, but Annalise hadn't studied Vis enough to know which were safe and which would make her more miserable than she already was. At least the sun shone bright enough to follow, its place along the sky giving Annalise a good idea which way was north. Long walks in the woods seemed to be the same as long walks in the Went Mountains or the Noctia streets. A chance to reset herself, to ask what Annalise was doing and why. Her initial goal, save the world at Gladdring's behest, was so distant now as to be a delusion. Her Went lab, its inventions, some that would have used the skars to great effect, felt equally impossible. Survival, maybe with a side of stiff ale, ranked at the top and shoved all other dreams aside. That sole focus held her through the day, till, sometime in the early afternoon, she stumbled through a fern bank onto a wide, eastward path. Wide enough for carts to pass and deserted, but the packed earth suggested recent travel. Only one thing that might be. Her eastward turn and an hour's walk along it brought new sounds, ones Annalise was closing in on. Groans, shuffling steps, and muted conversation. The scientist slowed as the path scaled further, curling around dense tree pockets in a wind uphill. Right now, Annalise figured she hadn't yet been seen. But her stomach still gurgled, her throat burned, and the Vis scar keeping her minor wounds at bay whispered for more. Banded together, her energy flagged. Her legs took heavy steps. If Annalise fell asleep, alone, near the path, she might never wake up. Better a chance than none at all. She broke into a stumbling run, setting her battered shoes one step before the other, dodging marred ground. Around another curve waited her salvation, stopping their own journey at the approaching steps. A salvation that was, seemingly, 15 or so Vis in various ruin. Annalise slowed her approach as she took in disaster. 3 lay on stretchers made with bamboo and thatched branches, carried by others, while still more limped, wounds bleeding through makeshift bandages. A few scant pouches and water skins throughout the group gave little hope of refreshment. This was a lost force, the casualties making a desperate retreat towards home. "Who are you?" called one, his left arm limp, but otherwise healthier than the others. He drew a hardwood club from his waist, brandished it towards her. "You don't look like a Vis." "I'm not," Annalise replied, running variables in her head, making a decision. "But I'm not your enemy." "Seems like everyone's our enemy these days." The man didn't lower the club. "What are you doing here, then?" "Running from the same place you are, I think. The Najan tried to hurt me, too." A calculated drop there. Annalise wasn't sure the Najan had inflicted these wounds, but the man's slow nod confirmed her suspicions. "Why?" the man asked. "You have no weapons. What would—" "Knowledge. The Najan fear anyone who wants to help the Isle stay free." "And you would travel with us, Knowledge Giver? Even after seeing we are hunted?" "Better than alone." The man glanced up the path. "There's an inn not an hour's walk away from here, though we'll take 3 at least. You can go on ahead. We'll not stop you." The Hanako dashed through Annalise's head. "Better with you than alone, if you'll have me." "They're cowards," Reth snarled as they walked, he and Annalise taking up the group's rear. "The Najan waited until we were tired and bloody, struck while we were tying up the Kidai captives. Most of us died quick. The rest of us ran." "They didn't chase?" Reth's grip tightened on the club. one that had yet to find its way back to the cloth loop, serving as its home.
They did. There were more of us, brave souls who stood back to buy us time. That they've not caught up, says they never will.
You think the Isle's lost, then?
Reth huffed, nodded at the wounded before him.
This is strong, but we're not an isle of armies. The Najan will place a yoke upon us, and as long as it's not too tight, we'll accept it. Our mothers want to raise our sons and daughters, not bury them.
And the Fiends, at least, will have new enemies.
Reth said nothing to that, and Annalise let the conversation die. Her throat could use the break anyway. Minutes passed, the sun slipping near westward canopies. Green became orange and purple. The jungle symphony softened, and a new sound rose to replace it. A metal one. Reth cursed, gave a whistle, and the group picked up its pace, groans only growing.
We're close enough now. With a push,
Reth said.
We can make it.
Annalise didn't need to ask what jangling metal meant. Najan, approaching quick. How those soldiers could run this long after a day's fighting, in such heavy armor, seemed a mystery, but they were coming. And with their arrival, Annalise saw an opportunity, one she greeted with a fatalist's gleam.
Reth, stay near me,
Annalise said, turning around. Behind them, the path carried on down 20 strides or so to the next curve. By the sounds, the Najan would be rounding that turn in moments.
I'll need you to catch me when I fall.
When you fall?
The Modeland hunter might not have understood, but he did as Annalise asked. Why he'd trust a non-vis only a couple hours after meeting her, Annalise didn't have to wonder. The Tamas scar in her necklace had done its job, nudging Reth with every word she spoke to bring him around to her side. She saw now why Gladdring put so much stock in the small topaz. While the wounded Modeland continued their slow flight, the Najan pursuit arrived bathed in purple shadows. Their armor didn't gleam anymore, covered with dust and blood. Annalise counted 8, and among them only 3 chakrams. The rest carried volges and stolen vis spears. Ramshackle as they might have been, though, their murderous intent was clear. They approached without words, with weapons drawn.
Ready?
Annalise asked.
I don't know what you're planning, but I swear I am ready for it.
So, too, was the went scar. Annalise bent down, the Najan only a few strides away, those first chakram sliding off the backs. When her fingers touched ground, Annalise let the scar loose. Like a thunderstorm bursting within her heart, the went scar took Annalise's anger, fear, and hope, and sent it crashing forward. The path buckled, fissures spreading from Annalise's fingers like earthbound lightning. The Najan faltered, fell as the cracks reached their metal boots. Upon contact, as if the Najan themselves acted as a catalyst, the cracks widened, flinging rocks high into the sky and swallowing up the soldiers. Pits appeared where none stood before, and as the soldiers fell in, cursing, screaming, calling for help, the earth shut back over them, burying the Najan in mounds. Annalise saw all this, directed none of it, the went scar shouting in her head a wordless victory. But she held herself steady, kept her hand touching the path till the last Najan disappeared. When the purple and black armor vanished, Annalise slumped, but she never touched the broken earth. Chapter 39. To the Silver Sea. The gods weren't all that creative. Ami came to the conclusion, just like Fassel and his adepts might bring about a renewal. Evidence, gathered piece by piece. The Guardian descended off the plateau, flanked by the firewalker who'd brought her here, and noted, beyond her sweat, cracked earth similar to Fodi's lava wastes. A scorched sky, nonetheless, holding slight clouds. A hot breeze, like the dry summers Ami had known. Molten metal's familiar smell, biting at her nose as the firewalker shifted to give Ami space. All those obsidian crowns sparkled, seeming to float among the burning bodies. The firewalkers wore no clothes here, rising instead as burning shapes. A glance back towards the pool and the portal confirmed more constructs under assembly, more approaching. Safe passage through the water waiting beyond.
Must have been a rough surprise the first time through,
Ami said, her escort's black head flickering blue sparks in reply. Whatever that meant. Still, Ami collected answers around her with every step. As she left the plateau, 2 carved stones rose on either side, taller even than the firewalkers themselves. Sigils she didn't know ran around the obsidian, the carved edges smoothed over, the rock melting as the artist signed the words. Warnings to any hoping to explore the portal, or mementos to the ones who'd already tried. The firewalker mass revealed more of itself, the creatures not just waiting around the portal, but crafting some society. The games Ami had seen back in the pool's chamber played here, too. Round rocks kicked in steaming circles, others throwing objects into the air to get struck by well-timed flail blows, and others stood in patterned lines with their obsidian crowns flashing at one another in repeating bursts. Ami slowed at the sights, the heat building as she moved deeper into the crowd. A wondrous look at first, a marvel at the second, faded now to concern for herself.
Why am I here?
Ami asked the firewalker by her side. In that moment, she resolved to give the thing a name. Spark seemed suitable, obvious enough. Thus dubbed, Spark reached its right mid-arm forward, pointing over the crowd to the distinct dark shapes rumbling across the land. Their heavy stomps made the ground tremble, a soft shake Ami hadn't noticed, till she connected their motion with the vibrations in her thick boots.
What, you want me to see those?
Ami laughed, one that turned into a cough as the dry heat snatched at her throat.
They look a little far away, Spark. Not sure I can make it that far and back.
Spark seemed to have anticipated the reply, as its arm swung lower and leftward, towards a spot free of firewalkers, though not of their ash metal constructs. These contained the flame-spouting monsters Ami had seen on the other side, but those were tiny compared to the other machinations resting here. Among towering cylinders, squat iron balls, and sledge-like platforms, Spark led Ami near 2 silent, looming things that had looping lines running along what seemed like a band of knives across their bases. Ami stared up at the closer one, at the odd nodules springing off its sides. Vents perforated metal slabs. Several cylinders shot towards the sky. Spikes jutted at odd angles, as if the vehicle needed to fend off some giant hand making for a grab. Which, for all Ami knew, it did. Spark rested its own hand on a charred ring halfway along the metal beast, a burning outline tracing its fingers before flowing along carved channels to a circular door. Once the heat completed the circle, some latch inside popped with an audible hiss. The entry swung in, and Spark stepped well back, waving for Ami to go inside. The idea that she was about to walk into an oven with a giant burning flame crossed Ami's mind, and she made a silent prayer to Fodi that those vents would keep the Guardian alive. Still, turning back now was the sort of thing she just didn't do. You couldn't come this far and only now get scared. Svard had stumbled deep into the dark below and hadn't turned back. Ami could do this. For Katya. For the Isles. Walking on metal brought unfamiliar sounds. Ones, like the scar whispers in her mind, Ami ignored as she clomped into the construct. A lever litany ran around her, the machine's shape translating into basic box interior, uninteresting save for one thing. The lever heads, all of them, glittered with raw ruby stones, with Fodi skars. Heat behind her made Ami advance further into the construct, Spark doing the kind thing and waiting for Ami to retreat to the back corner. Vents surrounded her, each offering a sliced view of the outside world, of the firewalkers moving again to make a path away. Spark's entry did just what Ami had feared. The air went from hot to sweltering to suffocating. Her vision blurred, her wet clothes finding nowhere to shove the heat to, and Ami sank to her knees. Until, with a gentle sigh, the heat drained away. Fast enough to feel like a wind, and so thorough Ami shivered as she refocused her eyes. Spark stood at the construct's front, hands on 4 levers and starting to work them in tandem. How those levers... the skars. The firewalkers used those skars to suck the heat away. Ami shook her head, cursing once again her home's utter lack of ingenuity. That these firewalkers were so far ahead of the 7 Isles seemed again obvious, and what it spelled for Ami's home wasn't good. Then again, at least Vassal would get what's coming to him. Spark's efforts cranked the construct to life. A rumble, a squeal, then both repeated time and again. Those knife treads found homes in the stone, every dig carving into the rock and sending the construct spinning around, then shooting forward. A lurching, uneven ride at first, a smoother one minutes later as the machine found its groove. Spark kept working the levers, a fast push and pull dance, like swinging a sword through a routine or sailing a ship. The view beyond the firewalkers became placid red and brown rock, dusted and cracked. Obsidian flakes dotted the landscape along with random stones, as if something large had chucked boulders here and there without regard for pattern or purpose. No plant dared contest the heat. No stream, water or otherwise, offered a break in the scenery. Canyons and mountains didn't exist, and what hills there were rose and fell like bumps, less a natural creation than some mistake in a monstrous process. "How can you live in a place like this?" Ami asked. Spark's obsidian slate rotated on the firewalker's body, a feat Ami hadn't seen before, but that shouldn't have surprised her. The firewalkers didn't seem to have bones like she did, nor blood. Whatever force powered their life didn't need muscles, so why not have a free-floating head? The flashes didn't answer that question, or any other, and after the gold cadence ended, Spark turned itself back to the front and the narrow slit, offering a view of their path. Time proved hard to measure. The sky never dipped towards darkness or grew to a brighter day. Ami herself tracked hours by the growing growls in her stomach, the thirst in her throat. She hadn't packed for a long trip, for anything more than carting the uniforms to the firewalkers' camp, and now her comfort depended on one thing: the vis skars embedded in her faceplate. The magical godstones salved her itches, soothed her burns, and quieted Ami's desire to eat. That those efforts wouldn't let Ami live forever was a fact she tried to ignore. Spark, perhaps, realized Ami's existence wasn't eternal. The knife treads descended from a constant churn to individual slaps as the machine came to a halt, shuddering to a stop smooth enough Ami didn't even fall over. She'd been on Najan carts with worse drivers. One more mark in the Firewalker's favor. The exit opened with Spark's hand, and this time Ami followed the Firewalker out onto another dusty plain. She'd spent the ride looking behind them and hadn't seen any trace of coming changes. So when Ami matched Spark's look beyond the construct's front, her whistle broke the grinding air. The endless stone ended. Not more than a dozen strides away, the rock vanished into a roiling silver sea. Familiar waves crested and slammed against the earth, at once defying that familiarity in the way their shimmering swirls coated everything the liquid touched. The sea itself stretched to the horizon, bending in against the rock in the distance. An attack against the land. "What is it?" Ami said, venturing past the Firewalker towards the royal. Spark made no move to stop her, and Ami closed, found a splatter leaking near her, and bent down for a closer look. The glob separated and reformed, running into cracks amid the ground. As more waves struck, the silver built up, running into and overflowing the rocks, never evaporating, never soaking into the surface. Beautiful, strange. Ami reached for one, quivering near her booted toe. The yank sent her flying back, the sudden heat flaring against her. Ami hit hard, winced, and saw sparks stomping away. Red embers flared across the Firewalker's obsidian, their meaning clear enough. "Don't touch. Got it," Ami said, pushing up to her feet and stopping halfway. A new sound approached, a familiar hissing grind like the other Firewalker constructs. Her feet shook, the ground trembling. Ami and Spark both followed the sound to the right, to the giant spindly thing marching up the coastline. Several long legs, each driven by a piston, slammed into the stone with every step, the piston's head sliding down the metal leg to strike the ground. When it did, a loud hiss erupted, and the silver building up amid the cracks launched sky and seaward, splashing back into the shimmering miasma. As the construct moved, raising the first piston leg, a second followed, striking the same point and spraying a thick mud down amid the ground. Ami and Spark waited another several steps, the construct continuing its march along the coast, before she could see what the machine had left behind. A thick sludge, forced into the same cracks the shining silver had been conquering before. This time, Spark didn't stop Ami from touching the hardening leftover. This time, Ami didn't need to ask what was going on. She'd seen a wind-swept world getting blown apart. She'd seen all the Firewalkers waiting by the pool, by the portal. The lands behind these shimmering gates were dying, and even the Firewalkers, with all their miracles, couldn't save their own. "But if you're all collapsing now, then," Ami muttered, turning back to Spark, to the construct, and, far off, the way home. Every fiend would be coming, because they had no choice, nowhere else to go. The 7 Isles would be getting very crowded. Chapter 40. Noctia's Night. Nobody caught a Kant's vessel on the run. That truth, as immutable as Gladdring's desire for something sweet with his morning coffee, had stood all his decades until today. Until he followed Quick and the curious Kant soldiers, sailors, and Queen's assistants to the deck, and saw their pursuit slicing across heavy waves in the dawn sky. The cutter's purple and black flag, Noctia's jagged golden ring centered on the waving fabric, caught the sun's early light, a damning beacon.
"Less than half our size," Quick said as they jostled, found their position against the railing. "We have to have more soldiers here." "Which worries me." "Our having more soldiers worries you?" The hunter spoke sharp, alert, and curious. He'd either slept well the night before, or beat Gladdring to that needed bitter tonic. Good. The Tenet would need the vis today. "The Najan wouldn't pursue or attack unless they saw victory," Gladdring said. "Otherwise, they would be desperate, and relying on that is a fool's tactic." Quick leaned further over the railing, gripping the wood and staring, as if answers could be found amid the approaching black ship. And maybe they could, but not to Gladdring's eyes. The Tenet backed off, stumbled as a wave sent the deck slipping, and caught himself on the door inside. Lanterns swayed in the halls, commands joined their creaks, and Gladdring heard what he wanted. "Where are you going?" Quick asked as Gladdring shoved off, towards the ship's aft. "To the only person here that matters." The order calling the Queen's Guard aft proved the right one to follow, and Gladdring found the Queen surrounded by her protectors, looking at the Kant's cutter now racing in behind them. Ballista and crossbows abounded, a ranged arsenal setting up for a first volley. Some aid slid sculpted Kant's armor over the Queen's shoulders, clipped plates onto her legs and feet. No such protection waited for Gladdring, not that he'd wear it. Anything heavy on the sea tended to take its wearer to the bottom. While Quick watched with a look shifting between confusion and stoic amusement, Gladdring shoved his substantial self through the Queen's Guard until he neighbored his target, an achievement made clear when he noticed the Queen's flickering right hand delivering a "don't kill this man" signal. "I come to offer counsel," Gladdring began, eyes on the Najan ship, trying to gauge the distance by the spraying water off its prow.
"Then offer it."
Iron as ever. At least the Queen was consistent.
"They think they will win," Gladdring said. "This—"
"I know. The question is how, Gladdring. Could they possibly pack so many soldiers in that tiny ship to take us?"
"Unlikely. Less than 2 squads could fit in one of those with any comfort."
As Gladdring spoke, the Queen raised her left hand high. Around them, crossbows raised. Ballista slotted on the rear railing, soldiers sighting their shots.
"Then what is Vassal sending after me?"
"No Najan ship could catch the wind's rose. Not with our lead,"
Gladdring spoke, unraveling the truth as the Tamas scar found the Queen's icy demeanor only skin deep. The woman shared Gladdring's own fear.
"They—"
A whistle from the Queen's left side, and the Royal dropped her hand. A hard stroke, one committing to a war perhaps inevitable, but not quite real until this moment. Gladdring found his words dying as bolts small and large streaked into the cool wind. The missiles were too tiny to sink the Najan ship, but would massacre anyone on her decks, steering her rudder, shaping her sails. Or they would have, if the dark darts didn't swerve, sink straight into the tumbling waves. Down to the last one, the missiles flew off course. Gasps, curses, and clanking cranks followed.
"It seems we should have taken all the skars, Gladdring,"
the Queen said.
"And Noctia found someone, or someones, who know how to use them, the Tenet replied. I think it's time we bring our own to bear.
Who would wield them? You?
Before Gladdring could suggest that, yes, he would take that honor upon himself, the Queen sharpened her stare. He followed the look, noticed the Najan bow wasn't empty any longer. A single form stood there, clad in purple and black, silver blonde hair streaking out like the sea spray behind her.
Of course, the Queen said. Gladdring, the skars siphon your will, yes?
For heavier duties.
Aim for the lady! Send every shot at her! And don't quit until she's down!
Another round went forth, the shots less scattered, but no more effective. The bolts neared the woman before flying askew, a couple lodging into the cutter's heavy hull with thunks loud enough to confirm how quick the Najan ship was closing the distance.
How many rounds, Gladdring, before she falls?
The Queen asked.
Hard to say, but we know now how they're catching us. If they're using her Khan's scar to speed their journey and deflect your shots, she can't have much left.
Worth risking my ship and soldiers for?
Gladdring frowned.
My Queen, you've already risked them. The Najan will take their scars, and the rest of us will be left to die in these waters.
Another round, more bolts, and the same effect, save one thing. The woman slouched, her hands catching the Najan cutter's prow. The downcast turn, the determined set, gave Gladdring the clue he needed to know her. The Noctia renewal. Cast away from her mission by Fassel's declaration, held up in his esteem nonetheless. Gladdring tried to recall how many isles she'd conquered before being recalled, how many scars she might have.
Who's that behind her?
The Queen asked, after calls to ready blades, prepare for a boarding.
A prisoner,
Gladdring muttered, seeing the familiar shift he'd worn not all that long ago. Behind the shriveled man came another Najan soldier, prodding the prisoner towards their ship's prow with the end of a volge. As they neared, with Khan's fire coming at will now, the bolts continuing to fly wide of their approaching target, the Noctia renewal cast her left hand back, reaching, it seemed, for the prisoner. Reaching soon for nothing but dust. Gladdring gaped as the man, his shift, dissipated like a morning fog. No sudden fall, no struggling collapse, only a wide-eyed, open-mouthed look before the prisoner ceased to be. Behind the vanished man, the Najan guard put up his volge, turned, and descended into the lower deck's relative safety. The renewal stood tall once more, a vibrant flush coloring her face.
What was that? The Queen asked. Gladdring, what did she...
I don't know, but I suggest we leave.
Gladdring began his backstep, sidling behind a Queen's guard.
My Queen, please.
And go where, Gladdring? One of the fishing boats?
The Queen turned, glared his way, as Gladdring retreated through the ranks, looking every bit the fierce leader she was supposed to be, until flame wiped the world away. Gladdring came to when his arm caught on a dead man's blade, the rapier free from its sheath and shattered, the broken point cutting a new red line near the Tenet's elbow. The cut only happened because Gladdring was moving, his body sliding along slick wood. No, not sliding.
It would help if you moved,
Quick said, the hunter grunting as he yanked Gladdring further along the foundering vessel. That Gladdring heard Quick's voice at all over the screams, the orders, the first sounds of steel meeting steel, came because the hunter crouched low as he pulled. The reason why whistled overhead, Najan fire making standing a sure way to die. Gladdring tried wriggling his fingers, toes, found his limbs all there, and offered a quick thanks to Noctia that he hadn't yet joined her realm. The Tenet didn't need to ask Quick what had happened, why he'd survived. The Kant's vessel's broken aft, much of it burning, offered all the answers. Bodies lay scattered about, some few sailors trying to pull wounded away, while Kant soldiers struggled to meet Najan scaling ropes tossed onto the few ends not too burned to hold grapples. The black-clad death dealers climbed with crossbow fire at their backs, Volges ready to spear at the front, a lethal combo claiming too many lives as Gladdring and Quick continued their retreat.
"You fled right on time,"
Quick said as they left the rear deck behind. The hunter scampered further ahead than Gladdring, stood while pressing himself to the rising cabins and top-deck structure.
"The guards in front of you took the blast. Only ash remained."
Luck? Or had he suspected what was coming? Gladdring shook off the question, joined Quick on his feet. Pain sprinkled in, his body realizing Gladdring wasn't quite dead, but could be quite a lot better if he salved some new burns, that cut, and more than a few splinters.
"The Najan's using her skars against us,"
Gladdring said, looking for the Queen amid the wreckage and not seeing any sign.
"Figured that part out myself,"
Quick replied.
"Think we ought to get some of our own?"
The Tamas scar and Gladdring's robes, a relief to find the stone still there, confirmed Quick's question came from confidence, not from fear. The hunter thought there was still a fight to be had here, a victory to be claimed.
"We take what we can and run."
Gladdring pushed the vis on. They passed by panicked, raging Khans heading the other way. They stumbled, slid, as the damaged ship struggled with waves. Overhead, once mighty sails burned like the world's greatest candle, flaming canvas falling around the pair. Not a soul questioned their path, threw them a look, or issued a challenge.
"Their queen is dead or missing,"
Quick said when they reached the Scar's room and found it unguarded.
"What else is there but vengeance?" "Don't talk like some dire sage,"
Gladdring sniped back, trying the door's handle and finding it locked.
"They're letting emotion lose them the war before it even starts."
He stepped back, waved at the door.
"Break this down, please."
"You think I'm just muscle?"
"I think if we expect me to get this open, we'll both be very dead."
Quick huffed, but did as Gladdring asked, throwing his shoulder into the door once. The wood buckled, but held. Another strike cracked through, and a third, this time delivered with the gauntlets, left a shattered mess clinging to warped hinges. Quick winced, favored his charging shoulder.
"Grab some vis scars and you'll be fine,"
Gladdring said, stepping through. The satchels, each with its separated plunder, sat in sealed crates amid the room. Quick didn't need to be ordered a second time, instead working his gauntlets to break each one open. The splintering wood added its sounds to growing groans and quieting screams, battle cries. One battle ending, and another, the ship's fight with the sea, getting into full swing.
"Take those 4. I'll handle these."
Gladdring directed Quick to the satchels holding Fodi, Rana, Went, and Vis. The Tenet would get Kant's, Noctia, and Tamas.
"Then we hope the Queen wasn't lying about those lifeboats."
Gladdring hoisted the first satchel, the Noctia scars within no light burden, but one desperation would let him carry. The second required a squat and a grunt, but before Gladdring lifted the third, Quick's curse called his attention. The young woman who'd forced a war stood in the broken door, looking untouched and far from tired for all the efforts the Khans had made.
"So many have tried to kill you, Gladdring,"
the woman said, her voice venom.
"Now it's my turn."
Chapter 41. Intermission's End. By the third day, there'd been 5 attempts and 0 murders. Livier, despite his wounds, had been on either side of them all, which was why he now laid on the flimsy straw mat with hands and feet tied. Eujo sat across the spare room, more of a closet by Kant's royal standards, and relished the man's glare.
"If you weren't such a monster, maybe I'd let you try the scar,"
Eujo said, as Livier roused himself in the late afternoon.
"Can't argue they don't work."
"You'd be dead by now if they didn't."
The man's voice sounded like a snake's dying hiss, one soothed a minute later as he bent over and slurped some snowmelt from a pallid dish. Like a dog, though Livier deserved worse. Torny sided with Eujo on that, but Wax insisted Livier might have some use. Eujo would bet more on Wax's reluctance to add another body to his list. Nevertheless, this was a big day, a big moment, because Eujo herself was well enough, thanks to those skars and more judicious dressing changes, food, and drink, to interrogate the assassin, and Livier himself seemed ready to withstand it.
"Aren't I lucky?"
Eujo said, starting to stand up from the rickety chair in her corner, only to drop back at an aching protest, her body not quite ready for the intimidating walk.
"For now, I'm going to have to trust you'll tell me the truth. None of that Kant's tongue-twisting. No bending words, or I'll let Torny back in here so she can gut you."
"Is Torny the brat with the dagger?"
"The one she dearly loved to shove into your stomach, yes."
"I like her."
Livier's grin had a sickly cast. Eujo let it slide off her. The man had no power here, not unless she gave some away.
"How much she likes you depends on what you tell me now,"
Eujo said.
"Let me guess. You want to know everything."
"To start?"
Livier laid back on the mat, eyes venturing towards the wood ceiling, boards that could use a refresher. The whole house met the barely there standards for survival in a remote Tamas town, a refuge bought and paid for by blood money, by the rapiers, knives, and tools of Livier and the dead assassins. The weapons gave Eujo, Wax, and the others shelter and food for a week. At the end of that time, well, Eujo planned to go after the Tamas scar, and Livier would likely be burned in another pyre. The assassin, though, seemed to think he had a way out. The confessional began with a short nod at nothing. Then words flowed, slowing here and there for Eujo to get in a question, a jab, or just a sigh. Because the whole damn thing was so stupid. The queen, the elder queen, wanted the skars to shore up Kant's in the face of what, she was sure, would be coming war between the isles. Went and Rana had been heating up their fighting, and the Najan were getting more aggressive in their territory claims. While the queen suspected there was something more to the stones, the Najan certainly seemed possessive of the things. The skars were more a tool to be bartered with.
Vassal, she thought, would leave Kant alone if she had more skars to trade, Livier said.
"I had 4, Livier. 4 skars when my own guards turned on me. How much time was that supposed to buy?"
"A convenient bonus, that's all. Your life was the real prize, and sole control of the isle."
"Until they picked another queen?"
Livier shook his head, the straw rustling beneath his frayed, burned hair.
"Kant's wouldn't during a renewal. The queen would push it off, ensure she had full control as long as she needed it. You out of the way would hand her sole power."
"She never even asked me. Maybe I'd like her plan." Cooperation's never been her style, Eujo. She won't share with you or anyone unless forced to.
Livier didn't know anything more about the Queen's plans, save that capturing Eujo became a higher priority after the Najan ended the renewal. The last missive that had found Livier, waiting when they landed on Tamas, suggested the skars were even more valuable than suspected, that Eujo couldn't be allowed to fall into Najan hands.
As if I'd let them take me,
Eujo muttered.
A risk the Queen can't accept, which is why I'm here, and why more will come after I disappear. Accept it or not, Eujo, your life is forfeit. I don't accept it, and anyone following you is going to wind up just the same. You're defiant now, but as the hours, days, maybe weeks wind on, every minute spent wondering if it'll be your last.
Livier wheezed a pathetic laugh.
Many break for less. So will you.
Wax drowned his sigh with the ale. He, Torny, and Eujo sat around the lone table in the squat house's center, a combination kitchen, living, and dining space, dotted with scrappy wood furniture. The walls, though, were vintage Tamas, with dyed paintings running across the cherrywood boards. The inks didn't stop, just ran from one to the next in a dizzying array covering springtime dances, night skies, crashing waves, and solitary animals in snowy fields. If everything else in the place seemed cheap or barely hanging on, those walls were magnificent.
So we're not done with this then,
Torny said, her words sharing noise with the crackling fire built into the stone chimney behind them.
Guess we'll have to leave this paradise. Stay ahead of their tracking.
The paradise had 2 bedrooms lofted above, accessible by ladder and marginally more comfortable than Livier's mat. Bliss, barely upright herself, stayed with the assassin now, part of an all-day, all-night rotation, wearing on the foursome, but without any other obvious solution. Leaving Livier alone meant accepting a blade to the throat, or worse.
There's no staying ahead,
Eujo replied.
Like Livier did. They'll catch us soon. They know what we want, where we're going, and we can't change paths.
Can't we? Wax asked. We could give up the Tamas scar, go straight back to Noctia, then circle around, throw them off.
We'll just get caught by someone else. Better to play it straight. At least if we get the Tamas scar, Noctia will give me 7. And who cares about Wax, right?
Torny said.
You've got a few. That's enough to... What was it we're trying to do again? Destroy all the fiends, save the Isles, give everyone all the food and love they'll need forever?
The bandits got it. Wax laughed. Simple, right?
Then...
Wax cut Torny off with a mug wave, the laugh dying into something more serious.
It sounds like a joke, Torny, but I promised Pan I'd try for the renewal. If that's been taken away, then I'm going to do something that'd make him proud, that'd make his sacrifice worth it. Not sure attempting the impossible is the way to honor a man's memory. I'm going to try anyway.
Eujo reached out a hand, put it on Wax's arm.
Not alone, either. A Kant's queen and a Vis hunter.
Torny whistled.
About the best pair these Isles have ever seen. Those fiends better be running home scared.
They will be, soon enough, Wax said, once we figure out where we're going next. The Kant's queen threw a look at Torny, one the bandit understood well enough to announce that she needed to go check on Bliss.
As your guardian, I hereby say I don't give a damn what you decide. Just that you pay me proper before this whole thing ends.
Eujo chuckled as Torny, refilling her mug, stomped off towards the closet. Wax only sighed. The Vis sighed a lot these days, and stared at the fire,
It's not impossible. You know that, right? I can't believe that. I'm going to do it. Just like Svard, I owe people. So do I. A whole isle of them. The same isle that tried to kill you? That's still trying to kill you? They haven't yet.
Eujo felt a touch, saw Wax shift his arm, so her hand rested on his.
Don't mean to let them either.
Then we go on tomorrow? They were well enough to travel, and they'd already discussed getting provisions, a ride or a cart and pony for the trip. Wax and Eujo would give up their swords, their fancier conch and went clothes, for thinner, cheaper versions. Not a trade that Eujo looked forward to, but the Tamas skars were days away to the south yet, not a journey they could make by foot. Not without inviting more hostile pursuit.
I'm ready,
Eujo said, her look holding on the hands. Did she need to say something?
What then?
Words seemed as likely to shatter the fragile moment as anything else, so she fell silent, took in the fire while Wax finished his ale. He set the flagon aside, looked at her, the hangdog grin Wax wore so well, finding his face. The cocky line, so full of himself, so confident, so confused. Wax's eyes drifted with his expression behind Eujo's shoulder to the small home's front window, its fogged glass, and the door nearby. A door that shook with a hard knock, that opened with a harder kick a moment later.
Some security,
Wax said, standing up, casting about for his sword. Eujo matched him, though her rapier leaned against the wall near the door, near their coats. No help dealing with the man who stood, grinning like some haughty devil, as the chill night wind raced in around him. "What a trick," Daclin announced, several more hooded faces lurking behind. "At first, I thought our favorite renewals had run off, but then we found some souls missing." He stepped inside, rubbed his hands together as if about to eat some tasty morsel. "The Tamas skar requires a show, and you'll be putting one on for us."
Not likely,
Wax said, finding his blade, raising it.
We're not your toys.
No, you are not. Daclin snapped his fingers. Those lurking shadows came into the room, wild costumes leaking beneath their cloaks and coats. Eujo would have laughed if Daclin hadn't soured into a scowl. "You're thieves, criminals. If you were on Went, we'd cast you into the pits. Since you're on Tamas, you're going on the stage. You'll do your scene, or you'll die here and now."
What do you care?
Eujo asked, standing by Wax's side, counting the steps to her blade and figuring it too far.
We're too...
The play, the theater, is sacred. You want our scar? You respect our rights. Now, set that sword aside. Daclin's furious grin returned. It doesn't match your character, and you have some rehearsing to do. Chapter 42. Erased. Time flies when you're fighting for your life. The constant stress subsumed the minutes, the hours, into a stream Annalise ignored. Day and night were background noise. Coffee and exhausted sleep took turns in unequal measure, as the scientist, at first carried, then striding, arrived at Modelan and grabbed hold of the cliffside city. Annalise didn't do it consciously, but when the hunters brought her into the broad, circular building just off Modelan's empty port, the confusion among the elders, the other hunters, and even the few insects buzzing around was so apparent that to sit back would, once again, put Annalise in the hands of people who knew less than herself.
"You have to prepare for war,"
Annalise said first, loud and clear over the arguing gaggle. Her audience held fishermen, weaving women, hunters aged beyond their prime, and sailors who thought they were going to spend the winter as they often did, drinking themselves silly until spring. Only Wrath, taking his own new role as Modeland's chief hunter in the wake of Najan murders, accepted the verdict in the proper manner, by slapping a Najan knife on a central stone table and declaring these were the city's new enemies.
"But how?"
asked one of the elders, who indeed looked so frail and salted any armed conflict must have seemed impossible. Annalise knew that feeling, had shared it all too recently.
"With what we know and what I can teach,"
Annalise replied.
"And who are you?"
Annalise didn't smile, didn't give a knowing nod like Gladdring might have. This wasn't a confidence game. Facts would win out, and facts she gave.
"Your last chance."
Modeland would have cast Annalise into the sea at those words if Wrath hadn't backed her, explained how Annalise had destroyed the Najan squad. That earned Annalise enough tepid support to lend the scientist leadership of a new war council, with her and Wrath at the helm. Annalise wasted little time asking for and receiving details on the land around the city, resources in both goods and people, and talents. Old lessons. Went was a warring isle, between its squabbling warlords and constant conflicts with Rana, on how to counter raids and launch her own, dredged free as Annalise took in the details, plotted next steps. Dried fruit became chits, marking possible Najan positions, landmarks, and
"Fiends?"
Annalise asked, when Wrath pointed to several melon rinds.
"Exactly,"
Wrath replied.
"We don't have the numbers to go after them all, and some of them don't move. The worst ones, maybe the Hanako or some disease, will kill them for us."
"But Deshiva..."
Wrath spat to the side, a move echoed by the others in the room.
"Kid-Eye's bigger. If they want to throw lives away chasing every creature on the isle, they can do that. Not our way."
The sniped attitude summed up Modeland's approach. Smaller, savvier, and with an eye always to being clever over being strong. Annalise, with Wrath giving her gentle nudges as necessary, fell in fast enough. First, gather information. Modeland's swiftest hunters scampered out from the city, looking for Najan moves while confirming hidden paths through the mountains separating Modeland from the Great Sana. Fishermen received orders to keep eyes out while on the sea, to scurry back if anything purple and black crossed the horizon. Second, fortify. All those sleepy sailors kicked their hangovers with Wrath's spear at their backs, their days filled now with shifting stone, digging spike pits, and building ambush platforms amid the trees on the main road coming into town. The fancier homes up on the cliffside became forts, stocked with supplies, darts, arrows, and spears. Any land invasion would be a bloody descent. Any seaward assault would find themselves barraged by boulders and burning pitch from the high cliff point overhead. And third, allies.
"When a new warlord comes in,"
Annalise said at another of the constant circles around the stone table,
"the first thing they do is change minds. Get all the knives pointed at their backs, put in their sheaths. When's the last time the Najan have had to do this?"
Blank stares greeted her.
"Exactly. They don't know how to change minds or win hearts. Even if Kid-Eye falls, the people living there won't work for Vassal. They'll give us information, or, with our help, disrupt anything the Najan try to do."
Annalise tapped, then, the northeast part of the crude map, overlaying the rough gray rock.
"When I left Noctia, Went and Kantz were the only other 2 isles that cared about their independence. Went's too far away, especially while ice clogs the lanes. But Kant's could be a friend.
A friend for what?
One hunter asked.
Food, weapons, anything we can trade for. You're not going to get anything from Noctia anymore, so you'll have to replace it all with what Kant's can provide. Or go without.
That,
Reth said,
is something we understand.
Once again, Annalise ran with Vis hunters through a clouded night, beneath not so much jungle leaves as mountain rock. Weaves thicker than the ones Deshiva gave her kept Annalise warm, while Modelan boots, sharp stones planted in their soles, dug into every step to keep her from slipping. She ducked beneath branches, followed Reth as he jumped over gaps formed by melting snow rivers. Winter was still here, but on Vis, its grasp could be inconsistent. Reth stopped atop a cutting ledge along the hill's westward face, a gap in the trees too clean to be natural. The forest swept away beneath them, giving way soon to the great Sana's gray rise. Behind it sprawled orange and yellow flickers, the Najan outpost.
See that?
Reth said, pointing to swarming torches cutting to the north.
That's our doing, right there.
For a second, Annalise wondered if Reth had sent Modelan's few fighters on a crazed assault at the Najan core. Then she heard the roar, loud and eerie, a gurgling, terrible thing. Awful at distance, and no doubt worse up close, where those Najan soldiers would be facing something beyond their nightmares.
That's the signal,
Reth said, leveling a stare not at the several other hunters around them, but at Annalise alone.
You're sure you want to come?
My idea,
Annalise said, damn proud of herself, keeping her voice steady.
If something goes wrong, the skars are the best chance we have.
Reth only nodded. They'd had the argument in the days before, as the back and forth with the Najan played out. The purple and black busied themselves more with Kid-Eye, whispers floating back through jungle meetings that the bigger city had been besieged, invaded from the north and south. Distractions meant openings, ones Modelan had to maximize. And that meant the skars. They ran again, Reth picking the path down and around the great Sana's base. 4 Najan guards stood around the entry, Volges ready. A dangerous target, and not theirs. Not tonight. Instead, Reth kept them slinking through fern and tree to the south, around the Najan outpost's base. As they went, the other hunters plotted out routes away, down to the southern coast where a fisherman's boat would be waiting. Plots within plots. Gladdring would be proud. They reached the outpost's southern edge as dawn approached, a too long run. Those hideous roars continuing, though growing more distant, more distraught. Rather than diving right into the Najan chaos, Reth held them back. Nuts and fruit passed from pouches to mouths, coffee beans among them. Little bitter bites delivering jolts, kicking away exhaustion. Hiding under the rush, the sick surge as Annalise looked again on that awful outpost, returning to the site of her near death, or worse. To excise the trauma, confront it, destroy it. Ami had said that more than once on Noctia, often while waving a blade around, or 3 ales deep. That the Guardian hadn't followed her own advice was obvious. Maybe she had now, if Ami still lived. Annalise hoped she did. Hoped the flame-haired fighter continued to slay fiends, wherever she was. Would have been nice to have Ami here, now, as Reth flashed the signal, and their group broke cover. They stayed low, making for the first building, a low-slung stable. Once home to livestock, now a ramshackle prison, or so Modelan's scout suggested. A single Najan soldier stood by the entry, helmeted head nodding up and down as he tried to dodge Sleep's grasp. Wrath put the guard's worries to an end with a dart, blown when the man's head dipped and piercing his throat. The guard squirmed, tried to speak, and fell. A clanking disaster averted by Wrath's own hands, catching the guard's collapse and redirecting it to the left, to where two other hunters completed the letdown. The grass would make a good bed for the man, soft and chilled with Frost's latent kiss. Annalise kept herself pressed to the stable's outside wall. So far, better than expected. The fight with Kid-Eye, the Fiends' attack, had pulled off so many soldiers as to leave the outpost all but deserted. What that meant for their goal, Annalise didn't want to speculate. She didn't, though, have to speculate on the light and how their cover was dissipating every second. What had been dark shadows now held grays, and color filtered in here and there. Wrath caught it too, as did the other hunters, their looks going back to the jungle's edge and refuge. But that would sacrifice the Fiend's distraction, would clue the Najan into their presence.
"No,"
Annalise whispered, joining the hunters, the collapsed Najan at their feet. The armor jostled. She smiled. Went would provide.
"Wrath, I have an idea."
The other hunters disappeared as the first rays broke the disappearing clouds. The Najan guard, sleeping soundly without his armor, carried between them. Hands clasped behind her, Annalise walked before Wrath, hidden behind ill-fitting, but passable, armor plate. They wouldn't need to get far, wouldn't need to do more than find the prisoners and ditch Annalise among them. Then, when night came again, she could break herself free. Around the corner, through a loose gate, not barred, not locked, lacked security for the Najan, Annalise walked into the long, narrow building. Beams and slats split the stable, and Annalise listened as she stepped on old straw and dirt for the first questions, the calls for food, water, aid that populated every prison. None came.
"Where are they?"
Wrath whispered at her back.
"The guards, the prisoners, anyone. Maybe our scouts got it wrong."
A hoped-for answer cast aside as they neared the first cell row. Annalise found her breath catch, her heart thunder with the scar whispers in her mind. The Kid-Eye and Model N prisoners were here, yes, and they lived, yes. They stared, sitting at Annalise and Wrath, their mouths quiet, their eyes blank. In this cell, in the next, and the next.
"What is this?"
Wrath stepped past Annalise up to a pair. He reached out, gave a slight slap to one hunter, pallid and bare, save for a shift. The man swayed, but otherwise didn't react. He tried again, with the same result, and cursed. Annalise kept going, found what she wanted, what she feared, in the last stall. Teshiva, battered, but alive. But Teshiva sat the same as the others, the fire gone. Soundless, vacant, waiting. Behind her, Wrath, between curses, warned the day was getting on, a concern backed up by calls for breakfast, coffee, and shift rotation. They would be found out soon, and there would be no flight from here, no mass escape.
"Let's go,"
Annalise said.
"We can't help them."
"There's no hiding us now, Went."
"Then we run, Wrath. We run until we can't run anymore."
Chapter 43. The Long Climb. After getting cooked in what felt like a forge for way too long, Ami emerged, dripping, from the chamber's pool, back into the world she knew. The firewalkers, gracing the gray slopes, watched her with flashing obsidian crowns, but none moved to bar her drenched walk up the slope, past the lumped bests she'd been sent to deliver, and down the tunnel towards Hochi, Svard, and the other souls still suffering in blissful ignorance.
"They're all going to collapse?"
Hochi said, after Ami had changed her soaked, charred clothes for new ones. They all stood in Svard's favorite place, the stone cathedral, and the dead king himself loomed nearby, a passive guardian over their discussion. Ami found herself looking at the still giant, settled in his thick armor, while Mena, Svard, and Hochi hammered opinions on Ami's story back and forth. The dead king had been down here for centuries, but offered no insight on Ami's words. Had he really been stuck with his risen bodies and never tried to understand what doomed him to this spot? What prompted the fiends to fly? Or maybe he had, and assumed no isle would rise to help the fiends anyway, much less accept the ragged, monstrous refugees on their scant land.
"That's the problem, isn't it?"
Ami asked in a lull, the conversation spinning around ways to contain all the fiends inside the dark below's caves.
"We can't hold them down here. Can't."
"Haven't tried yet,"
Hochi replied. The warlord went without his bodyguards now, though the hefty axe at the man's waist suggested he wasn't undefended. Still, without the sycophant protectors, Hochi looked less a menacing tyrant and more an overstuffed bear.
"My engineers can knock down the right tunnels, keep these monsters running in circles until we decide what pit we want to put them in."
"What if we don't put them in a pit?"
Mena asked.
"What if we send them up?"
"Lunacy,"
Svard muttered.
"You've never been in a cage. You don't know what it means to try and get out."
Svard wiggled the giant, jagged blade.
"Not every cage has bars, Rana."
"You want out of yours? Just let go, Svard."
"Okay,"
Hochi said, patting the air with his hands, as if putting out some invisible fire.
"Let's calm down."
Ami snorted.
"Hochi, you ought to know by now that insults and threats are just how we talk." "Guardian's right,"
Mena said, crossing her arms and lighting up with a slaying grin.
"There's no fun in just chatting, Hochi."
"There's fun in finding answers so I can get back to my ale," Hochi said. "By Ami's words, we don't have much time anyway till any fiend that can move's going to come crawling from those gates. Our firewalker friends might smash a good many of them, but others are going to get out the far tunnels."
"And we don't want the firewalkers to die,"
Ami added.
"Right, which brings me back to the tunnels. We seal a few routes, keep the fiends moving in circles till we come up with something better."
Mena flicked her eyes up.
"Already have something better. Take him to the surface."
"Noctia's not got the space for 7 worlds worth of fiends," Svard said. "No isle does. They all won't make it through."
Hochi pulled out a pipe from his giant coat, stuck the small thing in his mouth.
"Maybe it'll be few enough we can stick 'em in a couple isles, and nobody'll notice."
Ami sank back as the banter went on, solutions and problems whacking each other like soldiers in sad swordplay. The day's trip found the conversation a good chance to remind Ami that she was exhausted, the skars eager for sleep's renewal. Maybe she could slink off, find a straw mat somewhere, and by the time she'd kicked a few dreams, these 3 would have a solution. Kivi, her rolling pebble snores rumbling in the corner, had the right idea.
I'll go, Svard announced, drawing Ami back to the interplay. I'll march right up there and tell Noctia and the Najan to get themselves ready. Get Katya off that throne.
Svard nodded at Ami.
And you're coming with me.
Damn. They stood at the bottom of a god strike. At least what remained of it. The dead king had built the cathedral near the wound's bottom point, right where Vis's dagger had found Noctia's heart. Tunnels linked the stab here and there up above, letting more than a few fiends find its quick route to the surface, and a quicker end when they arrived. Now, Ami and Svard were set on taking the same route, a swift scaling to avoid a longer walk to Went, and frozen travel back to Noctia. That they were heading to the ringed city remained a doubtful choice to the former guardian, but what was Ami supposed to do? Say no? Declare herself a coward before Svard, Hochi, and Mena? Not happening. The plan, as Svard described it, was simple enough. Scale the wound, get Katya to call off any Najan attack, then use his and Ami's celebrity to get Fassel and his circle to buy in. Stopping all future fiend assaults ought to make a tempting offer for Fassel, and with Najan's support, they might find a way to parcel any fiends able to function across the matching isles. Hochi, Mena, and the Firewalkers would handle any monsters too violent to be worth saving. And when Fassel decides he's going to have me executed anyway? Ami asked.
I'd like to see him try,
Svard replied, the big sword strapped to his back, hilt tied and touching the man's gray neck. A touch, apparently, could come from anything, not just his hands.
Every soldier he sends at us will be fighting on our side after a cut or two. The man won't have a choice.
Because the best bargains are always struck under duress. Svard laughed, studied the rock wall before him. The dead king and some Went engineers had stacked enough stones and raised a ladder to get them to the cathedral's top, where the wound proper began. Smooth, pale stone awaited them, untouched for so many years. Not far above, though, the pristine climb would be interrupted by fiend claws, missed crossbow quarrels, and, if the dead king could be believed, the very notches he and Demian carved on their first descent. The climb would be a long one, every spot without a good handhold needing to be hacked out with chisels. Ami lugged pouches filled with mushrooms, bread, and water. Svard carried the same, though the man didn't eat anymore. Said ale didn't affect him either, just pooled up and drained out of his cuts that never healed. Ami didn't say it aloud, but Svard's living death sounded worse than just, well, death.
Fassel doesn't have a choice anyway,
Svard said, reaching and testing the first chisel.
What's he going to do when the fiends swarm the surface, our bones in their teeth? Noctia doesn't have enough Volges to save the Isles.
If he believes us. The Foti man made the first lurch, leaping free from the stone platform to the wound's lowest wall. Above him, working to speed carving those handholds, latched Kivi. She snorted, venting steam to Svard's right to showcase the next leg.
Ami,
Svard said, gauging the distance, while Ami did the same to where Svard hung now.
If you're going to be this sour, I'll swap you out for Mena.
She's crazy.
Not her fault, but she's still more fun than you.
I bet Katya would disagree. Svard lumbered himself to the next handhold, clearing the way for Ami's jump. She bent her legs, judged the pouch's swaying weight, and took off. Her hands, gloved with a Went scout's gripping cloth, caught the stone. Ami pulled herself up, slotting her feet into the first niche. the skars whispered, tending to muscles well before they'd be sore.
She would,
Svard said, and Ami glanced up to see him already several holds ahead.
She'd call me a grump, and you the most fun she'd ever had.
The Fody grinned Ami's way.
But we both know who she'd choose in a brawl.
Oh, those were fighting words. Days and nights burned on the climb up the wound. Ami caught rest on larger cliffs, Svard putting himself on the edge to keep her from rolling off. Kivi snoozed with her claws extended, secure on the walls even in slumber. They ate, drank, and shared memories, good and bad. A journey at once a callback to the best time in Ami's life, and a hollow reminder of how far gone that time was. That Svard never slept, never seemed tired, had eluded Ami back below. He'd sit there, silent, on the rock ledges, and make not a sound for hours, glowing blue and purple moss, their only light.
"How do you stand it?"
Ami asked on the second night, curled into a narrow nook. The dead king estimated 4 days' climb to take them straight up, if they kept a brisk pace. Ami's skars and Svard's endless energy meant they were already feeling cooler surface air.
"How can you sit there for hours in silence?"
"Not much different than my cabin," Svard replied. "Nobody to talk to there either, for most of 10 years.
How'd you manage it then?"
"Live in the past. Try to think of ways I would have done it different."
"For 10 years, you did that?"
"Some nights I got drunk, too."
Ami's turned to laugh.
"You know, I did the same thing."
"I know you did. You started on Vis before we caught the boat to Noctia."
Svard didn't turn to look at her, just kept facing out towards the chasm, his blade in his lap, grip assured.
"Part of why I left. Didn't want to watch you drown yourself either."
"Thanks."
"I know, I'm an ass. Never argued anything different."
"A stupid ass, too."
"But guess what, Ami? This stupid ass gets to save the world. Twice."
"Oh no, Svard. I'm taking credit for this one. You're just the guardian."
"Again?"
"Always."
Just after noon on the 4th day, Kivi snorted their impending approach. Conversation and unnatural noise had been drifting down for minutes already, and Ami wondered when the Najan were going to make their first contact. The reason why they hadn't, why they didn't until Svard hefted himself over the wound's lip with a bold declaration that Katya's guardian had returned, wasn't at all what Ami expected. And Hochi, all the way down the wound, likely heard the curse that left Ami's lips. Chapter 44. Afloat. For most of the Isle's history, a man caught without a weapon by those intending his murder wound up dead. In the current moment, with Noctia's renewal delivering threats and 2 Volge-wielding Najan behind her, Gladdring defied those grim odds. His luck lay in a bag sitting to his left, where Gladdring's hand plunged even as the renewal delivered her icy verdict. The black stones inside, like every scar, commenced their indecipherable barrage as Gladdring scooped them up. He ignored the torrent, as if Gladdring had fallen into a chattering crowd, and held his fist towards the renewal and her guards.
"Approach, and you risk all our lives,"
Gladdring said. The renewal reached a hand towards her own neck, the necklace on it.
"Don't threaten me with what you can't control. Drop the stones."
"Or what? You'll kill me?"
Gladdring edged back a single step. Every stride gave him a split second longer to act when the renewal or her guards charged.
"You have no leverage, renewal. You gave that away in your opening words.
To Gladdring's right, across the room, Quick watched them both. The Vis hunter stood before two satchels, his hands hidden behind his back. A chance, then, the man had a trap to spring. A confirmation, too, that like so many Vis, he'd been ignored. The Khan's ship, though, would not let its struggle be forgotten. The vessel continued to moan, the cracks and clangs now not those of metal blades, but splitting boards, rushing water meeting little resistance. The Renewal's assault must have done more than damage the aft.
It's sinking,
the Renewal said, as the deck shuddered beneath them.
Time's up, Gladdring. Use those skars, or...
She cut off her own words, lunging forward. The hand that had been near her necklace dropped in the motion to sweep free the long knife sheathed at her waist. Gladdring started, but there was still time to feed the Noctia skars. Feed? The former Tenet didn't freeze. Not quite. He collapsed, body going watery, as the opals in his hand ravaged Gladdring with demands. Their wants, their needs, didn't present themselves as words, but as feeling, as raw, gnashing hunger, wanting to snatch out at everyone within the room, at the two guards beyond it, at anyone left alive on the ship, at himself. And Gladdring could not allow that, even as the Renewal's knife plunged towards his throat. At least, it did, until the Renewal flew aside, knocking over the Noctia satchel and smashing into the wall to Gladdring's left. The Najan guards outside started at the shift, only to find themselves bucked away, tumbling as their floorboards shot up, launched them along the tilting top deck. Their heavy splashes joined the continued chaos. Another meal for fish feeding well today. "Get up," Quick said, dashing to Gladdring's side. The hunter left several wet skars in his wake, the stones glittering against the wood. "We're leaving before the ship breaks up."
"The skars,"
Gladdring whispered, taking Quick's hand with his empty right, lurching towards the Noctia satchel and dropping the opals back inside. Their hungry urges disappeared as they fell, Gladdring welcoming back control of his own body, like recovering from too much ale.
"We can't leave them." "Damn the skars, Gladdring. We're going to die if we stay."
"They're our only chance, Quick," Gladdring said, tying off the Noctia satchel and looping it over his shoulder.
"When the Najan come for Khans, we'll lose without their power."
He didn't mention the Khan's soldiers might just kill Gladdring and Quick anyway, if the pair didn't have the stones to convince them otherwise. That was a problem for another day, another moment. Quick seemed to gather Gladdring's stubborn goal, and, steadying himself with every step as the ship continued its crumble, the Vis lurched back towards his satchels, scooping up the wet skars along the way. The Noctia Renewal groaned, lying on the floor, eyes closed and hurting. Gladdring watched her as he tied the Tamas satchel, joining it with its opal brethren. Only the Kant stones left, and then leave her to die? The Kant's ship tried to answer that question for him. As Gladdring made it to the last satchel, with Quick calling his own completion, the hunter could move fast when he wanted to, the vessel announced an awful crack. The room swung, the hallway outside its door falling away. Gladdring fell, grabbing the Kant satchel as the shifting doorway showcased a gray morning sky, one bright and clear and directly overhead. Not a view desired when inside a ship's room.
"Too late,"
Quick snarled as Gladdring picked himself up. The Noctia Renewal lay crumpled, quiet now, in the room's corner.
"You've killed us both, Tenet." "Not yet. Turn around."
Quick cursed, did as Gladdring asked, letting the Tenet look at the 4 satchels Quick held, 2 around each shoulder. Gladdring's hand swept in one bag, snagged 2 stones, and pulled them free. Unlike the Noctia skars, Rana's stones were more curious than killer, though their excitement picked up plenty when seawater leaked through the boards at Gladdring's feet. "Grab the renewal," Gladdring said, nudging the stones where he wanted them to go. Quick shouldered by Gladdring as the seawater seeped away, seeming to disappear. Gladdring knelt on the wall, the small room now a prison turned on its side. The Rana skars listened, reached, and found what he needed. "Have her," Quick said, and Gladdring's glance confirmed the hunter had the renewal scooped under one arm, steady on the same back wall-turned floor as Gladdring. "Now we can all drown together." "Not quite." The Rana skars answered Gladdring's question with a surge, propelling the room up and forward. Clouds and sky disappeared as what once aimed above fell again to land flat against the sea. Gladdring hit the floor hard on his left shoulder. Quick, with enough dexterity to make Gladdring jealous, stepped with the transition, keeping his feet and dragging the Noctia renewal with him. The forced righting had its consequences. The nails keeping the room's walls together failed, boards breaking away. The walls sagged, the roof, again over their heads, moaned. And Gladdring realized he'd grabbed the wrong skars. Despite their watery thrill, the Rana stones couldn't save them from getting crushed. He moved towards Quick, calling to the hunter to snag a Kant skar from Gladdring's satchels. The renewal answered his request instead, her eyes fluttering open. Held against Quick's side, Noctia's renewal had the good fortune to be looking right up as consciousness found her, had the better fortune to hold a Kant skar within her necklace, and the best fortune to be too bleary to resist the skar's demands. As the walls cracked, the roof didn't descend. Instead, like Gladdring peeling an orange, the wood above snapped away, flopping over the side and landing, the sea washing over their makeshift raft. Gladdring started laughing amid the wreckage, the waves, the floating bodies. They were alive. They'd survived, all thanks to the damn stones. The skars that for so long had been ignored, relegated to the cursed Aegis. "What are you laughing at?" Quick snapped, dropping the renewal in the raft's center. "We're still doomed, Gladdring." The hunter's assessment wasn't far off. The Kant's vessel had almost disappeared, its existence only marked by what lucky luggage, barrels, and bodies managed to stay afloat amid the waves. Some few people splashed around, but even as Gladdring took in their frantic attempts, wet clothes, armor, or the flurrying sea predators dragged them into the depths. Najan and Kant's both consumed without regard. "My ship," the Noctia renewal whispered from the raft center, where Gladdring and Quick joined her. "It still floats." She wasn't wrong. The Noctia cutter drifted among the waves, a distant target for any normal raft subjected to the sea's heavy battering. But Gladdring's wreck was hardly a normal raft. The Rana skars played about his mind, siphoning Gladdring's energy to keep their mangled boards atop the sea. As long as Gladdring could stay awake, stay alive, their little patch wouldn't sink, which gave them a chance. "Quick, give me more," Gladdring said. "More what?" Despite his words, Quick seemed to understand what Gladdring wanted. Balancing on the wood, Quick again slid his back towards Gladdring, who scooped up several more Rana skars. "What are you doing?" the Noctia renewal asked, so flagged as to just lay in the raft's middle. Without her soldiers, her scar-soaked bravado, the renewal sounded just like so many hapless and helpless people. Gladdring almost felt sympathy for the young woman. Almost. She was, after all, the reason they were in this situation. With the extra run of skars joining their brother and sister, Gladdring gave them direction, a wordless command to bring the raft to the Najan cutter. He gasped as the skars took their orders, shoving the raft along the waves first slow and then faster than any sail could muster. The battered wood shoved aside wreckage as it sped on, losing more of itself with every impact.
"You could try to steer," Quick noted.
"Not sure how," Gladdring replied, his voice stretched enough to draw a frowning look from the hunter. "Don't worry, I won't die till we reach the ship." A bad joke, and one that only deepened Quick's worry. The Noctia renewal, at least, seemed to have succumbed to her earlier trouncing, vanishing again into unconsciousness. The best way, perhaps, to drown, should that fate still await her. "Hold!" Quick shouted after another several minutes passed, the Najan cutter and its empty decks drawing closer. "It's the Queen!" Quick pointed to the left, to a charred wreckage patch, not too unlike the jumble on which Gladdring floated now. The burned boards held several bodies, none moving, but the Khan's Queen's glittering robes stood out, even if their feathers had melted together, and their fabric was no longer blue, but an ashen black. A choice presented, and Gladdring made it. "You're not turning?" Quick asked, as their raft continued towards the cutter. "I'm choosing us," Gladdring said. "She's either dead, which means we're risking ourselves to rescue nothing, or she's barely alive, and we lose our control." "Control?" Quick's look mixed shock and anger so well, Gladdring wondered if the man's place wasn't, truly, on a Tamas stage. "You're talking control now?" "I'm talking sense, Quick. Once she had the skars, she didn't care about you and I. We were fodder, expendable." Mustering up much vigor with the Rana skars sucking at him made Gladdring's vision blur, but he held his look straight at the hunter. "We'd be tossed aside at the first chance, just like your friend, the other Queen." Quick flinched. A reminder of something the man might have chosen to forget brought into harsh light. The hunter shook his head, spat a curse, but said nothing else as the raft continued on. He'd wrestle with his soul now, and that fight might continue forever. Or Quick would do as Gladdring had, and choose survival over all else. Chapter 45. Scenes on the Move. Daclin directed, dictated, and drove them forward. Eujo and the others, still in slow recovery from their in-battle injuries, had few options other than to obey the mad actor. The man had loyal guards, leering gestures plucked from the animus, handed a sword, an axe, or a whip, and tasked with watching the crew, spewing hideous, rhyming threats should Eujo and Wax veer off the assigned scene. The rehearsals didn't take place on a stage, but on a rolling cart, a fat one meant for hay bales or other large crops, pulled by a 4-pony team, and decorated with a single table and chair for prop purposes. 2 smaller carts hauled provisions, their own ponies leading the train towards the next town in a westward line. Every night they would pull into a new home. Every night Eujo, Wax, Bliss, and Torny would collapse into a guarded room, only to wake and do it all again. Livier, as the assassin deserved, remained shackled. Daclin didn't care about the Kant's killer, except to order his limp movement from cart to cramped closet when they stopped. Whether Livier received water, food, anything necessary to survive, at first lingered as a curiosity for Eujo, one she forgot as memorizing lines and hitting marks came to dominate her days and nights. Back at the Animus, the rehearsals had been equally exhausting, but Eujo had nursed an escape stream to keep herself afloat. Now, with cuts, burns, and a spreading bruise along her side where the dagger struck home, pains parlayed with exhaustion for the right to screw up her next scene. Wax, who'd left the inn fight with the fewest scars, would bandy about the cart, spouting the next line in their insipid farce, only for Eujo to miss her cue, fumble words, or repeat what she'd already said. Daclin would demand another take, and another, until the man dipped into a silent, simmering fury for the day's duration. By the fifth sunrise, Eujo pulled herself onto the rolling stage with little more than bleak acceptance. Coffee mingled with bread and broth. Last night's town had been crowded, with only spare stables and dirty straw for sleeping, to give her precisely 0 energy. The scars didn't help, the vis mutterings ever present, as the stone sapped her strength to heal her wounds.
"Daclin says it's the last day,"
Wax said, jumping up beside her, then offering Eujo a hand to complete the lift. At the cart's front, the driver cracked the reins, and the ponies started off.
"Just one more, Eujo. Till it really matters."
Daclin tried to motivate his actors with threats, too, with one sitting supreme amongst the scattered, callous words. A final performance in Tamas's capital city, Vidigaud, a name Daclin pronounced with a different inflection every time he spoke it. When Wax had asked him why, Daclin replied that as his isle changed with every passing day, so should the flavor of its name. That ridiculousness aside, Daclin emphasized the pair, Torny and Bliss, as guardians, didn't get the joy of delivering their scenes before an audience, would have to give their grandest performance in Vidigaud.
"Do well," Daclin repeated often, "and your dreams will come true. Falter, and you'll never forget your failure."
What that meant, Daclin wouldn't reveal, though he didn't seem happy at the idea, given how hard he pushed his actors. Eujo figured their performance might weigh on Daclin's own reputation, which almost made her want to throw the scene. Serve the tyrant right.
"Come on, Eujo,"
Wax said, the cart making its exodus as the town woke up.
"One more day to get it right."
She blinked, took a chill breath. Snow glittered in the plains and groves around them. Tamas turning from root-covered wilderness to pleasant farmland. Posts marked springtime hop fields, the harbingers of Thomas's much-loved ales. Eujo would have loved more of that, but Daclin had withheld the alcohol.
"For celebrations," Daclin said, "and you've earned none of those."
Torny and Bliss sat back with Livier in one of the trailing carts, held not with shackles, but with quiet threat. The bandits' fire had dwindled with Daclin's arrival, with Bliss still recovering, and the two often matched Wax and Eujo in sullen moods.
"Ready?"
Wax said, positioning himself at the table's side. Eujo leaned against the cart's left wall, rubbing her forehead.
"If we get a round in before Daclin gets back here, maybe he won't push us so hard."
"Believe that when I see it."
But when Wax gave the cue, Eujo spoke the line. Vidigaud emerged like a parade to the senses. At first, a smudge on the forward horizon, heralded by more roads and cart-driven traffic. Walking travelers, too, suggested possible trips without needing carts. Stands appeared, farmers and merchants attempting to parlay cheaper, poorer goods into better barters without the city's crowds. Their calls interrupted Eujo and Wax as they continued their rehearsals. Daclin did not give them credit for their early start, and Eujo demanded a break, an end. Daclin, who stood at the cart's head, surveying them from the driver's bench like some trumped-up lord, scoffed.
"As much as any actors I've ever known, you both need the time and trials," Daclin said.
There's a place to set aside the readings and accept what comes, but it is not now, not with your journey at stake.
Then my journey's going to have to risk it, Eujo replied, noting Wax flick looks between them both. That the Vis leaped into this with so much vigor had been impressive. Now it was just annoying. I'm done, Daclyn. Done with these lines, with this cart. She expected another cutting reply. Instead, Daclyn hopped back into the cart with them, stomped to Eujo without once losing his balance on the rumbling boards, and put his hand to her chin. Eujo repressed a wild urge to bite him.
Maybe I'm wrong, Daclyn said, an admission Eujo had never heard the man make before. We're so close. A little rest and recovery might do you good. For some, being brought to the brink of death brings out the best. For one like you, so coddled, perhaps some cushions, a goblet of wine, and a nap are more appropriate.
Coddled?
Eujo snarled, rethinking her non-biting choice. But Daclyn scooted back, waving her off the whole way. Truth needs no shroud. You're a queen, and you demand a queen's comforts. So take them, then. Enjoy one last day in the Isles' greatest city.
Only if you shut up.
Daclyn, at least, did just that. He returned to his driver's side and let the two renewals greet Vidigaud on its own terms. Architecture across the Isles, in Eujo's experience, tended to be driven by need. In Went, with its blasted tundra, thick stone and heavy roofs meant warmth and respite. Vis's tree houses gave shelter from prowling predators. Vodi and Rana matched their Isles' traits, as did Kant's. But Tamas? Tamas gave into its desires. Vidigaud continued its arrival, unrolling like a wondrous carpet before them. Like the Animus, buildings sprang from the ground in dreamlike shapes. Wood, stone, mud, and stranger things jutted forth in all directions. Bridges, roped and otherwise, lashed between buildings. Windows fit the curving sides, catching light along gilded edges and splashing reflected rainbows around. Flags, some bearing sigils Eujo recognized, acting companies, merchant guilds, and so forth, mingled with patterned or solid-colored cotton snapping in the wind. Music clashed with bubbling conversation, random instruments and their mismatched players bashing against one another as Daclyn's train moseyed into the city. Eujo expected some guard post, maybe a stiff superior collecting a tax from any incoming travel, but Vidigaud had no wall, had no order of any kind. Tamas, apparently, operated free and in a frenzy. Even in winter's heart, the trading buzzed, declared deals erupting as the ponies guided the cart through a growing throng. Eujo heard Daclyn catch a price for the manure his creatures left behind, fertilizer scooped up by urchins bearing shovels and buckets. More appealing were the fruits, meats, and fish yanked off southern boats and delivered to restaurants and grocers.
Kant starfruit,
Eujo said, as she and Wax sat on the cart's side, legs swinging free. Their thick, warm outfits kept things clunky, but if they weren't uttering those lines again, Eujo wouldn't complain.
It's been so long.
Harvested from sticky clusters high up in Kansas spiked mountains, the starfruit looked much like its namesake, speckled blue and white, with a breath-cleansing zest in every bite. That these were here and not yet rotten meant the merchants must have moved them quick. Something about getting off those high cliffs made the delights shrivel and brown in only a few days. Wax moved without warning, pushing off the cart's side into the hard stone street. As Eujo called his name, the Vis scampered to the fruit-selling stand, yanked a starfruit from its basket, and whipped it Eujo's way. She caught it by reflex, snagged the second one when Wax sent it along. The fruit seller started asking for payment, delivered when Daclin, after stopping the train, handed over Wax's own sword. "Are all renewals this much trouble?" Daclin said, shoveling several more star fruits into a satchel to even out the trade. "Or is it just the vis?" "Definitely just me," Wax replied, not bothering to look twice at his pawned blade. He hopped back up to Eujo's side, held out a hand. "Share?" The queen complied, dropped the second fruit in Wax's palm. "Thanks, Wax." The soft fruit felt perfect in her palm, like 1,000 precious memories. She smiled, put her fingers up to one of the fruit's pointed ends. "Now, let me show you how to eat this." "You don't just bite in?" "Not if you're trying to be proper." "That's me, always proper." Eujo laughed. "Remember, Wax, you're in the presence of a queen." Wax snorted, though any quip died as the train rounded a corner and put Vitagoud Center into view. There, like a molten bubble rising up from the earth, sat Tamas's great stage. Rather than wonder at the designs painted onto its arcing walls, Eujo found her lines running back through her mind. The show was at hand, and to hear Daclin tell it, the cost of failure was something worse than death. Chapter 46. Burning Chains. Wrath made it 2 strides from the stable before a chakram struck him in the plated shoulder, threw the hunter to the ground. From her sight, Annalise stood in the stable center, plotting what would come next, her mind and body entranced by the still, kneeling forms all around her. Those faces so placid, those eyes so lost, yet still alive. Her focus changed quick when that chakram hit, the metal clang snapping her back to the run, the flight, and its impossibility. The stable's door held a familiar figure, flanked by 2 in the same purple-black armor that Veritress wore. He had a Volge in one hand, the curved spear catching daylight in a squinting glint. He wore no chakram, unlike his 2 guards. Had he been the one to strike Wrath? Did it matter? "A few days later than expected, but still you're here," Veritress said, staying in the doorway. He knew as well as she did that there was only one way out. "Did you kill him?" Annalise asked, because what else was there to say? Ask him about the fated prisoners? Ask him about the Najan betrayal? Ask about what all his purple and black killers would do to the people of Vis? No. Wrath first. The only ally she had left, first. "If he's unlucky," Veritress replied, casting off the question with casual indifference. "I'm not the chakram thrower I once was, and he did seem to have a suit of our armor on. Nasty bruise, maybe a bad cut." Veritress smiled, thin and assured. "Perhaps I'll lend him a vis scar." "You don't want him dead?" "Look around you, Annalise. I would have thought a scientist more observant. Do these people seem dead to you?" Annalise gulped, shook her head, let her hand drift up her weave to the necklace. Not that she needed to touch the scars to hear their whispers, draw upon their God-given powers, but something about holding the black iron, those warm stones. "Noctia and the Najan are not about indiscriminate killing. It's much better to use resources than lose them." Veritress took a single stride into the stable. "See, every one of your friends here is a valuable member of our outpost. We're still learning, but soon I expect they'll be finding fulfillment tending our fields, cleaning our plates, and repairing the palisade you so rudely destroyed." "How?" "Ah, see, there you are, asking the proper questions." Veritress reached into a small pouch at his waist, withdrew something Annalise couldn't see, but could easily speculate. These skars really are wonderful, aren't they?
Which one, Veritress?
How about I show you? Before Annalise could protest, the Noctia leader shoved his closed hand towards her. Like a swinging punch, only one too many arm lengths away from connecting. Even so, Annalise reeled. Not from physical force, but a blunt attack upon her mind, like a seething headache attempting to barge through. Her vision swam, her ears pulsed, and Annalise went to her knees, retching. Veritress approached. If you think this is bad, you should have been here on the first day, Veritress said. We lost more than a few. Only the wounded, you know. The ones with little use left. Their minds were too ravaged to retain. Veritress went down to one knee before Annalise, his head cocked, a close inspection. Simply broke. Tragic. But the next batch was better. They merely spasmed until their bones snapped. Better than nothing. By the third, we could keep them alive. Skars shouted in her mind, this and Tamas loudest, while all the others scurried their curious emotions about, as if Annalise had drank too much ale in a crowded room with 100 conversations. That loudest pair, though, seemed a bulwark against the encroaching waves, drifting every attack into a shivering spike down her legs, arms, eyes. Some lasted longer than the others, took multiple rounds. Veritress reached out, gave Annalise's shoulder a slight shove. The scientist fell back onto the dirt. We had to chain them down when all they had left was rage. Until the next session, when we could calm them the rest of the way and leave them how we wanted. How we want you. The hit did it. The knock against the ground drove Annalise's teeth into her tongue. Raw pain, physical, served to blunt the lacerating mental waves. She had to act, had to stop this, had to stop everything. Right now. The Foti scar, her faithful stone, answered Annalise's desperate call. Heat sprayed from the necklace, lancing everywhere save her own body. Veritress stumbled back, shielding his eyes, turning his armor to block the rays. The dried straw had no such defense. The Foti scar howled in wordless triumph as the stable caught fire, above and around Annalise in an instant. As those flames erupted, the mental assault vanished. Veritress fled with nothing more than a curse, embers and the first ash landing around Annalise as she tried to get her breath back, put herself into motion. Her body rose to the challenge slowly, as if waking from a deep sleep. Her eyes traced the hungry fires as they raced along the roof beams, as they leapt from one straw pile to the next. Her nose burned at the first hot smoke. Her ears heard the screams begin. Raw, panicked, and confused, Annalise lurched to her feet, followed the sound to the stall to her right, where a hunter pair backed against the stable's wall, fire blowing up as it found straw aplenty to devour. What could be created could be turned. Annalise called her skars again, found Went waiting. Like a mad digging beast, the ground surged across the burning straw, burying the flames in a sudden dirt froth. The hunters, spared, stared back at her in wild confusion. "Run!" Annalise said, heard more shouts demanding more action, shrieking more consequences. The stable burned. No dirt tossing would save the engulfed roof, would keep the scientist and the captives alive. Annalise needed something bigger, broader, desperate. She needed Kant's. The wind stone answered Annalise's summons with rasping delight. Annalise pushed her ask, thrusting her arms out,
and praying for the windstone to do what had to be done. The stone began, the air inside the stable whipping up, pressing the fire against the wood, crackling the walls. And with its force, Kant's demanded succor. Annalise hit the ground without knowing it, her legs at once little more than air themselves. Her arms flopped to the sides, muscles too drained to keep them aloft. Even Annalise's tongue, bleeding, lay still in her mouth. Her eyes drooped, and the smallest, smoke-filled breath was a labor. The stable shook. The wind howled. But the walls did not collapse, and the fire began to fight back, began to take the air for its own. "My turn," said a familiar voice, a hard one, and Deshiva's hand grabbed Annalise's necklace, tore it from the scientist's neck. The whispers vanished, a singular void Annalise hadn't felt in weeks. She stared up at the Vis hunter, in little more than charred rags, with more anger than Annalise had ever seen in Deshiva's filthy features. The hunter held the necklace out as burning wood fell around them, the wind dying, their death approaching. Until it didn't. Until the flames stopped their approach and went back the other way. Until Annalise rolled across the ground under something's power beyond her own. Until the stable itself, what remained of it, split like a wet boulder hurled from a high cliff and scattered in all directions. Amid the straw, the burning splinters, the flying and flailing captives, Annalise saw Deshiva continuing to stand there in the disaster's center, owning its focus and driving its force. The Kant's created explosion must have drained so much of Deshiva, should have brought her down, just as it had Annalise. But the Kid-Eye hunter didn't waver, didn't fold. How? Clanks and calls canceled that question, just as they had too many others. Annalise pushed her face from the dirt, found Veritrus standing with his bodyguards. One held Reth's wounded form hunched over, a Najan sword near his throat. In the grass around, naked and nearly that, hunters arose in the grass, heads shaking and mouths spouting curses and queries in equal measure. They found their answers in Deshiva's call, a guttural whoop like the kind Annalise had heard in Kid-Eye, save this one bore a savage snarl at the start and end, a Hanako's howl before it pounced on some unlucky prey. However sapped of their souls, of what made them human, Deshiva's howl spoke to something deeper, something Veritrus had, evidently, failed to cleanse. The Najan, more soldiers coming at the stable's explosion, numbered between 10 and 20. Most of the outpost was still gone, pulled away by the diverting fiend. Those that remained found themselves outnumbered 2 to 1, found themselves better equipped, but not so driven, not so brutal. Annalise sat, watched, a numb fascination holding her still, as Deshiva's hunters, aligned in this visceral moment with their Modelan counterparts, threw themselves upon the Najan. Those purple and black held their poise for 1 moment, 2, until fingernails found throats to tear, and burning boards punched through gaps in their armor. Bodies, blood, and fresh screams lit a ruined morning. The carnage ended quick. Veritrus, his pouch lost, his helmet torn away, and half his face with it, was dragged to Deshiva. Annalise, had she the energy to speak then, might have protested for the man's life, for the knowledge in his mind. Deshiva, with the Najan's own Volge, put an end to that possibility. The leader's death prompted a different awakening, as if the Vis realized that they weren't just vengeful ghosts, but still alive, cracked free from their mind prisons. Deshiva issued a different whistle, and the Modelan who didn't understand had their directions clarified by Reth's companions,
returning from the southern jungle with a ready escape.
"Get up,"
Teshiva said, her viscera-marred form gripping Annalise's shoulder and pulling her to a stand.
"How can you move after that?"
Annalise said, her own knees weak. The hunters around them shambled, some carrying wounded, others carrying stolen weapons. Grasses continued to burn.
"The skars." "I can barely walk,"
Teshiva muttered, and Annalise realized the hunter's arm on her shoulders was more for Teshiva than herself.
"But together, we can run."
Chapter 47. City Lifeless. Of all the people in the Isles, few caused more angry nausea than Fassel and Yarvik. That they stood next to the person who inspired the exact opposite, and quite a bit more besides, had Ami reaching for a blade that wasn't there. Neither Flamebreak, her long-lost bastard sword, nor the Went-crafted weapon had come with her up the wound. All part of Hochi and Svard's quest for peace, to present a front crafted for diplomacy instead of death. Ami would have dealt the latter in a second. Instead, she settled for a curse and a spit down the wound's long depths. With any luck, the splatter would land on Hochi's awful head for making her see this.
"Ami,"
Svard said,
"remember why we're here."
She didn't have to work hard for that. Beneath the canvas roof around the wound, at the foot of the Aegis's throne, stood the weapons and wielders of them that could bring the Firewalkers home. Not just the burning fiends, either, but the unknown others behind those swirling gates. Fassel, in his adorned purple and gold Noctia robes, and Yarvik, silky black and silver, with a broad hat shading the man's ghost-white face, crowned the entourage. The unlikely pair took up spots on either side of a too-frail Katya, each one greeting Ami's coarse welcome with thin frowns.
"An idealist and a traitor," Fassel said. "I see exile hasn't improved your demeanor. Would that you had died instead of Maseo."
"If she'd lived, maybe I wouldn't be here,"
Yarvik added, then swept his hat off in a swift bow.
"So I have you to thank, Ami, for slaying my most persistent nemesis."
"You're not welcome." Yarvik just laughed, a windy cackle. At least that made Fassel look even more annoyed, something that would forever brighten Ami's soured spirits.
"You're not dead,"
Fassel said, scowling at Ami.
"Because of your fellow guardian."
He raised his look to Svard.
"Your reappearance is, frankly, unexpected. Last I saw your unpleasant visage, you proclaimed a foolish quest and left here on a journey that seemed sure to end in your death. Yet here you stand, looking worse for wear. Explain."
"You don't give us orders," Ami said, crossing her arms as Svard sighed. The sound made her twitch, something she would have fought past and continued in a much-deserved insult barrage if Katya hadn't matched the sigh with one of her own. Coming from the Aegis, not a year older than Ami, yet looking more than twice the Guardian's age, the whistling resignation caught Ami's fire in her throat. Remember why she was here. Remember what this could mean for Katya. "We come as equals," Ami finished. "Not to fight, but to, somehow, ask a favor. As friends." Fassel and Yarvik glanced at one another, adding more questions on their relationship. That the bandit lord and the circle's leader weren't friends had been as constant as Noctia's seasons. The nimble fingers picked pockets small and large, always keeping just shy of provoking devastating Najan action, but any thieves who stumbled in their dirty tasks found the gallows quick. Yet here they were, seemingly aligned.
A favor,
Yarvik mused, then cast a look around the wound, at the stationed guards and their listening ears, would-be whispering lips.
If you're not bringing an army with you, then I suggest we take this discussion to somewhere private. Wars can be started with rumors, and lives ended with one wrong word.
Despite Ami calling them equals, she and Svard knew their lives on Noctia continued at Yarvik and Fassel's permission. While the Fodi barbarian, with his immortal sword, might survive a crossbow assault, a chakram's edge, Ami would not. And she suspected Svard's endless life might be strained if, say, an executioner's axe detached head from neck. So they followed Yarvik and Fassel up from the wound, climbing past snow-covered Laloon flowers to a familiar tunnel. At Fassel's order, following guards stationed themselves at the openings, leaving the foursome distant enough to ensure difficulty eavesdropping, close enough that any surprised shout would bring certain death. All the same, Ami wondered at the trust. Svard refused to give up his sword, explaining nothing, and both lords accepted it. No argument, just a nodded agreement. Why?
We're giving you this moment because the Isles have fallen apart, Fassel said, because the Najan nearly fell apart.
Nobody missed the glare Fassel dished to Yarvik, least of all the bandit lord.
It's a time of crisis, Yarvik said, jumping into the gap. The secret of the skars has been revealed, and their power is causing chaos across the Isles. Our soldiers are—
Excuse me, Ami said. Our? As in you and Fassel? Together?
Noctia stands united,
Fassel said, though his low tone suggested that unity came under some duress.
Rana, Went, Foti, and Tamas are behind us as well, though their loyalties are not so concrete as we would like. Vis and Khans, however, have rejected our guidance for open war. Between those disasters and the continuing fiend threat, we are pressed to do what must be done.
Which is?
Gather all the skars, Yarvik answered. The Godstones are the key, as you must know by now. Their power gives us a chance to eradicate the fiends forever. Yet, by the same, it might bring about our absolute destruction in the wrong hands.
The bandit lord seemed to fight against his own accent, his own mode of speech, with every formal sentence. An awkwardness Yarvik didn't notice. Then again, why should he? The bandit lord defied countless orders for his arrest and execution by standing here. What was left when you defeated death?
You're hoping we can help you, Svard said. You let us climb because you think we will fight for you. Fight, inspire, or bring some unexpected aid, Yarvik said. There's little harm in learning why you're here. If it's not to our liking, we'll cut your throats and throw your bodies back down the wound.
No doubt in those words. Yarvik's certainty snared Ami's response before it even began.
Unexpected aid, Svard murmured. That's one way you could look at it.
The barbarian gave it all away then, detailed the swirling gates in the pool far below, the dead king, Hochi's colonizing band, and, last, the firewalkers. He put the burning fiend's need for a home out as necessary, not a question or a demand.
They will take it if we don't give it to them, Svard finished. They will burn our cities and leave all the isles in ruins.
Vassal scoffed. The skars would lay them low. I've seen. How many of you know how to use them? Ami asked. The skars. 4? 5? A dozen? The firewalkers will ruin you. She found, deployed, a sneer. They won't be alone either. Hochi will stand with them, as will we. Against your homes. Against you. Ami pointed at them both in turn. Fodi and the other isles might not care to fight you now, but they'll be happy to leave you behind when the firewalkers turn Noctia to ash. Threats, then? Vassal asked. You've come all this way to declare war upon us.
Back the firewalkers and any other fiends that want more than blood, Svard said, shifting to the right enough to impose his bulk between Ami and the other pair. Prove you want peace for the Isles, vassal. Do that, and maybe we'll leave your head on your shoulders.
Vassal, red-faced, looked ready to bluster, but Yarvik cut the man off. Will these fiends fight with us? Yarvik asked. If they'll help us wipe away those resistors on Kans, on Vis, then they can have those isles for themselves. Except the skars, of course. A home for a few stones. The rat's fang hadn't changed much, though Ami's drinking partners tonight numbered among her strangest. She was the only one with ale before her. Svard, to her left, stared at the flagon with such a look of despair on his face that she offered him a drink, only for Svard to, again, decline.
It tastes like nothing, Svard said. Don't waste it on me.
Memories aren't as good as the real thing, are they? Said the third body at the table, in a voice so quiet as to escape the rat's fang's conversation, only because of the hour, the season. An icy port made for a dull dockside tavern. But sometimes they're all we have. Katya, wearing thick Najan robes, sat in a high-backed chair. The rat's fang didn't have many of those, but Svard secured one for the Aegis. The stools he and Ami sat on were too shaky, too prone to falling, a risk Ami would have called ludicrous not long ago, but that now... She was here. The Aegis was here. Off her throne, away from the wound, and without the scar necklace. Better still, Katya would never have to put it on again. The first provision struck and agreed to with Vassal and Yarvik, persuaded by the firewalkers and Hochi's own forces patrolling the caves far below. Svard should have looked happier, considering he'd achieved his goal. No more souls would wither above that awful gash. That Katya would remain faded, unnaturally aged, wasn't his fault. That she had a chance to live another year, or 10, was. Nevertheless, whenever Ami let her eyes settle on Katya for more than a second, she found herself reaching for the ale, waving for another round. Then here's what I say, Ami announced into the sodden silence around the table. Let's relive a few of those tonight, at least until I can't sit on this stool anymore. Ami tapped the Vis scars embedded in her faceplate. Takes a lot more with these little guys on my side. Katya giggled. Her own mug, warm, with likely not at all fresh tea inside, rose to knock against Ami's, and Svard launched into the first of many adventures, life seeming to return bit by bit as he spoke. Yet Ami only felt the barest buzz by the time Katya slumped, almost asleep against the table. Svard caught the Aegis with a tender arm, and together they left the tavern, hiked back to the Noctia quarter.
After they dropped Katya in her assigned bed, Vassal thought he was being clever, giving Ami and Svard their old rooms back. The guardian pair settled up outside on the streets amid the thin remaining snow.
"We're welcoming these firewalkers with a war, you know,"
Ami said, leaning back against the stone tower.
"If what you told me is true, they've been fighting a losing battle for a long time."
Svard fished out a pipe, a moldering pouch of foul Kant's tobacco.
"Where'd you get that?" "Left it here after my last visit,"
Svard said, shaking the stuff into the pipe. Used a small flint rock to spark it.
"Mena didn't give me much time to pack."
"Grand adventures rarely do."
"Think we're about done with those."
Ami chuckled.
"What makes you think that?"
"Crushing 2 isles with a horde of firewalkers doesn't strike me as grand, Ami. They'll fold in a few weeks, or burn in a few months. Then it's done."
Svard puffed on the pipe, once, twice, sighed, and tossed the thing away. Chapter 48. To Fix a Flaw. A hostage's value should never be underestimated. Gladdring and Quick couldn't steer their battered, makeshift room raft with much accuracy, but the cutter came to them once the Vis hunter lifted the exhausted, unconscious renewal into view. Soaked with sea spray, Gladdring and Quick scaled the ladder let down from the ship, the Vis carrying the renewal with him. They found a simple deck, done up in the manner of Najan method, tucked away ropes, emergency equipment, and chakram racks near the aft cabins. An open stair to the lower deck would lead to hammocks and cells for the crew and their prisoners. A few sailors greeted their arrival with suspicious eyes and worried questions. Those questions about whether the cutter's captain had been seen alive, whether any other soldiers were coming back, and just what was in all those sacks on the raft, told Gladdring more than enough. This was a threadbare crew thrown together for a fast pursuit, one now lacking in leadership and all that flowed from it.
"The renewal first,"
Gladdring said, rebuffing their inquiries and directing Quick to carry the woman to the former captain's cabin.
"Quick, see her settled. Trust no one else to go near her."
The hunter gave Gladdring the quizzical stare that remark deserved, but Gladdring didn't expound, only nodded towards Quick's ordered destination. He'd understand eventually. Or not. It didn't matter.
"We go on,"
Gladdring said next to the first mate, a swarthy woman whose stocky, tattooed self stood at odds with Najan's preference for clean branding.
"Kant's is close now."
"Excuse me on that score, sir,"
the first mate replied, her thick speech suggesting a Rana or Fodi origin.
"But who are you, and what are you doing giving orders on our ship?"
Muttered agreements hinted the 4 or 5 other crew standing nearby while the cutter rocked amid the waves were of like mind, but minds were malleable. Gladdring plunged his hands into his wet robes, felt not one but several topaz skars waiting for him. What with one amounted to a suggestion might become a force with something more. Time to put that theory to the test.
"I'm the one who knows best what's really going on," Gladdring announced. "The Kant's queen held me as a hostage, took me against my will to deliver the Noctia skars to Kant's for her own ends. Your renewal rescued me and suffered much harm in the doing. When I say we sail on to Kant's, I say we must deliver the Circle's edict. The queen is dead, and Kant's must reject her foolish defiance to join with the purple and black in destroying the Fiends."
As he spoke, the Tamas skars transformed his words into plain emotion, a thick, invisible miasma coating the sailors in compliance. The stone squashed questioning thoughts in the same way a wrapped story dispelled daydreams, or desire overrode rationality. The sailors may have started believing Gladdring suspect, maybe an enemy. They ended nodding with his every word, as Gladdring assigned their new duties, gathered information on their food stores, the prisoners below, and learned what their mission had been.
"Stop the Queen and get the skars,"
the first mate said, her thick talk evening out as the Tamas stones dealt death blows to emotion, to slanted speech.
"We're to help the renewal in anything she asks."
Ah, yes, the renewal. Gladdring waved the crew off to do their tasks, to get the cutter back on the current heading towards the Wind Isle. A few calls came from the sea, some more shipwreck survivors demanding aid, but the Najan crew paid them no heed. The desperate might be, as Gladdring suggested, enemies, mortal threats. The ever more panicked cries accompanied Gladdring to the renewal's cabin, the former ship captain's residence rising up off the deck. On either side of the cabin, stepladders led to the tiller. Black wood, lined with purple and gold touches, erased any natural brown on the ship, soaking in the sunlight and radiating its heat. An awful touch in the summer, melting away any winter ice. Sails unfurled above, catching the day's wind and leaping the cutter forward, the ocean's steady slap a comfort. Too many years ago, Gladdring himself had stood atop one of these, measuring the stars and the sea for the purple and black. A memory for another time. They were underway, and Gladdring, once again, stood atop the others. Entering the cabin threatened to knock the former Tenet down. As Gladdring shut the slim door behind him, the price paid those Tamas skars took its bite. His head ached, his knees almost buckled, and Gladdring had to steady himself against the cabin's wall. "All right?" Quick asked, the hunter rising from the renewal's bed. A glance confirmed the Vis had played the good doctor, stripping off the soaked armor and wrapping the shivering, still unconscious renewal in blankets. Quick himself had tossed aside his own ruined outfit, and when the hunter confirmed Gladdring wasn't about to fall over, he resumed tugging on some spare breeches, a shirt left behind by the presumably deceased captain. "Preserving our lives required effort, more than I wanted," Gladdring said. "But the crew is ours now, at least for the moment. We sail for Kant's." "So you suggested on the raft. What's there?" "An isle for the taking, Quick." The hunter frowned. "We're not their queen. I'm a Vis, Gladdring. At best, they'll throw us on another ship home." "No, because we have news and an offer," Gladdring said, finally trusting himself to move off the wall. The captain's cabin held the usual assortment given a Najan sea leader. A bed against the far wall, a desk strewn with maps, and several chests filled with clothes and gear for bartering if the captain needed it. Gladdring went to that desk now, sat in the chair, and rubbed his forehead. Quick finished dressing himself and waited. The Vis would make a good servant, pliable and loyal. "Khan's is at war," Gladdring said, "though they may not know it yet. We have the most powerful weapons the Isles have ever seen on this ship, ones they won't know how to use, even if they pluck the stones from our dead hands. With that offer alone, we'll have protection. We'll have allies. Until they decide we're not important anymore, just like the Queen. We'll be the ones deciding, Quick." Gladdring pulled his hands free, set the Tamas skars on the desk. "These skars can crush their minds, make anyone our ally, at least for a time, long enough to learn who else needs ridding of." Quick shook his head. "More murders, then. For what, Gladdring?
You told me back on Noctia that our actions would save the Isles. All we've done is start a war. The first step, and I'll admit it's not been as clean as I would like, but I'm asking you to trust me, Quick. Together, we can see this through. Deliver the Najan a defeat like they've never seen, and watch Vassal's power crumble. Then we offer salvation, a united front against the Fiends, and an end to division, to chaos. With you at the top. With us, Quick. Together, we can lead armies. We can save your brother, and stop any more suffering atop the Wound's throne. You're talking big, Gladdring. I just wish I could trust you. Where would you be without me? Sitting in some school, listening to a Najan history lesson? Gladdring's eyes glittered. Or maybe you'd be on a ship like this, on your way to Vis to suppress your own people. Is that what you want? Quick only glowered. With me, Gladdring continued, because he never could let an opening go unused, you'll have a say. You'll pull the levers, lead the men and women of these isles against the endless threat, and defeat it. It's not a curse, Quick. It's an honor. When Quick continued his muted glare, Gladdring nodded to the door. Best give the man direction before Quick found a more dangerous course. Check on the crew, would you? I fear I might not be able to leave this cabin for a while yet. No matter how you feel about me, neither of our ends are served by drowning in the depths at their hands. Quick stood, headed to the door, scowling Gladdring's way all the while. We're not done with this conversation, Gladdring. I'm not your pet. My brother's still the one that matters. I want him safe. Skars be damned. Vassal's the one that wants him dead, not me. Quick snorted, but opened the door and vanished onto the deck. As soon as the latch swung closed again, Gladdring stood and stumbled over to the renewal's bedside. She lay there, indeed still breathing, eyes closed. She'd used so many skars already, Gladdring figured she'd sleep for hours yet if left alone. His eyes traveled to the necklace still around her neck, black iron and holding all 7 skars. Which one had given the renewal all that extra energy, had sapped the sacrificial prisoners of their lives? The answer wasn't hard to guess. Gladdring had felt the Noctia skars snatching hunger. He reached, lifted the renewal's head and her stringy, salted hair with one hand, unclipped the necklace, and drew it off. Too small for Gladdring's own neck, he shifted it in his left hand until his palm rested on the Noctia scar's warmth. The stone bubbled up, curious and hungry. The Tamas skars could change minds for a time, could push desires in the direction Gladdring wanted. People, however, would correct themselves, would return to what they knew to be true. The Najan crew would be dealt with once they guided the cutter into port. The renewal? The Noctia skar read Gladdring's intentions, leapt to meet his request. Yarvik had called Gladdring weak. Too weak. No more. Chapter 49. Last Lines. Daclin gave them the tour guide treatment as the foursome left the cart. Livier, shackled again to a smaller cart's sides, waited with a guard. Muddy streets surrounded the lava-orange dome. Broad avenues left free from haranguing stands, if not wandering crowds. Actors stood immortalized as dark stone statues, blocks etched with their great plays, though Eujo recognized no names, no faces. Billowing, prismatic overhangs stretched out from the great stage.
The theater itself seemed to be open at all sides, as if crowds coming to view a performance would swarm. Eujo didn't listen to Dacklin's explanation, whether such stampedes would happen. Instead, she ran over her lines, again and again, matching Wax's steps as they headed inside the structure, trading wet paving stones for smoothed marble floors. Where that marble came from, Fody, went, Eujo didn't know, but the sheer expense emphasized, again, how much weight Tamas put on their entertainment. If the floor gave a sturdy spot to step, the walls provided great places to look. Most held paintings, some slapped right on the beige stone, while others hung on canvas or cloth. All depicted fantastical scenes, stages present beneath the action. "You could be immortalized here as well," Dacklin said, breaking Eujo's concentration by slowing up, talking right next to her. "As a renewal, a good performance would be a legendary feat, worth striving for."
"We're here to stop the Fiends, not win your acting contest."
"Not a contest, a way of life." If Eujo had offended Dacklin with her comeback, the man showed none of it, instead continuing on his circuit. For every 2 outside portals, each an arch accompanied by thick double doors, a further funnel deeper inside waited. In between, stretched spaces for dropping thick coats or ordering famed Tamas ales. At the moment, few others scampered inside the theater, and those that did greeted the group with confused stares. Confused until Dacklin identified their reason for being here. That inevitably drew wishes of good luck for Wax and Eujo.
"Sorta nice,"
Wax murmured as they approached Dacklin's goal, backstage.
"Not everyone wants us to fail." "I don't think anyone does. It's more that we have to do this at all." "Every skar has a task, right? At least we're not fighting a fiend or trying to outrun an avalanche." "I'd prefer those."
Wax tilted his head, narrowed a single eye.
"Don't kid with me, Queen. I'm good at spotting a liar, and I know you're looking forward to this." "Why would you think that?"
Wax puckered his lips, threw a wink, and laughed when Eujo recoiled.
"Okay,"
Eujo said, falling into a smiling headshake.
"Settle down. Focus on the lines, the steps. Not that you're kissing a queen."
"Easy enough. Already kissed you a few times." Another wink. Eujo went for a playful punch at Wax's gut, but the Vis danced back, laughing. "Seems like our actors are in good spirits," Dacklin announced, turning Bliss and Torny towards their renewal pair. They'd reached a thicker door, one adorned in gilded orange lettering that what lay beyond was for actors and stage staff only. "I'm glad. Despite what you may think, I did not drag you all this way to witness failure. I hope you make us proud. The Animus, despite your escape, was your first teacher, and our efforts are on display today."
"Again, not doing this for you,"
Eujo said, as Torny, facing away from Dacklin, rolled her eyes.
"Don't care about your Animus."
Dacklin just grinned wider, yanked open the door to darker hallways beyond. "Good. Today, care only about your scene and your spirits."
"Your spirits?"
Torny asked as they sat in cozy chairs, munching on a late lunch waiting for them in the scalloped dressing room center.
"What's that even mean? Caring about my spirit?" "You're a bandit," Bliss signed. "You've already lost yours. These 2, though. Guess I'll have to steal yours then."
Bliss smiled. She'd probably be okay with that, given what the 2 had become. Eujo watched the interplay as she dug into her own meal. Real, fresh fish and cooked carrots. Several oysters apiece, too, plucked from the sea that morning and prepared with Tamas ice peppers. Briny bites, perfect when washed down with malty ale. Of all people, Daclin had recommended the drink and returned with flagons for them all. Calming for the nerves, settling for the stage, the man said, and while performing a whole play drunk wasn't advised, doing a scene with the audience a bit blurry might be helpful to fresh performers. After he dropped off the drinks, the man left, saying he'd be back in an hour. Any ideas of escape disappeared when Torny, curious, tried the door and found a guard outside. The man, armed with a striped iron club, asked what the bandit wanted, and when she replied freedom, laughed and pushed the door shut again. So they were left, the four of them, amid costume racks and walls decorated with old flyers like the ones that had proclaimed Eujo and Wax's original turn back at the Animus. Hazy music floated in from somewhere, a player practicing. A single mirror, too, hung at one end. "Want to run our lines again?" Wax asked, having devoured his meal faster than anyone else. Eujo shook her head, swallowed her bite. "I have it as good as I'm going to, Wax. I vote we find some bad costumes and tell some stories." "Stories?" Bliss sighed. "Memories, maybe. Something to take me away from here. We've been across a bunch of aisles, faced all sorts of awful things, and maybe had a bandit fall in love." Eujo grinned at Torny, who blushed and stared at her ale. "Whatever happens on that stage, if Wax and I don't make it, or if we do, it'll be because we've done this together. So that's what I want. Your best, your worst, your funniest memories. If I'm going on that stage, I want to do it knowing just who I'm acting for." "Well, Eujo," Wax said, "can't say I expected you to be heartwarming, but I'll say this. You want to go back? My vote's for those few fires in the Rana swamp, with Quick. Bantering, bickering, adventuring." "With our soaked shoes?" Torny scoffed. "Give me those warm nights in Harrow's Edge any day." As Bliss jumped in, signing away her love of Noctia city lights, Eujo sipped her ale, held back a smile. She'd not expected to find her three best friends during the renewal's trials, but now that she had, the Kant's Queen couldn't imagine being anywhere else. Eujo could, though, imagine being anywhere other than the great stage. She stood, dressed in some flimsy maroon tunic, a tufted hat pressing on her ears. She waited off stage left, lurking behind a curtain, as Daclin introduced the scene to what seemed to be a dark wall. Overhead lanterns focused their hot light onto the stage, rendering any view beyond its wood world pointless. To her right, a backdrop meant for the evening's main event showcased spindly trees and falling leaves, at odds with the summer fling scene she and Wax were about to enact. Perform. Live. Embrace. Eujo repeated the silent mantra as her heart thudded, Daclin reaching his conclusion. Wax stood across the way, done up in thin whites, and equally ridiculous. He gave her a nod, a confident smile. Always believing in his friends, that one, even if he didn't believe enough in himself. Daclin fell into a deep bow, backing up as he did so, before turning Eujo's way and striding past. He put a hand, ever so light, on her shoulder. "Just like breathing," Daclin whispered. "Be you." Beyond, a trumpet picked up a merry tune, possibly the same musician that had serenaded their dressing room memories with haphazard play. And Wax strode into the stage, arms broad and smile wide as he faced the audience, delivering the scene-setting lines. At their conclusion, Eujo would make her own way forth, would reveal her surprise to find him here, so far away from his coddling family. And at the end, No, not yet. The next line, and only that. Wax rapped, sighed at the summer day's apparent beauty. Torny, stuffed somewhere in that hidden audience, whistled. Bliss, maybe, clapped. Eujo made her entrance. Chapter 50. The Coming War. The small boat proved ample size for the few fleeing the Najan outpost. Not every mind-wiped prisoner survived the stable fire, and some that did collapsed a few steps beyond, Veritress's tortures proving too much to handle. Deshiva made the call to leave them, to carry Reth and a few others whose wounds let them stumble along with arms over shoulders. To wait any longer, to build stretchers or heal what ailed those addled minds, would have cost the group everything they'd gained. All the same, Annalise, teetering on her own exhausted edge, was happy to let Deshiva make the call. The shambles southward traded cultivated grass for jungle ferns and clinging vines, an hours-long hike continuing till dusk, till a hasty camp made on Vis's southern beach. The sloop found them when the fires lit, carting over food, bandages, and hope. Annalise collapsed on the sand and slept until Deshiva shoved her awake, the morning sun well into the sky. If the Najan wanted to counter, to catch their escapees, they'd missed their chance. Like a fever, Deshiva said later, as she spoke with Annalise on the sea. A sudden one, defiant, angry. I was all of those things, and then it was as if nothing mattered. I had no needs, no desires, no concerns about myself or what sat around me. So you remember it? They sat on the top deck, leaning on the starboard rail, staring into open, shimmering ocean. Model N sailors danced around them, keeping the ship gliding amid the waves. Of course, Deshiva sniffed. I wasn't dead, wasn't unconscious. I saw everything, heard everything. I just didn't care. The scar Veritress used. Do you know which one? Tamas, if I had to guess. The others are more blunt in their actions. The Tamas one, then. It obliterated who I was. Hid it, more like. Deshiva frowned. Because I came back? The fire must have jarred you loose, like it did most of the others. Tore away whatever veil the scar put over your eyes. Then thank you for nearly killing me. It wasn't planned. Deshiva chuckled. Not a happy sound. I'm aware. No military mind would have done what you did. It wasn't all my idea, Annalise protested. Modelin's elders and, as I said, no military mind would have gone with your plan. Annalise let the argument die with a sigh. Deshiva was back. Modelan continued to transform, swapping a fishing village awash in grievance for a desperate chance at survival. Despite winter still keeping things cool and the seas turbulent, frames for new boats lay on the beach. Crossbows and quarrels, spears and stone blades lay newly wrapped in rows or hanging from beachfront racks. Those houses up on the cliffs had their conversions completed, spikes planted on the main road, shooting platforms nestled amid treetops. Baskets and barrels stuffed with salted fish and dried fruit found their way to stashes in caves along the coast, emergency reserves in case of relentless assault. Because that, according to the hunters slipping in from Kidai, who called themselves Lyra, would be coming. Despite the disruption at the Najan outpost, the purple and black continued to assert themselves. Kidai remained under martial occupation, with more forces from the north landing every day. As the seas began to thaw, still more, with Rana and Fodi mercenaries among them, would arrive. The Najan would sweep south across Vis, fortify the Great Sana, and tell Modelan to submit. "Which we will not do," Teshiva said, much recovered. Annalise's Vis scar could be thanked for that, and leading Modelan's dreary war council. They sat around the same stone table, beneath the same thatched roof, and descended into details Annalise no longer cared to listen to. "We have emissaries off to Kantz. They'll be our best allies in this fight." "Our only allies," one elder muttered. "Until we turn the other isles against the Najan," Teshiva said. "As winter lets up, we'll send for help. Describe what the Najan are doing. Fodi, Rana, and Went may change their minds." "For us? What do they care about the Vis?" Teshiva started up again, and Annalise backed away, slipped out into the afternoon sun. They would go at it for hours, flipping between in-your-face bickering and military minutiae. Annalise hadn't spent much time around Went warlords and their conquest conferences, but it seemed like so much talking, waiting for something horrible to happen. Far more interesting, far more what she preferred, waited for Annalise near the port. 2 Modelan hunters stood ready, spears pointed to the sky, outside the door. One even opened it as she approached, giving Annalise easy access to the pitiful scar stores inside. Materials, from weaves to leathers to what armor and weapons Modelan could spare, lumped around the place. Ideas and options, as if Annalise could use the 10 scars they still had, including the Tamas one taken from Veritress's corpse, to even the odds. And maybe she could. Those little stones could do amazing things in the right hands, and a strike delivered at the right time, in the right moment, could swing a battle, change a war. The scientist set the stones in a line, counting them, listening as their whispers sparked up in her mind at the smallest touch. Which would be the key? Her eyes found the single Noctia scar, its opal beauty sucking in the firelight from the cabin's lone globe lantern. The door swung open. Annalise grabbed the black scar and whirled, nerves flying, a hungry desire demanding to be set free. It was, dropped, to bounce along the stone floor. Before Annalise stood someone that ought to be dead, and that, to a degree, looked it. Sawi didn't have her Najan robes, her Vis weave, but instead stood, with a set face, wearing battered Went furs and leathers. Her outfit bore scratches, as did Sawi herself, and the Went blade at her side bore stains of long spilled blood. Nevertheless, there she stood, alive. The hug was tight, hard, and long. Before that moment, Annalise wouldn't have called them close, would have called them partners, at best. But war, death, and desperation strengthens frail bonds. "How?" Annalise asked, through happy tears. "How are you here?" Sawi, smiling through her own, stepped back. "It's a long story, and I've walked a long way through some very dark caves to get here. There's a good inn nearby, with ale and a warm fire. Care to join me and my friends?" "Friends?" Sawi stepped aside, nodded at a Went group standing outside, equally appearing as though they'd been battling the wilds for days on end. "There's an invasion coming, Annalise," Sawi said. "And if we're not ready, there'll be nothing left." Chapter 51. Traitor No More. Ami shooed away the handlers, let herself stare into the mirror for the first time since she'd vanished from Noctia, a branded traitor. In the warm lantern light, the purple and black mail disappeared against her gold faceplate, her red hair, only catching here and there where the ringlets beneath revealed gaps to tighten. The armor's weight alone almost buckled Ami's knees, a reminder that life scrabbling for food in the dark below did little for her health. Yet, along with a hand-and-a-half sword at her hip, the pressure felt like home, like what she'd worn when Katya's quest took them into conflict, when Ami needed to stand on ceremony for her Aegis. The faceplate, though, stole her focus. Hard to ignore the shine, the twin skars embedded near her left cheek. Smooth, itching, omnipresent. Before the flight into the caves, Ami used to take it off at night. After, removal became too risky, the constant wounds requiring the scar's presence. She'd learned to push the sensation away, at least until someone's wide eyes centered on it. "A few adjustments, but it will be ready by the morning," said a smith's assistant, one of the handlers, breaching her silent seconds. "If you'll stand still." Ami said nothing, and that served as a flag for the others. Hands darting in from all sides to undo clasps, take further notes and markings to tighten, loosen, adjust, to make the Guardian as protected a killing machine as possible. That metal armor like this would melt her in battle with the Firewalkers went unremarked. Ami would lead the burning fiends from a distance. Her real foes would be fellow humans, and against Kant's rapiers, Noctia plate would make her nigh invincible. The set would be waiting for her upon arrival to Kant's, the Najan's coming sea assault aiming to claim the beach near caves known to lead to the dark below. Hochi would have his scouts marking the routes, keeping them clear of any creeping fiends. Yarvik had asked what they'd do if the Firewalkers couldn't fit through the narrow tunnels. To that question, Ami had laughed. The Firewalkers had punched their way out of a dying world. No simple rock would get in their way. Katya sat on her balcony, thwarting the cold with a thick coat and hot tea. Ami joined her there, bearing 2 plates. One overlaid with bread, eggs, and pillaged fruit, and another with a simple went goat cheese, spread over 2 thin wafers. Ami set the second before Katya, and took her own spot on a hardwood chair. "Svard tells me you're both leaving today," Katya said, as Ami rubbed her forehead. "Just after you arrived." The scars would clear the hangover, but they took time. "There's people that need me," Ami muttered, digging into the breakfast between words. "Well, not people exactly, but you get what I'm saying. That's what I told myself all these years. People need me. Now, I'm not sure." "What's that mean? You were the Aegis. You kept these isles safe. From the same fiends you're trying to save now, if I'm understanding it right." Ami launched into a practiced defense, the same argument she and Svard had pitched to the Circle, with Fassel's blessing, 2 days earlier. While many fiends were wild monsters, some appeared to be intelligent, worth working with, and even saving. There wasn't blame to pass around here. With no ventures deep into the dark below, nobody could have known that Aegis's net was so dangerous to otherwise needy creatures. "You say there's a portal down there, one for each of the gods," Katya said. Below them, scholars and vendors called out the morning's news, offerings, or reminders of classes that needed attending. "And that you think they're collapsing. Why now, after so long?" The silver liquid lapping the Firewalker's world came all too easily to mind. "Because it takes time for something so huge to die," Ami answered.
So I'm unlucky then. Another 10 years, and I wouldn't have had to suffer like this. You bought us 10 years of peace. That's not nothing.
Katya whispered a laugh before settling back into the far-gone stare to the horizon.
Do you think there's fiends like these firewalkers through all these gates?
You mean smart ones?
I mean ones worth protecting.
Haven't seen him yet, Ami said, her plate's contents running out and leaving her stomach still grumbling. The Jean chefs were always stingy with their portions.
Not going in after them either. Too dangerous. Shouldn't we, though?
Katya asked.
If these gates are truly as small as you suggest, then it seems a random chance any fiend might survive.
Katya, if you're trying to get me to go into every one of these things and go hunting for some monster that understands I'm not going to kill it or that it shouldn't kill me,
Do you know how I made the net?
What?
With the 7 skars,
Katya said.
The old Aegis taught me. Said the one before that taught him, going all the way back to Demian.
Okay.
I'm saying those stones can do incredible things, but I didn't get a chance to see what else they could do, working together. From the first hour, I made the net, and for 10 years, I did nothing except keep it up.
Katya flicked her wrinkled, faded look at Ami.
If you get those 7 stones together...
I've seen what the skars can do, Katya. You do the wrong thing with that many. You screw it up. And we're not talking about lighting a house on fire, blowing over a chair. You could tear these isles apart. Ami tapped her faceplate, the twin vis skars. These 2 are enough for me. Those fiends want help. They've got to earn it. Svard refused his own armor set, preferring to keep his 40 leathers.
What good's being immortal if I have to wear those hulking things?
Svard said, when Ami, her own armor packed away and ready for a roped descent.
I'm going to move fast, kill things, and laugh when they stab me back.
The blade wielder waited for Ami at the wound the following morning, several days after they'd arrived in Noctia. The short trip had its agenda sped along by necessity, the Resistance in Kantz and Vis pushing Fassel and Yarvik to expedited action. They'd approved the Firewalker's entry into the Isles, declared a victory as conditions to a permanent home, and passed along responsibility for both to Ami and Svard. Not that the 2 guardians would be returning to Hochi's camp alone. Various Noctia scholars, guards, and diplomats were readying about the wound. Engineers, too, swarmed the gap, pulled from other civil projects to construct, as fast as feasible, an elevator down the massive shaft. Pulleys, ropes, and wood slats ready to serve as platforms piled up around the entry. Those would be for the followers, the Najan. Ami, Svard, and Kivi would return the same way they'd come up, with handholds and grit.
The goal's not to kill them all, Svard,
Ami said, stretching, letting the vis skars murder her would-be hangover. It had been another long night at an alehouse, with Svard watching, envious, from start to finish.
We scare them enough, they give up.
And what, Ami? Decide to give their isle to the Firewalkers?
So you'd slaughter them all instead?
Kantz has always been stuck up, in need of a smacking.
Svard grinned.
Why do you think I went to Vis? Those jungle lovers never bothered me at all.
Where do you think we'll be going next?
Svard chose not to meet that question with his eyes, turning instead to the wound, the first ropes waiting for their climb down.
They'll have lost by then,
Svard allowed.
Vis never fought and organized anything.
They're more stubborn than you think.
Svard nodded,
but not as stubborn as you.
Ami was about to answer in the affirmative, only for Sawi's face to flit by behind her eyes. She'd be home by now, if Hochi's scouts had their routes right. What would the gatherer choose? Would she take up a spear against the Najan? What would Ami do if Fodi was invaded by another isle?
Maybe we'll get lucky, as you say,
Ami replied, finally. Neither one, though, spoke for a long time as they began their climb down, following Kivi's snorts and listening to the occasional wrapped message or package dropped behind them to bounce and land in Hochi's hands. Replies would come back by Svard's ferrite, who could scale the whole distance in less than a day when untethered from her slovenly human counterparts. A war to save fiends, to crush resistance, was beginning, and Ami would be in the thick of it. Behind her, withering in her bed, was Katya, freed at last from her torment, and still alone. Chapter 52. Power at Last. Duty provided ample distraction, and Gladdring kept Quick occupied. The Vis hunter took the offered Kant's scar, the command to send more wind into the cutter's sails, as sound advice, and soon the hunter spent his time up near the first mate, sending the Najan ship screaming into Kant's within a day. Gladdring enlisted a couple Tamas-warped sailors to dump the renewal's body over the edge, dismissing any questions of her demise as a tragic consequence of overusing the skars. Gladdring himself provided evidence of the danger, as relying on the Tamas stones kept him sitting in a deck chair, headaches pounding, and eyes half-lidded. Yet they lived. The cutter sailed. The crew, however, grumbled whenever Gladdring relaxed his scar influence, as if waking from a collective nap. Quick would throw Gladdring a warning look when a sailor or the first mate would ask what Noctia wanted, why they were listening to a Vis and a traitor. Gladdring would stride over, muster up some meandering story about their dwindling provisions, about a secret mission whispered to him by the renewal before she succumbed, or whatever he could scramble up in the moment. Never had seeing an isle brought so much relief. Kant's made a stunning first impression, gray spikes rising with the dawn on the horizon. Seagulls swarmed, followed by larger diabins, or the sky falcons, as Kant's called them. Those raptors looked like mistakes as they flew, seeming gaps in their wings really filament feathers that glared upon a diving strike, blinding the poor fish or rodent until it breathed its last amid killing claws. Kant's fishing vessels provided easy food, their sails sending the darters blazing across the waves as their thin nets found meal upon meal, the diabins striking any fish flopping free. Overhead, gliders added to the aerial clutter, darting through long, spidery cast-off seedlings from plants nestled high above in those peaks. Catch a seedling at the right time, Gladdring knew, and you could scrape off the protective fibers and turn them into the shimmering lace woven into so much Kant's clothing, their sails. The sparkles, the vibrant white, the wind-sculpting smoothness. Gladdring let his view sink down, past the ship's prow towards the approaching docks. The Kant's navy took notice of Gladdring's colors, and two clippers were racing to intercept.
"They might fire on sight," the first mate said. "Don't think we have much to persuade them not to."
"No," Gladdring replied, putting a steadying hand near the tiller's post, as if his palm could still the whole ship's anxiety at a touch. "What fool would think an invasion commences with a single, small ship? They'll ask what we're here for, then escort us in."
"What are we here for, Gladdring?"
"To bring news of disaster and salvation." The Khan's docks howled. Shrouds, like broken glass, shrouds, like broken glass, circled every pier, taking the swirling wind and sending it out at perfect angles to keep ship traffic from blowing over and people from getting blustered into the sea. Flags declaring this and that merchant company crackled, and Gladdring found his robes coming to life, dragging him towards the ship's starboard side, as if his own wardrobe had decided the man deserved to rot beneath the waves. Still, Gladdring held his focus, kept his serious frown as he disembarked to meet the waiting Khan's soldiers. One Khan's clipper had dashed ahead of the cutter, racing in to share the impending docker's desires, and the Khan's were ready. Armored and glistening, seeming not the slightest bothered by the endless gales, at least 15 soldiers and supporting staff stood ready to greet the Najan vessel. "They murdered your queen," came Gladdring's first words, quick on his heels, while the Najan sailors secured their ship. "We were with her at the end. They used stolen skars, the same you'll find inside this ship, to kill her and all who came with her." The soldier hearing the accusations, a man of slight bearing who seemed swallowed by his armor, yet nonetheless held Gladdring in a vice-like stare, gave no expression at the words. Were he left to his own impressions, Gladdring would have been lost. The Tamas scar told him otherwise, said simmering rage and alarm lay beneath the man's narrow visage. "The full story," Gladdring started, winced as his own hair blew into his eyes with a sudden gust, "is not one to tell here. You'll find all the evidence on board. Prisoners to power their god-spawned scheme, sailors all too willing to break under questioning, and sacks of skars, brought to devastate first the queen, and then your isle." "But not you," the soldier replied. "Or this one? This—" The man squinted it quick, catching ink peeking beyond the man's robed neck. "This?" Quick, for his part, played the silent bodyguard with marvelous perfection. Gladdring had to admire the hunter. For all Quick's gruff protests, the man understood how to put the goal before his personal feelings. A rare trait. "We would be prisoners ourselves, if not for luck and desperation," Gladdring replied. "The Queen didn't go quietly, but destroyed their captain and soldiers. We persuaded them to come here, that their lives would be spared." "If what you say is true, their lives are more than forfeit." "As they ought to be," Gladdring nodded. "But, my friend, time presses. Where is Khan's second queen? War is coming to your isle, and while we bring weapons, your people will need a leader to command them, and our knowledge to wield them. You need to send out flyers and find her immediately." At that ask, at last, Gladdring saw an eyebrow twitch, the soldier's gaze shift beyond the cutter and to places unknown. The future, the past, and 1,000 worries in between. When the man settled himself, he flicked a hand to his left, down the dock. "Follow me," he said, and as Gladdring, with Quick by his side, fell into steps, the remaining Khan's soldiers swept up onto the cutter. The Isles needed to be saved, and Gladdring, now, at last had the real power to do so. Such developments had a way of keeping Gladdring's attention, so he didn't hear, didn't see the order given, and the howling wind ensured he didn't hear the screams. Chapter 53. Assassin's Twist. The lines came smooth and easy, the banter natural, on a stage lit so bright everything else fell away. Just her and Wax, in faux fancy clothes, dancing around a dangerous romance. Sure, Eujo might have missed a cadence here and there as she focused on her footwork, and yes, she dropped one last line about some relative that'd be oh so mad to see the two of them together, but what did that matter? The scene's core continued, and within some few minutes, both her and Wax stood in the stage's center. The climax, a much demurred, much denied inevitability. When they'd rehearsed time and time again, Eujo didn't even blush anymore. But at this moment, here, with nothing more than their voices echoing into the massive theater, time slowed. Wax dripped out his last line, fading the syllables as he slipped into Eujo's eyes, and his arms found her back, pulled her in close. A bandit knows no love save the next score, the next meal. The romances stolen by kids in their quiet hours were never hers, used instead to learn a new trick or trick a new mark. Time lost forever when Eujo joined in the right race, and scampered across the floating gardens with too much speed, earned herself a new life, and gave up a chance at things like this, at a kiss like this. Wax stepped back, released her, the scene demanding a sudden recrimination, one Eujo stammered through. The lines broke. Words disappeared for 3 long seconds as she watched Wax, his ever-cocky grin receding into worry. Where had he come from, this Vis renewal, to threaten her life in a way so different from her traitorous guards, from the deadly falls a misstep could deliver in the Sky Isles? This should have been easier. Too much? Wax said, an ad-lib, and one serving to jolt Eujo back to the present, to her soft soles on the wood boards, the shining lanterns, the... Never enough, Eujo muttered, remembering her line. Yet impossible to continue. This was a mistake. Do you really think that? It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what our world will allow. She turned, Wax speaking her name, declaring some mad love, some deception that would give them their desired lives. In the play, that ruse would fail. Outside, without the renewal's chains? Eujo hit her steps in measured time, leaving the scene, even as she left the theater in her mind. A return to Kant's, a declaration that the Queen had found a consort. Wax would leap among the cliffs with her, soar on the gliders with her, watch the shimmering dawns and dusks at the highest peaks at her side. There would be no Aegis, only a journey, bright and beautiful together. Why, Torny and Bliss could get roles in the palace, the bandit leading Eujo's security, and claps. The curtain sweeping past Eujo's left to close off the stage and the audience beyond. Eujo turned, found Wax coming across towards her, not the smile she'd hoped to see on his face. What happened? Wax asked, reaching Eujo, but not touching her, not offering more than worry. A thief knows what it's like to be crossed, knows how to raise walls to protect herself. What do you mean? Eujo replied, folding arms. The lines? Your exit? You never looked back? Who cares? We did fine. What could they expect? Before she could tell Wax off further, the curtain swept open again. This time, though, the lantern spotlights had been doused. The only lights left circled the stage floor, creating less a brilliant highlight and more a soft ring. Behind them, a stagehand blocked the exit towards the dressing room. The woman, sporting the theater's clean tunic and trousers, waved the renewal pair back into center stage. Wax, still frowning, led. Eujo walked too, replaying the scene, discounting the flubs in turn. Tamas, scar or no, you couldn't turn a random person into an actor. Eujo stared that defiance into the dark, the shadows revealing more as her eyes adjusted. And that defiance broke. High seats ringed the stage, 5 rows out, and another trio on an upper balcony. The seats themselves were each throne-like in their broad backs and wide armrests. Cushioned red and purple velvet ran along their boards, far nicer than theater Eujo had ever seen before. Certainly, the Animus was put to shame by the comforts here, though those same amenities constricted any crowd. Then again, those gathered to watch the renewal pair seemed numerous enough. They'd abandoned their seats, clogging the aisles and the gap between the stage and the first row. Every one wore deep crimson robes. Every one wore a golden faceplate, a mask covering their forehead down across their chin, with dark holes across their eyes and mouth. The masks wore different expressions, too, from smiles to frowns, gasps to wild grins. Disturbing enough, but what had Wax and Eujo making a lurch to the left came from the struggle on that side. Torny, Bliss, both grappled by several masked Tamas apiece. The two struggled, but strong arms held theirs, while others pressed the guardians back into their seats and covered their mouths.
"The performance is not done," announced a booming voice behind one of the masks, not one Eujo recognized, though the clear oratory gave hints to a theater career. "There remains the finale, the judgment. Stay in your places, please, and no harm will come to your friends."
Wax, Eujo said, as the Vis looked about to leap off after his sister. Do what he's saying. We have no weapons, and every renewal has to do this, remember? They're not going to kill us. The other skars could have, Wax snapped back, his fists clenched by his sides. Every single aisle wants to kill its heroes.
"We don't wish to kill either of you," the voice replied, and Eujo traced its sound to center stage, just ahead beyond those lanterns. A straight mask, no real expression. "In fact, we wish to congratulate you." As he spoke, the masked and robed figures swept up the small stairs on the stage's sides, their steps so smooth they appeared to float as they wrapped Wax and Eujo in a loose circle. "To you, Vis," the deep voice spoke again, "we offer a pass, and one of our isle's treasured skars. You put heart into your performance. You hit your marks. You spoke your lines with feeling. For that, you have earned our respect and our wish for your success, renewal or no." One of the robed figures near Wax pulled free a gold tablet, just like the ones Eujo and Torny had stolen, and handed it to Wax, who held it as though the pass were some strange creature. "See?" Eujo whispered. "Nothing bad." "Sadly," boomed the voice, overriding Wax's reply, "the same cannot be said of your counterpart. Mistakes were made, owing less to the scene's complexity and more to a lack of preparation, a lack of pride, a lack of focus. We deny you, renewal, a pass and a scar. Instead, to remind you of your lack of commitment, you shall wear your errors for as long as you live."
The crimson robes flowed, black-gloved hands drawing out finger-length golden needles. The points caught lantern light, flickering like stars as they advanced towards Eujo. "What?" Eujo said, turning around, reaching for her bracelet with the skars, only to find it missing. They'd removed the things, Wax his necklace, her the bracelet, for the scene, and both waited in a lockbox back in the dressing room.
I don't...
A first free hand, in utter silence, grabbed at Eujo's arm. The queen jerked it back, delivered a kick to the robed figure's shins, and dropped the man or woman to a crouch. Another hand snared her left wrist, and, cursing, Eujo moved to slap it away, only for Wax to do it for her, the vis yanking the hand off and pushing the offender back. Eujo took advantage, following the stumble to attack the same robed one, grabbing the needle-holding hand and tearing the tool free. The little scratch she earned in the process was worth it, as she brandished the needle like a sword, angling it towards the hesitant crowd surrounding them. These were all actors, right? Not fighters? How brave could they be?
"Stop!" The booming voice spoke again, not quite so calm as before. "You want the scar, you pay the price. You honor our traditions, or you learn for your disrespect. This is not a choice. Attack again, and we will take your guardians from you."
That the last seemed an improvised threat was obvious, and Eujo pounced on it, backing up next to Wax.
You don't seem like the murdering type, Eujo snarled back. How about we call it even? I promise to think about my bad performance, and you let us all go free, keeping your eyes in the bargain.
"Oh," said the voice, amused. "We won't kill them. Tamas has other uses for its prisoners. So many costumes to weave, so much ale to brew. Their lives will belong to the Isle, yes, but they will live them still."
And I thought Tamas was going to be the easy one, Wax muttered. None of them are easy,
Eujo replied, then, raising her voice, addressed the robes.
Keep your damn hands off me and my guardians.
Defying her words, the robes surged forward. Wax cursed. Eujo angled the needle towards an incoming mask and stabbed, only for the tilting faceplate to knock the blow aside. Arms grabbed Eujo's shoulders, her wrists, her ankles, her neck. A hand clapped over her mouth. She tried to kick as her sleeves, her pant legs were pulled up, her body pressed down onto the stage boards. Those gold faceplates loomed, needles descending to make the first marks. She wanted to scream, but the shout echoing through the theater didn't come from Eujo.
"Leave off her!"
called Liviere, the man's formal diction underscored by dead certainty.
"Or I will dismember you all, limb from limb."
The assault hesitated, though grip still held Eujo down.
News comes from Kans,
Liviere continued, his closing voice making clear the assassin's walk down the theater's central aisle.
The Sky Isle has lost one of her queens. The remaining one lays before you, and any harm to her will bring our vengeance.
Now the hands released her, stood back and away, clearing to the stage's side. Eujo stood up, saw the haggard Kant's assassin make his limping way near the stage, Daclin at the man's side, supporting him in grim-faced silence. Liviere dropped to a single knee, nodded at Eujo.
Kans is yours alone, my queen, and war is at her shores.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Dance of Gods by A.R. Knight. Read for you by J. Aaseng. Presented by Black Key Books. This program was produced by Simplify Productions. Text copyright 2024 by A.R. Knight. Production copyright 2025 by A.R. Knight. All rights reserved.